down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Seeing Esports out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. Now, you might recognize me from yesterday. I hope you guys do. I'm Jason Kapanen, and I'll be hosting this next month of action, all breaking down not only by myself. I have 2 lovely people to my left-hand side, your right-hand side at home, to help me break down these games. Let's bring them in. We got the 7 Worlds Gaming. We got Glitter Explosion. How are you guys doing today? 7, that shirt looks fantastic.
Thank you, thank you. I was told today that we were supposed to wear flowers, but it's not looking that way. I don't know what happened. Some miscommunication there.
Okay.
I like the death stare out of you, Glitter. I mean, at least Glitter and I are kind of matching. The green top. I don't have the choker on, but you know what, Glitter? We had our first day of games already break down. It was phenomenal. We had so much aggressive play out of every team.
It was so good to watch, seeing all of these teams come out with a very, very strong start. I was hoping and kind of expecting for the aggressive play style from some teams, but everybody just really committed yesterday.
Yes, they did. And obviously going into our second day of the opening weekend, I'm expecting teams to be just as aggressive, if not more aggressive. I just hope for me personally that I don't jinx anyone out there and cause them to unfortunately get knocked out fairly early on. But let's take a look at the format. If you guys didn't join us yesterday, you might have missed out on how this whole thing works. We have 2 days of opening matches, and this is purely just for seeding. Obviously with the different regions, it's kind of hard to seed the teams when they don't play against each other normally. So after the day, we'll have our teams seeded into 5 different groups, and then we'll kick things off into league play here, where the top 16 teams after those days of play will go into our super weekend. Now, this is the important part. This is where you accumulate those points week in and week out to have a chance to get through into the league finals. And we were talking about this before, Seven. This is so important to not miss out on any of these super weeks if you want to have that chance to get through to the finals.
Oh, it definitely is. And I think the 2 days that we're having right now for opening matches kind of just to determine the seeding, that's the time that if you want to go ahead and test out anything out with some of the new teams that you're playing with from Europe, maybe from South America, North America, it doesn't matter. Just go ahead and test them out between these 2 days, because you don't want to wait until we start league play and then you're not able to qualify for the super weekend because something just didn't work out the way you wanted it to. So if you got to be testing out anything, it will be between these 2 days. That's why I honestly think we're seeing a lot more aggressive play from all the teams.
And what I'm looking forward to is the 4 teams who might miss out on that first week come into the second week. If they get through into the super week, what's going to happen for them?
I mean, that is something I think we're all looking forward to. Are those teams that know that they're kind of at the bottom of that list, are they going to start taking some bigger risks with their gameplay? They're going to be playing a game of catch-up at that point, potentially from a pretty big deficit, and they're going to have to be making big changes in order to come back from that.
We're talking about, for instance, the top 16 teams. We need to see how they even get the points to get into top 16. You guys should know this if you tuned in to pretty much any PUBG Mobile in the last 6 months, if not even longer than that. It's 1 point per kill, and of course, placement points. And thinking back to Gfan yesterday from Nova, placement points were definitely on his mind, Seven.
Oh, they were. I think at one point we saw Temple Storm. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing this on the highlight, but we saw Tensa from Temple Storm just destroying that team and being able to go ahead and collect some kills from him. And just keep in mind, every kill equals 1 point. So Tensa was able to go ahead and put an amazing performance for them. But as you were mentioning, Nova Esports was able to take advantage of just the placement points, with Gfan being the last one alive. I think it was a couple of matches for that team.
And something we've always talked about is how important it is to have like that nice balance. I'm gonna keep bringing it up because we have teams with tons of kills, we have teams with tons of placement points, but generally the ones who succeed the most are the ones that get that nice balance between the two.
Yeah, and I think that's part of what a lot of the teams were working on, really figuring out and like finding their groove on how to be that consistent balance. Like you said, we have seen a couple players, not only Gfan, but I believe that there were quite a few solos in multiple scenarios, including, we saw Tensa have to do it a few times for Tempo Storm, but they're almost like working out those kinks. They're figuring out, is this drop going to work? Does this rotation work? And then if it doesn't, they have to kind of, just for this moment, snake maybe to get some placement points. Or if their drops and rotations are going well, that's when we've seen a lot of that aggressive gameplay that's resulting in those very high kill games. Now, once they have worked out all of those little bumps in the road, that's when like they will kind of be married into this perfect little combination of consistent placement points and consistent aggressive kills.
I like that. I'm hoping there's no divorces happening though in those teams. Let's take a look though at the prize pool and the money they can earn. And I'm already looking towards one thing and one thing in particular because I know it's what 7 makes in a day working here. 100 grand for first place, winning the finals here. But that's a lot of money on the line. Not to mention you get money just for participating here.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure some of the teams, what they're going to be looking to do is they're going to be looking to get first place on the league play and then also get first place on the grand finals, because who wouldn't be mad at just $150,000 alone on just placing first place, not even counting the weekly bonuses. And I'm pretty sure at some point we're going to start talking more about players that are going to be hunting down that MVP reward, which it is $10,000. That is a lot of cheddar for just one person.
And not to mention you get money based off of where you place in the super weeks as well. I mean, 50K. Imagine if you're that team, takes first place in league play, takes first place in the finals. That's 150 grand alone right there, not to mention the participation you get from this the entire time. It's a lot of moolah coming in. And guys, one thing I actually love about working with PUBG Mobile is their documentaries. They do some insane stuff, and they did put something up on Twitter earlier on in the week. If you guys missed it, lucky for you, we have that little bit of a recap. It's an 8-part documentary series coming out, but take a look at this.
Okay. I set this camera guide like that. Okay. Yeah, we are here. There is virus. We can go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Final.
Best of the best in the world here with us today, John. We'll see how these teams can work under the pressure that it will push down on them.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Club Open. It's time to shine.
Then Luxy comes in. He's got Roy, he takes the kill, and now he's in a 1-2. Luxy for Biggie. He could go all the way. That was amazing. And so is this from Klotzgon as he wipes them out. Case from Jonathan, his Neo goes down. Jonathan's in the open. He's going for the spray. He's taking blue damage. Needs to figure it out, but 2 of them are down. He's snaking it around. Goes for the spray. Takes it down.
That's when I saw a team that really led the world in terms of their skill level, and then they feel like they're untouchable. But in PUBG Mobile, everybody is constantly reminded of their mortality.
Now we're coming into a new year. There are pro leagues happening all over the world.
Clean kill!
Thousands upon thousands of teams will battle it out to go to the end of the year for the World Championships and meet and clash on that final stage.
Are you kidding me? 21 years old!
Look at you now, looking for more runners!
Dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the 3 guys next to you have your back, and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
There's a team that can breach well, it's Loops. Beowulf just shuts them down. Pittsburgh Knight cutting through B4. Down they descend into the valley.
Kita siap.
Now, I know you guys can't see my arms here at home, but I get literal chills every time I watch that little bit of a tidbit, because we were there, 7. We got to see how insane the fans were. We got to see Bigatron just win chicken dinner after chicken dinner, not stopping whatsoever. I can't wait to see all these parts come out. This is going to be crazy.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. I remember the exact moment when Bigatron won and they just kind of stormed the stage with and being champions. They've been just looking for that since Berlin, just thinking back all the way to Berlin. So it's great to see teams just perform and being able to actually have an outcome, winning the championship. It was awesome to see, especially in person at that time.
And there's a comment in there that Blank actually makes, talking about how they can survive the pressure being put down on top of them. I feel like if you're Bigatron now, there's even more pressure on your shoulders to defend your title.
And they have been. I feel like they have been. Glitter?
I was gonna say, I think that's not only them, but that's just anyone that's in that position too. Like any of these top teams coming in, that's the whole point of World League, is that this is like the best of the best. These are the top teams all competing against each other. So all of them have to be feeling a little bit of pressure to prove why they even made it here to begin with.
100%. Well, we know what, we can take a look at the teams that have made their way through here into the West Season 0 World League and see if they can rise to the occasion and maybe come out on top. Looking at Group A, we talked about them a bit yesterday. We got Footballists, we got Cloud9, we got SWAT 69, and Tempo Storm in here.
Yeah, and I mean, great teams. Yesterday I was talking about Cloud9, and I mentioned Cloud9 is one of those teams that can actually have a slow start. And this is seeding, so take that with a hint of salt. And sure enough, they're currently in 12th place, so they're probably working out some kicks. Hopefully they can pick it up once league play starts. And other teams, Footballists, they ended up being pretty consistent. I think they're currently in 8th place, if I'm not mistaken. And then you had Tempo Storm being able to secure that 2nd place so far and being able to go ahead and frag out. I think that's the team currently with the most skills. Overall, a deadly group that we have there.
I'm so happy you didn't mention the curse that I put on them yesterday, thinking they were going to win match number 4. Well, you know what? Sorry, they did win match number 4. It was number 3 that they actually, I thought they were going to win. You know what? I don't hope that curse happens yet again. And if it does, maybe someone needs to start paying me, you know, to take out the rival teams. But let's take a look, though, at Group B. And this group is ridiculous for a very specific reason. Wildcard Gaming, KHK Esports, Dream Eaters, and Loops Esports.
Yeah, I am super excited for this group because I think that everyone wasn't necessarily expecting the performances that ended up happening. So we had Wildcard win the first Erangel map. Then we had Loops take Vikendi, and then we had Dream Eaters take the second Erangel map. So in this group, 3 out of 4 squads have already taken home a chicken dinner, and they've done so pretty authoritatively as well. They were aggressive, and they had a ton of kills. So this is definitely a group that we need to be looking out for.
And what's funny to me is, Seven, we talked about Group A being the group of death. Maybe we were wrong. Maybe it's Group B here, man.
Group B all along, they were just waiting. They were waiting to show everybody what was going to happen. And sure enough, they ended up getting 3 wins out of the 5. Impressive stuff.
Let's take a look at Group C then. See 4 more challengers coming in to take home the trophy, to take home that $100,000 first place. Yala Esports, Frag Machines, Nova Esports, and of course, the Pittsburgh Knights.
And I think with this one, I'm going to go with Nova Esports, something that we were mentioning about earlier. CFAN being able to just gather some of the placing points for that team. Hopefully today they can maybe maintain their whole squad towards the end of the match and see what happens from there. And another team I want to go ahead and talk about, it's Pittsburgh Knights. We saw Sixless. He said he wanted to go ahead and become the Snake God once again that we know him from Berlin. Well, guess what? He started putting in some work. He got, I believe it was a 1v2 at one point. So it's good to see team players like that from certain teams. They need to go ahead and wake up early. That way they can go ahead and share that momentum with the whole team and everybody can start just rocking each other.
I do kind of worry thinking about like the future of how this is going to work. We talk about like tournaments and peaking into a tournament. I don't want to see people like Sixless, you know, having his best performance in the beginning into the opening weekend when it doesn't matter as much. It's just for seeding. You got to see it in league play. You got to see it in the Super Weeks. And now we're going to take a look at Group D. Team Unique, B4 Esports, Team Umbra, and Headquarters.
Yeah, and now Team Unique is one of the teams that I had called out yesterday at the top of the show as a team to look out for. They actually were able to take a pretty good win against Queso on Miramar, so that ended up working out in their favor. Before another very aggressive team. They haven't won, but they are currently sitting in 7th overall. Still very strong performance. I do want to at least pay a little bit of attention, though, to Umbra and Headquarters. Both teams struggled a lot yesterday, and they're both respectively at 19th and 20th overall in the standings, so I'm really hoping that they can kind of pick it up today and change their luck a little bit.
I'm not going to lie, I liked how painful it was for you to say Team Unique kicking out Team Queso as you have them headed to win. To be fair, your predictions, both of your predictions have been way better than mine anyway, but that's all going to change today. Don't worry, I got the secret info coming through. Let's take a look, though, at our final group, our Group E, Alpha Legends, Team Queso, Urdu Killers, and Konina Power.
Yeah, and Team Queso was one of those teams that actually picked it up on Miramar, being able to secure that 2nd place. But we also got to go ahead and give credit pretty much to the Circle, because the Circle was on them, and they also had a compound the whole time. Unlike my team that I picked Wildcard at that moment, which they had to fight everybody around. But nonetheless, another team is Konina Power. Konina Power, I feel like they started the day off super hot, and then they just kind of slowed down their averages, went absolutely out of the window. So hopefully that team, being the first team out of the European pretty much qualifiers that we had, hopefully hopefully they can go ahead and pick it up and show the quality that we know and we're used to seeing from them.
Hopefully they can hit their stride because their logo is a horse. Hopefully they can get things going for them as we take a look at the overall rankings again. If you missed out on yesterday's games, this is how things shaped up here. Wildcard Gaming currently sitting in first place, albeit by 3 points. And I want to ask both of you here, was there any like kind of standout teams that really surprised you in how far they got, or was there any teams that kind of let you down who didn't perform?
And I think from this one, we know all the teams are here for a reason. They got the skill, they got what it takes to be here. And one team that actually surprised me a lot was Alpha Legends. Alpha Legends being able to secure a 3rd place, 8th place, 8th place, and 3rd place. Very consistent there, staying with either the top 5 or the top 10, depending on which map it was. And not only that, they were able to actually back it up with kills. I think at one point they were able to get 7 kills and 6 kills in a match. That's really impressive coming from a team like Alpha Legends.
And you see Tempo Storm there, Glitter, 31 kills. The only closest next to him is, I believe, Wildcard at 24. They came out the gate swinging.
Yeah, Tempo Storm is doing an amazing job for themselves right now in the aggressive side of their gameplay. We're moving on to the second page, though. I do want to also point out the fact, and this is something that Seven has spoken about a few times, is that Cloud9 is not necessarily having the fastest start here during our opening weekend. And yes, that is something that also happens with them in PMPL, but there's not as much time here for them to kind of pick up the pace and really start moving themselves up in the rankings. So they're definitely a team that I want to be watching out for.
I like the consistency, though, when we look at PUBG Mobile. It's a very hard game to be consistent in, and seeing Loops as well be in like the top 4. You talked about them, they won PMPL Americas. I want to see if they can continue to do that here. But now we're going to get some quick little highlights that we had happen in our last game. And first off the bat, Tenzo was a beast.
And just going back a little bit to that first highlight, I think this is just such a huge turn of events. Even if it is for seeding, it doesn't matter because they were trying to establish, Tempo Storm was trying to establish that Pochinki is their ground. Nobody go ahead and challenge them there because going back to PMPL Americas, for anybody that didn't get a chance to see it, Tempo Storm was always landing Pochinki and nobody ever challenged them. So for me to be able to go ahead and see Tempo Storm being able to go ahead and beat a different team from a completely different region, I think that was huge, and that was just such a good, confident booster. What do you think, Glitter?
Absolutely. Not only that, but like we saw consistency in those moments where Tenzo was able to clutch up quite a few times, and just generally Tempo Storm was not afraid to take on those engagements. Same thing with Wildcard. We've seen a couple clips now here where Wildcard has done very, very well for themselves in some high stress situations, and that is why we're seeing both those teams resulting in the 1 and 2 top places on the leaderboard thus far. I mean, there were so many wild fights, and I'm actually excited for a couple clips that I know they're going to be coming up here soon that I want to talk about as well, but I'm going to pass it back off to you for now, Seven.
Oh, no problem. And Team Queso is one of those teams that always kind of performs well in Vikendi as well. And just for some of the new viewers that might be watching PUBG Mobile Esports for the first time ever, I want to let you know, if you ever see a team camping, it doesn't mean it's not a bad thing. Remember, these teams at the end of the day, they are going to be fighting for a lot of money, and they probably want to go ahead and wait until the end of the match when they can start fragging out. One team that I know it's not here on this division, but it's actually on the East Division, Bigatron. Bigatron, a lot of people say, hey, they're just camping. No, that's actually a strategy. You can enforce a lot of different strategies. You can be passive, you can be offensive, and whatever works for you, just stick to it, and it seems to be working for that team. And right here, I know this was one that we were kind of placing some bets here between the desk and Jason's not even able to talk at the moment because his team wasn't even here. His team was out by this time. Meanwhile, Wildcard and Team Queso, listen, I picked Wildcard. I thought they had a great spot, but ultimately the circle did not end up working out for them. And ultimately, Team Unique did end up coming out on top, which I think is big for them because Team Unique is a completely brand new team, and it's good to see them put performances out right from the get-go, right, Glitter?
100%. And not only that, but we saw Frozen start standing out on his squad as well. And so I think Unique is really proving themselves to be that aggressive team that everybody thought they were going to be coming out of their region. We did see a ton coming out of B4 as well. We're on B4 right now. And we actually saw Levi, and this is the second time where it happened for him, where he was in a 1vx situation many times just trying to secure some additional placement points for his squad, and he did a very, very good job. And that was one of the things that we've touched on earlier. Now, I want to also... Oh, is this the Matic play, or is this...
Yeah, no, in a little bit. In a little bit it'll show up.
Okay. It's the the Loops play and the Matic play that I'm really looking forward to. This was a moment with Sixless, though, where you were really hyped when he did get rushed and was able to take out that enemy player. But right here with Loops.
Heartbreaker.
Yeah, it was such a heartbreaker going up against KHK, who was inside the house with pretty much 0 health at that point, and Loops decided to not push it on him. He got stuck on the buggy, and it did not work out in Loops' favor. And then this is the play with Matic, where he does smoke off inside the building, get up on top of the roof against Wildcard at the end of this game here. Matic is able to take out 2 players with that height advantage, and that decision alone is what ends up winning them the match.
Yep. I think one thing that we can all agree on is that it seemed like every team was playing so damn aggressive. It's like they didn't realize they can camp at some points here. We're gonna take a look at the schedule. We have 5 matches coming your way today. We're gonna be kicking things off on Erangel. We got Vikendi coming up second, Miramar as number 3, and of course Sanhok and Erangel to close things out. And again, you can see some letters on each of these maps, and I want you guys to explain what this means.
Yeah, that just means that some of the teams are going to be sitting out. We have different groups sitting out. For the first Erangel, the teams that we're going to have sitting out are Team Uniques, B4 Esports, Team Umbra, and Headquarters. So hopefully some of the teams are able to take advantage. Maybe they saw yesterday where those teams landed, and they know now that they're not going to be landing there, so they can maybe go ahead and try to challenge that spot and get some extra loot if for some reason their spot's already taken.
And one thing I love, by the way, we got to hear a little bit of an interview with some Tempo Storm players, and they were talking about how, you know, how do they get into PUBG Mobile, and they're playing a lot of other Battle Royales, and their friends are like, hey, why don't you give this game a try? And they jump straight in, and now they're here competing with the best of the best. And I'm saying that because we still have registration open for the PMCO Fall Split coming up later on this year, but it ends today. So hurry up, hit your friends up, text them, whatever you need to do, go to their houses, make sure you wear a mask, and get them to sign up with you to make a team, and we could, in just a few months' time, be here talking about you yourself. I would love to see that. I would love for us to put a squad together and compete against the East talent crew, but I don't want to put them to shame, guys.
Ooh, that would be
We would
fun,
absolutely
though.
destroy them. Listen, we would destroy them. Kalaris, if you're watching this, you would just get smacked, all right? West is the best, just saying.
Well, then who would be carrying us is my question. Glitter? Huh?
I'll try.
Hot
Okay,
Jukes?
all right.
Yes. Yes, Hot Jukes would definitely carry.
Oh man, well obviously we still have so many fantastic games to come up today. I can't wait until we are able to hop into it. But as you can see, 2 players we wanted to point out off the bat are basically our kill leaders. Tenza up against Azer. We have Wildcard Gaming up against Tempo Storm. And Glitter, you can just see some discrepancies in some places, but also some similar numbers in others.
Yeah, and this just goes to illustrate why these 2 teams are at the top of our leaderboard right now. You see across the board that Tenza and Acer are very, very similar in damage done and in overall kills. I think the biggest discrepancy is going to be in damage received, which either means that Acer's just being way more aggressive and willing to take some of that additional damage, or Tenza's doing a better job of getting angles and creating good sightlines for himself to take safer shots. Either way, both of those players are performing incredibly well for just the first day.
And to follow up on that, actually, one thing we should mention as well in the difference between those numbers, that Tenza, he got knocked out. Their team got knocked out really badly in match 3, and he's still able to compete against the top fraggers in the league. Let's take a look though at Erangel. We're gonna be hopping straight into this in just a few moments. And of course, Seven, I want you to give some newbie tips to players out there who might be casual, looking to get into competitive, going on to this map. What do you think are some of the highlights for you?
Some of the things that I'm actually going to, if this is your first time ever playing PUBG Mobile, well, what a way to start in Erangel. That is the staple map of the game. Now, there's 2 strategies that you can definitely go ahead and try it out. You can maybe go ahead and land somewhere where the playing path is very far away from. That way you can get a time to loot and you don't feel uncomfortable getting into a fight right away. But if you actually want to just go ahead and improve your skill, besides the training room that we do have in PUBG Mobile, you can actually go ahead and hot drop. And I would say hot drop now because we do have this cool mode where your rank is not going to be affected. So go ahead and hop in PUBG Mobile, hot drop, and just try to get used to everything going on around you, hearing all those gunshots, seeing the footsteps on the minimap, all the fun stuff that the map and the game gives you.
And we got to point out really quickly before we do hop in the game, make sure you guys follow us on Esports PUBG Mobile, as well as these 2 fine people. Obviously, if you go to Esports PUBG Mobile, you can see what's happening in the East League as well as the West. Maybe some highlights come in there, some overall standings. Anything you need to know will be there, as well as that 8-part documentary series. Now, we're getting close to launching off our first match. I want to start hearing some predictions here out of you guys. Let's start off with you, Glitter. What team are you backing for match number 1?
It's the first match of the day is always the hardest because it's not like they've got any momentum and everybody's a little bit cold right now, but we probably should at least be looking out for Wildcard. They did win the first Erangel yesterday. They're still playing in today. So And, you know, they're at the top of the leaderboard. I think I'm going to be keeping an eye out for wildcard on our first map.
All right.
Fair enough. I'm going to go ahead and go with Loops.
Really?
Ooh.
Yep.
Okay.
Loops.
Open for the comeback.
I'm going to put myself out there really quick. I'm going to say it's going to be Footballers to win this one. And I'm sorry if you're a Footballers fan and they end up getting knocked out early.
We're going to die first.
I hope not, guys. We're going to have to talk to you later on after the match. So get out of here, take a quick break, and we'll obviously talk while we get to watch the match together. We need to bring in our commentators. We can't do this without them. Can I somehow summon a Mr. Hot Jukes and a Mr. Mustache Dave? There they are. How are you guys doing, Hot Jukes? You're looking fantastic. I'm curious how the hell you were able to sleep last night with how much energy you have.
I couldn't do it. You know, I was up all night just thinking about some amazing PUBG Mobile. Also about, you know, the team that we're putting together. You know, I had to do some leg workouts. I got my backpack ready to carry us to good old-fashioned last place. I'm ready to get it. Let's go today.
Well, I can tell you this, one man who I know can do workouts. It's Mustache Dave. Why don't you guys take us away and get us into our first match of the day?
Game number 1, and you know, Jason is not wrong. I'm in the gym 24/7, you know, gotta stay fit, gotta stay healthy. So looking over here, game number 1, the plane is in the air. I mean, you heard the devs. They were talking about wildcard, they were talking about tempo, they were talking about loops, but Hot Juice, who do you want to talk about?
Oh, dude, I'm going to talk about the fans, you know? I want to talk about the fans today because they're the ones that are going to be winning after watching all this insane PUBG Mobile action. Now, remember, this is chill. This is relaxed right now because it's just the seeding to find out who's going to play. You know, we don't have anything insane on the line, but you know, what is on the line are these spots. You know, finding out that your location is safe, that nobody else goes to it right now. And you can see Wildcard going to their usual Severny and nobody deciding to engage with them right now. But one spot I'm really looking at is going to be Pachinki right now because Tempo Storm, that's where they normally like to go. And we saw them get hot dropped before. I wonder if that's going to be something that we're going to see again right now, but it doesn't look like it, Dave.
Yeah, if I can recall, they got hot dropped yesterday, and I believe they came out on top. They came out on top of that one, and yeah, looking around, you got the Knights. They're going to be, you know, just parachuting right on above them. You see Footballists down there in the military base island. Yesterday, game 1, we also had B4. B4, they are going to be sitting out this one. And circle number 1 up there to the north. Looks like a pretty decent circle if you are a wild card.
Oh yeah, if you're wild card, you're sitting pretty right now because you're up north. This is a really easy rotation path for them. They're going to know where pretty much everybody else is at. So I think they're going to have a really solid advantage. And for anybody that's kind of just watching like competitive PUBG Mobile, usually those teams that land in the center of the map, like Tempo and Pachinki, they're going to have the biggest advantage because no matter where that first circle goes, they're going to have the quickest rotation to it most likely. So wildcard landing so far north, the last thing they want on this planet is a military circle. They do not want to go all the way down to that bridge. So it deciding to go towards that North Severny is really good for them.
Exactly. And, you know, talking about teams, you know, this is a repeat from yesterday. I believe it was game number 5. Alpha Legends, they were in Yasnaya. Dream Eaters were on the outskirts. If you can recall, 2 of the Dream Eaters, they were kind of pinned down between those hay bales. And it does look like Dream Eaters, they somehow managed to make it into Yasnaya this time around. And once again, I mean, these 2 squads looking to possibly get into an early engagement.
Well, you know, that's the thing is that Yasnaya, there's plenty enough to share. But at the same time, though, these guys don't want to share. As you can see, KHK Dami putting on some work onto Konina Power right now. And I think that they're just going to try and get out of here alive. Look at that, using the Serpentine strat. Oh, yeah, getting out by the skin of their
pot shots, for sure. I mean, just, you know, making sure that Konina Power, they know, okay, we're here. Don't be pushing us. We have better loot than you. We have better weapons than you. And, yeah, that's going to set Konina Power off to a rough start. I mean, we see him with a couple pump action shotguns. We already see you know, the health extremely low, and unfortunate for them, yep, going right towards Kevin from Yala with that scar. And hey, that is 1 point in the bank for Yala Esports.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere after that knock right there. Really tough break for Konina Power. And in this kind of situation, it's really tough to see because, I mean, when you get kind of caught out like that, you're just trying to get loot and get set up for the game. And right now you can see Konina Power is just stuck, just trying to figure out a spot, but everything's taken nearby. So they're in a, yeah, real tough break for them here in the first match of the evening.
Another big fight happening. I mean, I'm surprised that we are still witnessing, you know, these squads kind of fight it out for these drop locations over here. I mean, this is day number 2, and as the desk said, as you mentioned, this is only for seeding. Like, there's no money online. It's just to get that seeding, just to stake your claim on your drop spots. And looking right here, Frag Machines looks like they're going to be squaring off against Team Queso. You got Marco on the outskirts of this. We saw just a moment ago. Marco tossing some smokes in there to block those sight lines from this individual from Frag Machines. And here comes the push from Yala, from Marco. You got Axel on the first floor. Man, Freak is it's a 1v3 for Freak.
He's in trouble. He's in trouble right now. He's got that Uzi out right now, pre-firing, switching guns, just trying to do all he can, but that 1v3, not much you could really do right there. And that's why, you know, Team Queso, they recognized one player's there, use their number advantage, run in on full force, and yeah, not much you can do if you're in the single player in that position.
Oh yeah, you can see the anger and the aggression right there. What was there? There's 3 members of Team Queso. That enemy was already down, and they all just shot at him regardless to make sure that they get the message. You know, Frag Machines, do not come here anymore. Hopefully you learned your lesson. Frag Machines, they were like involved yesterday. They were in so many fights, so many engagements. Definitely one of the more consistent teams when it comes to day number 1 of the opening weekend. But checking back on over here, we mentioned them earlier on, getting a rough start. Konina Power still out there, still trying to find a foothold right now.
And all they're looking for is just some loot, you know, a position to call their own, and they just cannot find it. Looks like they have another member knocked right now in Anas, and he's going to have a tough time trying to get picked up in this situation. They're going to try to get this knock here to kind of open up the fight for them, but man, they don't really have enough angles to really get that knock.
Not a lot of angles, not a lot of gear, you know, everything, utility, everything is going to be extremely low. I mean, we're only 5 minutes into this map over here. Looks like one of the members from Konina Powers is going to be pushing on up with that US, getting ultra aggressive, swapping on over to that Uzi, and Xana in the warehouse right now. Gonna have to fight. It's going to be a 2v1. Xana trying to prep these grenades, definitely hears all that commotion outside.
I think that they recognize that he's by himself right here, so they're opting to push him and try to get that loot that they really, really need. Xana with a really great nade right here. Gets the 2v1, oh, but gets caught in the back right there. Great effort from Xana right there, but not much you can really do when you got a full squad of Konina Power coming after you.
Yeah, not only that, this was the story yesterday. Oh, Zero's actually going to be coming on in. I mean, knowing that there's 2 members knocked down for Konina Power, I feel like this is the play. So Zero going to be prepping this grenade. Those revives were successful. Here comes the first grenade. That one should be good. Oh, but Zero. Wow, not expecting that one. And here comes the last remaining member coming for that support from Yala Esports.
God, Konina Power were waiting for that one right there. They seem to have that nade cocked back ready and loaded, and they threw it really quick. Great pre-nade coming from Konina Power.
Oh, the double.
Oh my goodness.
Anzo push on out from Konina Power. There goes another one, and now it's just a 1v1 over here in Farm. And Konina Power, they're able to get the victory when it comes to this fight. They should be able to get the revives, but my goodness, I mean, just talk about all the utility, talk about all the ammunition, just this fight in general. I mean, oh, but we're only 7 minutes into the game.
Are you kidding me? That was so close right there. One member from Yala almost got the 1v4 in that situation. Had the Uzi out. Unfortunately, not able to get that last member from Konina Power. Really fortunate, of course, if you are Konina Power to be able to get out of there alive. Now you're going to have your whole team up. But man, that was way too close for comfort.
Exactly. I mean, and Yala, I mean, I was going to say, like, it's the same story from yesterday. Like, every single game, they always had just a duo up, you know? They lose, too, really early on. And that's something that they should be working on, of course, you know, moving on into the World League. But today, only for seeding, so maybe they're just trying to, you know, flex a little bit and show their dominance. And regardless, you know, they put up a fight, and I wouldn't doubt if we continue to see them putting up fights here. And talking about fights, looks like the Knights going to be pulling on that west side of Naya, looking to get some picks of their own.
Oh, yeah, they're trying to spot somebody out. We're going over to Loops and Team Queso, 2 dominant teams from South America right here. In my opinion, the 2 best going at it right now.
That's a big one.
Big nade.
All right,
Ugh.
all right. Yep, getting tossed right over the head, but you know what? We got more grenades, and here comes the smokes, here comes the grenades, just kind of going back and forth. Carrillo definitely waiting for the support from their squad mates. Ayala was able to get revived, and we see Becker all the way out there in the vehicle coming up to give a hand, give a lending hand over here.
Oh yeah, but it looks like Team Queso is opting to disengage from this one, which is pretty smart because, to be honest, there's no real need to get into these kind of early fights. You just kind of want to get loot, hopefully get a good position, and save the fighting in the late game. You know, unless of course there's no choice and you have to. But yeah, Team Queso opting to play it safe, go for points, and I think that that's probably the best decision considering you're going against Loops, the team that actually won the Pro League in the Americas.
Yeah, I mean, they dominated throughout the whole. I don't even think they slipped underneath that top 5 position. And, you know, even if they had a rough game, they had a bunch of kills to kind of keep them afloat here. So definitely a squad to watch out for. Talk about watching out, KHK Esports taking some more shots on Nova out here with that DP, just inflicting as much damage as possible. And Nova Esports currently looking to find a place to call their own.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to take this hill right from across Yasnaya field, a really, really good spot. And you can see right now Pittsburgh Knights also kind of, everybody right now is just trying to get as central as possible because that's going to make it a lot easier for them if that zone decides to hard shift right now. But you can see Faker from Alpha Legends putting some shots down saying, hey, we're over here. Don't come nearby. Stick over there, you know, and we'll fight each other later on. But, you know, some good old warning shots coming out from both these squads.
Yeah, warning shots, exactly, for now. I mean, hopefully they don't need to get extremely close to one another moving forward. But Lutz, you know, talking about getting extremely close, making the pull up here with the vehicle will be connected on. So there goes one already for the side of Footballists. And Konina Powers, I mean, just non-stop violence since the drop from the plane. Gonzo all the way out there on the high ground, overlooking this, continuing to just pepper down the Footballists. And I gotta say, I mean, the Footballists, extremely aggressive squad, but I don't feel like Lutz had that support with that push right there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was just a miscommunication or what exactly happened, but man, yeah, he ended up pushing on his own and got caught. But moving over, we got KHK and Nova Esports getting at it right now. Octavian got an angle.
Nice angle right there, able to connect onto AUC. Not only that, I love the synergy going on right now for KHK. I mean, yes, they have the squad mate down. Yes, they just got thirsted, but they're kind of baiting them out right now. Now they're only the last 2 remaining members alive. They're looking to continue to get some kills over here, Sheepfan, on that roof. But that roof, I mean, the sight lines from the roof to the hill, I have to say the hill is a better position out of the 2.
It's a really good spot. The only unfortunate thing is they don't have the numbers, though, but it looks like we are switching over back and forth between Tempo and SWAT 69 right now. Really interesting fights going on, as we can see on the bottom right of our screen by these yellows right here. Really close fight. But yeah, if you're KHK, you're in a tough position. Yeah, you got that first knock, but it doesn't look like you're able to get the thirst. You're not going to get another member, and you only have 2 people up. So I think you'd be really... you have to play it aggressive. You don't want them to push up on you, so just try to use that position the best you can, and then hopefully, as soon as that circle changes, you got to get going instantly.
Yeah, talk about pushing. It looks like HH24 looking to make a push of their own. 2 members for SWAT 69 bleeding on out. Only a solo left, able to get the revive. HH will be recognizing the situation. Scar in hand. Trying to get a little closer. I mean, 1 grenade could get the double over here. SWAT 69 looking to make the comeback over here. Looking to retaliate against the duo. Left up alive from Tempo. Storm and like a Spec with that alternate angle, and man, it is just crumbling in front of their eyes right now for SWAT 69 as the duo Spec and HH are just starting.
Wow, what a shot
right
from
there.
Spec. Look at that.
They played that one. They played that one well.
Spec threaded the needle in between those 2 boards, able to get that last kill on the SWAT 69, and they had to. They had no real choice in that situation, especially considering they only had 2. But, you know, during those entire fights, the circle has shifted up into the north, and it's going to be really tough to get there because there's only really 1 bridge from the south side, so everybody's going to have to rotate north through Yasnaya, and while you do that, you're going to cross a lot of teams, so it's not going to be an easy rotation for any of these squads, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, only one team, the wild card, of course. You know, Severny. They had to maybe move out of Severny just a tiny bit. You know, they didn't really have to do much over there. And they're going to be sitting really well, looking to get some good finishes. So, Udyr Killers out there on the move. Loops, we see them with a nice little split over here, overlooking the town of Yesnaya as well. I mean, Alpha Legends, they have so many eyes on them. Yesnaya, yes, is still in this next zone, but it's probably not the best location to be in.
See how quick these teams are on the rotations right here, because, you know, we just saw earlier, Pittsburgh Knights actually had the same spots Loops did. As soon as that circle shifted, though, PK said, we're going to take off, find something more central. Loops found that open spot and decided to take it instead. So right now, it's just like a big old game of trading places right now between these squads.
Take what you can get. Exactly. I mean, just be thankful. So, talk about teams being thankful. Dream Eaters, you know, thankful that they weren't spotted on their rotation on out of Yesnaya by Alpha Legends, because yesterday Alpha Legends, they were putting up one heck of a fight, and, you know, unfortunate for Dream Eaters, they're on the tail end of that. But talking about teams making some interesting rotations all the way up here in Stalber, the blue zone starting to come on in right now. Football is 3 alive. They're going to find themselves in a possible drive-by situation.
On that wide rotate, just trying to play it extra safe right here. We do have some members from Frag Machine, though, waiting, putting some shots down. Oh, and from Udyr Killers as well. So it looks like Footballists opt to hit the eject button. They're in the circle now, and now it's time for them to gatekeep. Look at Hamidi. He's in the back, and they have no idea he's there.
Yeah, they're able to get right underneath that hill, keep those vehicles safe, keep those tires safe, and now they are returning the favor. The next zone does going up, so they're still going to be in it. They are still going to be in it to win it. Like you mentioned, Solke recognizing that there might be a solo right behind them, looking to prep some grenades, and Udyr Killers, they're going to use this moment to make the pull-up just a little closer on into the zone.
Yes, they are, and that zone rotation is going to be huge for these squads right here. Really a lucky break for Footballists, especially since they decided to do that wide rotate. Now, we saw Dream Eaters. They were on the far, far south position. They're going to have a tough time with this circle right here, especially considering that it's a very large hill, not a lot of cover left. So, man, we're going to see some insane fights coming up in the next few seconds, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams moving on out of Yesnaya. You got Dream Eaters, you got Alpha Legends, you got Nova, you got Loop. So you got 4 teams kind of with only 1 or 2 pathways to really make it on into this new zone. And like you said earlier on, the Knights already rotating, recognizing what position is best. And Loop's going to be making the pull-up onto the Knights right there. Dadden already going to be connected on. Going to be bleeding on out. Carrillo trying to cook this grenade, trying to connect it onto J7. J7 going to be taking just a little bit of damage, and Becker hot on the case over here. You know they want to get the revive onto Dadden, so they are being so aggressive to try to get this fight. Grenade exchange right through those windows, and from behind, Carnage getting a nice grenade onto HZL as well to kind of even the playing field. So they are all over the place right now, defending from all types of angles.
Man, look at that nade right there from Becker. These guys are so great at utilizing their kit to the best they possibly can. It's a real close one right now, Sixless. Nothing he can really do with that situation, as good old-fashioned Nova coming in for the third party, pinching Pittsburgh Knights. Yeah. Really tough break for PK, but now it's Nova versus Loops.
Yeah, and this all kind of started, you know, all those teams in Yesnaya, there's not a lot of options for them to rotate on into, and, you know, the Knights, they're setting up for a nice little gatekeep, but maybe they didn't expect so many teams to pile in at the same exact time. Nova, only 2 up, but they have 6 kills so far. So let's see if they can continue to get some more kills over here. Easy is on fire. Man on fire, burning alive right there on that second story. Loops, they had to have known that they put in so much damage already on these 2 duos.
Loop's so aggressive, man, and they're so good at utilizing their kit to the best of their advantage right now. Just trying to make it difficult.
Run through your own, though. Oh my goodness, forced to kind of push back down and let that one burn on out. Sheepman's going to be holding the stairs, and here comes the smoke. So you got to assume like Sheepman is bracing for impact right now, and at the same exact time in the opposite building, Carlillo going to be making the push up, doing the pre-fire onto Easy. Easy returning the favor, but Loops, they have 2, and they're just going to storm the closet, and there goes Nova as well.
And Loop's so aggressive. We've seen them being able to do similar plays like this throughout the entire tournaments that they've played so far, working as a unit, utilizing all their kit. This is why they're considered, you know, one of the best teams in both North and South America right here. As you can see right now, we move over to Dream Eaters versus it with full Snake right now, just trying to be as sneaky as possible as he spots 2 members from Alpha Legends on the hill.
Yeah, and very challenging position that solo from Dream Eaters is currently finding themselves in. They have a little shadow, they have a little tree, but Alpha Legends are surrounding them right now. Nowhere for them to really move, so hopefully, you know, Alpha Legends will be easily distracted, and yeah, it does look like the Uter Killers will be taking the attention away from that solo.
Well, not just Uter Killers, it's also the zone. The zone just hard shifted completely away from both of these squads right now, so they're all having to run in. And this is always one of the most difficult parts about competitive PUBG Mobile, trying to get into the circle, and you have another full squad right beside you. It just makes it that much more difficult to get in.
Yeah, so we got Wildcard currently in front of this, going to be looking on over there. Looks like they have a shack to call their own. Konina Powers also looking to make a rotate for the shack. Uter Killers, they have, what, 1 or 2 vehicles to kind of work with on this one as well. Faker tossing a smoke, and here it goes. 9, you know, 10 teams remaining here. Like you said, this push, I mean, there's like no cover.
No cover. Yeah, this is one of the most difficult zones to deal with, especially with all these teams here. We saw Acer and Sam both getting taken out right now. We see members from Tempo getting taken out. There's kills going all over the field as Faker tries to get the shot. Oh, they do get the blow up. Woo!
Yeah, we know Faker hits those from yesterday, right? So Faker's going to be putting a lot of damage on the vehicle, calling that one out to their squad mates to be able to finish this. And Slicky right now going to be observing and reporting right now as the squad of Loops kind of make that pass, and you know, Slicky popping on out of that building, trying to take some shots, but their position 100% compromised right now.
Yeah, it looks like Wildcard ought to go for a 2-2 split in this situation, and Acer and Sam got caught out on their 2, so it's all up to Slicky and Spring to be able to hold this down, but it's not going to be easy considering that they got Loops right on top of them.
You got Loops, you got Footballers taking some shots as well. I mean, you got about 4 to 5 different teams on top of each other right now on the east side of this circle. Slicky's going to be cooking this grenade. Got to toss it right over that ledge onto Loops, and Loops, they're just bunkering down right now. They're actually going to hit the eject button, hop in that buggy, and say, see you later, as the smokes will be deployed, blocking the sight lines from Slicky.
And look, Kowski ends up catching Spring on the rotate in. Slicky from Wildcard, he's got 1 HP right now, hits the laydown. Oh! Survive, but here they go.
Oh, from the blue right there, trying to catch them off guard. So Loops, they got 2 up, they got 2 bleeding on out, and they're trying to get the finish onto Alpha Legends. And Alpha Legends, they have a nice little high ground. Loves in from Footballers. Now Alpha Legends, they're getting sandwiched right now by grenades.
My goodness, just grenades, smokes going out all over the place. There's no cover in this area right here. Everyone's trying to try. That's a great nade as they take out Alpha Legends right there. Loops and Footballist. Oh man, just laying down the punishment right there on the Alpha Legends.
See ya later. Now Loops, the objective, you want to get Becker up, you know, get your squad up. You already know Footballists are over here. You heard the shots, you heard the grenades, you saw the kill feed. So they might opt to just kind of share this high ground and focus on the enemies down below, as it does look like Footballists are going to be peeling off of that one. They got Team Queso in their sightlines. Team Queso in the zone, but it does look like Konina Power trying to push on up, trying to toss some grenades into their little smoke dip that they got going on right now.
And Konina Power, they were struggling off the start right now, but man, are they crushing it. 14 kills they have already, and they are sitting right in the center of the circle. That's, yeah, make that 15 right now. They are set up pretty for game number 1.
Man, 15 kills, and it is just beginning. Footballists tossing some long grenades up in the air, and 2 members, or 1 member, Marco, is going to be bleeding on out for Team K. So they all have their little separate shacks, little separate wooden shacks. I mean, smokes are everywhere. I can't even see who is where, and Loves in on the outskirts of this, trying to make the push on up. And Not only that, the solo from Frag Machines trying to get involved as well, trying to get some points. I mean, they've been the solo for about 5 minutes now, and they're just like, okay, I'm gonna toss a grenade, try to see what I can do over there. But this is all-out mayhem. Solke, beautiful grenade. Marco knocked down once again, and yeah, now you see Solke trying to get the finishes, trying to get the cleanups. There goes two. Ayala is gonna be knocked down as well. There goes Mystic as well. Footballists are just collapsing on this right now. Axel trying to stand their ground, and there they go. Footballists, 8 kills.
Footballists just pushing their way through Team Queso right there. Great play from them. Konita Power, though, getting into it with Frag Machine. That's a big third-party opportunity for Footballists right here as they try to heal up and get ready for this next fight.
Yeah, oh, Slicky with the spoiler right there. Konina Powers. Ooh, they're going to be getting chunked down quite low. And Slicky right there on the edge. And, you know, maybe Footballists saw that in the kill feed. They might know who's down below this hill, but regardless, this 3v3 is going to be heated.
And you got some 3 aggressive teams right here. You got Konita Power, you got Loops, Footballist, all with 3 members up, and the solo from Slicky as well. I wonder where this next circle is going to go, and it's going to go in the favor of Konita Power. It looks like Slicky's going to be in it as well. Really interested to see how this fight turns out.
Slicky big chillin' right now. Big chill. I mean, if you're solo, you have just been blessed. But Konina Power spotting out that push, hearing the buggy on the side of Loops. They're going to be taking down 2 of them. And Footballists, they're trying to steal the kills.
Konita Power getting the knock, and then Slicky playing spoiler on the back, almost a part of their squad right now. And you see some, we'll hit it.
Close. So, yeah, Konita Powers, they got 2 up. Like you said, they got the zone. They just need to worry about Slicky. And talking about worrying, Gonzo, the snake from Konita Powers, is going to be spawning out 3 members of Footballists. There goes one trying to get the spray on the second one, but the turnaround. Oh, man, 16 kills so far for the squad of Konita Powers. And now they're making the push. They're trying to make that more, and they're taking down Footballists. 19 kills. I mean, they're on fire, unstoppable.
What a play from Konita Power right there to leave 1 member all the way to the edge of the circle, laying down completely right there just to play spoiler from behind. What a play right here. There's a big nade. It looks like it's going to be good. Will it hit? Oh,
little damage right there, Slicky. So I do believe Loops, they are aware of Slicky's position. And as I say that,
Slicky
I might be wrong. Yeah, Slicky's gonna be popping up real quick. Not only that, getting the knock, trying to get the thirst, not able to do so. But Konita Powers, they smell the blood right now. 19 kills so far. You got Becker bleeding on out. That could be 20. And if they can land the final kill onto Kowalski, that will be 21 kills, setting the record here so far for the West League. And here comes the pull-up. Kowalski with that 1v3.
And
That's it, baby. 21 kills. Konita Powers. This is a squad that a lot of people have been, talking to me about, have been DMing me about. Yesterday, we didn't see much from them. But today, game 1, this is what you like to see.
Are you kidding me right here? Konita Power putting up some insane kills. The most I think we've seen by far here in the West League, but even in past tournaments as well. What a performance coming from this CIS squad. I mean, what can you say about it? I mean, 21 kills. What a phenomenal performance.
Not that. I mean, we had, like 2 or 3 hard shifts. I mean, very awkward zone over there. We saw a lot of teams forced to leave Yesnaya. We saw a couple teams kind of going all the way up there to Stalber. So very awkward zones for sure. That's going to be game 1. So we're going to send it to a quick commercial break and then the desk.
I'm not gonna lie, that was not only a battleground in-game, we were having our own BR happening in our chat, watching that game, our 3 picks surviving into the top 4. But of course, who went out first? This guy.
Yours.
Come on. Dude. You can't be proud of that, Glitter. You're one guy, Slixy survived just by snaking the entire time. How are you proud of that? My boys were fighting.
What do you mean I can't be proud of that? He outlived some of the most aggressive teams we've seen so far, and they were all going against each other. And no one knew where he was. And in that whole debacle, he was putting out damage. He was getting knocks by himself. I am more than proud of that.
I'm counting myself
and to be fair,
second place here because I got third overall here.
Yeah, you did. You did it. Hey, points count, right? That's what we're basing it on. So congratulations, Jason. You beat Glitter. But guess what? My pick, Loops Esports, was able to go ahead and get second place. But let's go ahead and actually talk a little bit more about the winner. Konina Power getting 21 kills. I think that is huge. Even if it's just seeding, this is a team that yesterday, they had an amazing first match, but then they kind of fell off. So hopefully they can bring that momentum that they just got from this game and carry it on to the other games they're going to be playing, because it was amazing to watch. And I think at one point, let's see here, where's currently, Nova was actually between the top 8 as well. There was just so much action going on, and I know we had like our little banter while watching the match as well, trying to see which team was gonna go out first, the ones that picked. So just to remind you at home, if you're just watching right now, Jason picked Footballers, Glitter pick Wildcard, and your boy pick Loops. Can East even pick people like that? We're amazing at this.
Oh, I thought you were gonna like harass me about like going out first.
Nah,
I had something prepared for you on that one actually, if you did, call me out in particular. But yeah, I mean, Konina Power. Thing is, we can talk about them a little bit more. 21 kills put up. We talked about them as we had day one kickoff, that this is a big powerhouse team. Like, this is something that they should be afraid of. We didn't see it yesterday, but look at that. They showed up today, 3,500 total damage, 1,500 healing. But for me, Glitter, it's all about those 21 kills.
And I believe that's actually the highest amount of overall kills in a game that we have had so far in our opening weekend. So, I mean, we also see that they surpassed the amount of knockouts they got, which means they were also doing a really good job of paying attention to what was going on around them and being able to third party. But over 3,500 damage, that's also the most amount of, talk about a way to start the day off. Konina Power coming in huge for their squad.
And we can obviously talk for days about what happened. We had, was it Footballers up against Team Queso in the shack attack happening where they round the corner, are able to pull that off. And then we also had like third partying happening, was like Wild Card versus, was it Alpha? No, Alpha Legends came to third party. It was ridiculous stuff happening. I'm sure we're gonna see pretty much the entire do moments that could probably last the entire game that we just had played, to be honest, in terms of length.
Yeah, and to give credit to Konina Power, they had a rough start pretty much at the beginning of the match. I think they had a player knocked down by somebody from Queso, and then they went back and just challenged it and tried to revive that player, which ended up working out wonders for them. Tixi was that one player that almost went down, but he was able to surprise it. I think that's the second time that we actually get a chance to talk about him. So don't be surprised if we talk about more about Konina Power, and especially Tixi being able to go ahead and get the kills in clutch moments like they need to. And you need to have those players. You need to have those players that are actually able to perform, and one of them is going to be from Footballers. Footballers, we're going to be seeing in a little bit. They went into an amazing engagement with Team Queso, and right here, this push between Loops. Loops actually pushed on Pittsburgh Knights. They knocked 2 players with a grenade, and then Nova Esports came in third party from the other side, which works out wonderful Loops because they just went in and destroyed the players from Nova as well. You'll be able to see that in a little bit in a breakdown. What do you think? What was your favorite moment out of all this, Glitter?
I think that what we watched there at the end was probably like the final maybe 7 minutes of this game was my favorite part of the entire thing, because you just watched push after push. Like, once the squads realized that it was like that there weren't a whole lot of there wasn't a lot of hard cover left, and it was not too many full squads I think at that point, because like we saw, there pretty frequently Loops kept having at least one person knocked. Obviously Wildcard was down to 1. Like, people were just rushing each other like crazy. This is actually the push that Jason had just touched on a little bit here too, where Footballers pushes in on Queso. There was a solo player. I can't remember who it was. Do you remember who it was? I think it was Solke from Footballers. There was also, I think there was also a solo from, Frag Machines throwing in grenades at them while at Queso, while Footballers was trying to push on Queso. And as soon as some additional damage went down, Footballers had an incredibly good grenade. They took the opportunity, knew that there was third party going down, and they just pushed in so hard on Team Queso and absolutely wiped them off the map.
My heart
that play right there by
why do I have to watch it twice? Why do I have to see him take my boys out?
And to be fair, Slicky, even though he was snaking, he did try to get some extra points, not just in placement, but also in kills, being able to knock a player down. And I felt like that was just such a huge spoiler play from Slicky, because he was able to knock somebody down from Loops. Loops was not able to go ahead and pick up that player, and then they had a 3v1, I think it was towards the end, against Konina Power. And Konina Power, to give a chance there to Gonzo from that player, he was snaking, he was able to go ahead and knock down somebody, and he was also able to inflict damage to another player from Footballers, which would give him a chance to go ahead and push Footballers and just kind of knock him out earlier.
Look at this total damage done.
Oh my god.
21 kills, and dear Lord, they showed up to play, they showed up to make a statement, and they done it in the first match of the day. 3,500 damage. You can see Loops only on 1,300. Wildcard only at 895. My boys on 1,600. Second damage, just gonna say, I think I deserve second overall. But this is ridiculous. Alpha Legends as well. We gotta talk about them a little bit. They definitely showed up yesterday with some like really consistent rankings towards the end. They were doing the damage, only getting 5 kills, however. But they definitely, again, showed up. And just to remind you guys, once again, this is just seeding play. This doesn't come into the Super Week just yet. This isn't league play. That'll be kicking off later on in the week, coming up in next week. But we saw a lot of teams show up that we haven't seen before, but still that consistency out of Loops, out of Wildcard, get it in there. And that's just really cool to see. The consistency for me is really key. Let's take a look though at our top players. And I'm not surprised to see 3 Konina Power people here.
Especially with Tixie. Wow.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I'm just so excited about Tixie. I've been waiting for these numbers to pop up because I wanted to see what he did individually. And if you think about that, they had 3,500 damage and he did 1,600 of it alone. 9 of those 21 kills. So he was easily the standout player for me on that team for this map.
This man almost got more damage. Actually, he did get more damage than Luz by himself, and almost got more damage than Footballers by himself as well. So no surprise there to see him at the top of that leaderboard. And I think Konina Power is one of those teams that we mentioned at the beginning. I wanted to see how they came out today, especially on the first game when we were talking about that, because they are the #1 team from Europe. So I'm pretty sure they're gonna go ahead and start establish that. And to give credit to also Loops, something that really impresses me about Loops is that they always find themselves in situations where they're pretty much behind the wall and everybody's just pushing at them, and they're able to recover. A lot of times they have players down and they found a way to go ahead and pick them up and even rush other teams. So it was impressive to see that finale right there.
Let's take a look though. I'm really interested to see how Konina Power are going to rise up in the overall rankings. I think that's the most important part, right? Get themselves high up set in the seedings, and look at that, 3rd place.
Wow.
They almost caught up to Temple Storm, who was the kill leader. This is ridiculous, Glitter.
Honestly, and this just goes to show how much one single solitary game can change for an individual team. You know, you might have a few bad games here and there, but if you can have a game like this, Konina Power is illustrating just how much it bumps you up in the rankings. And then another team that's actually really cool to see on this first page here is that Team Unique is the only squad on this entire first page that's only played 4 matches, but still manages to keep themselves in the top 8 overall.
And I like to see as well Team Unique like really showing up. I mean, not even in this game, in this first match of the day, but the fact is they're the only team with 4 matches still going to be there as we now drop into the second page.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing them play here in a little bit. And something I wanted to go ahead and mention as we're seeing here 11 through 20, and something that I want the viewers to go ahead and kind of point out to you, the viewers, is that Konina Power was in 13th place starting the day. So that is a 10 place jump right there in one match. Keep in mind, some of the teams aren't playing yet. They will be playing here in the upcoming matches, but that is just huge. That just puts into perspective what one great match can actually go ahead and do for a team. And hopefully we can go ahead and see some of that from other teams. I want to see maybe teams that are towards the bottom, Team Umbra, Headquarters, Jala, go ahead and just kind of push that action and get in a groove, because if you're able to just even get a match like that, you can carry that momentum over.
And what's so important about what you just mentioned, Seven, is that when we get into league play, that's maybe the difference of you getting like, you know, was it 17th place or 16th place, right? To maybe get yourself into the top 16 so you can participate in the Super Week. But I want to see what you're going to have to break down for us, Seven, because honestly, there were so many clips, so many things. What do you got for us first?
Don't worry, I got you. Now we're gonna go ahead and start here with the play. The play that kind of surprised me a lot. And keep in mind, just before we even press play here, I want to let you know Nova and Loops Esports had just destroyed Pittsburgh Knights, and this was just such a great push by the Loops player. They spotted them, they knew Nova was there, and they also knew that Nova was hurting from just fighting Pittsburgh Knights. So what do? They go ahead and throw Molotovs. Easy, I believe, at one point ended up actually walking on that Molotov, and they just start spraying everything. They try to test it out. They try to see where he's gonna be at, and as soon as Carrillo actually spots or is able to hear that Easy moves, he just moves in for that kill. He moves in for that final shot. Easy being able to be aware, you know what, he moves into a room, and this just goes to show the teamwork from Loops Esports. Carrillo having to reload, and guess what? The other player from Loops Esports is going to be there, and he's going to be able to back him up, and overall, they were able to just go ahead and win that. Now, another engagement that I want to go ahead and show is going to be that Tempo Storm push. Tempo Storm pushing onto 2 players from 69, and this was also another great play by them, being able to knock a player right away. And something I quite enjoy out of this is how split the Tempo players are with HH24 and Spec. And Spec still sticks to his angle, and HH24 also sticks to his angle. At one point, he's even gonna just try to rotate from here to here, and you're gonna see that rotation. But luckily for him, Spec just had a view on the 69 player. He was waiting for him to go ahead and push out and waiting for him to just give him a visual so he can actually knock him. Overall, great tactical plays here by Tempo Storm. I love seeing this kind of stuff, and I also love the movement from Tempo, just being able to move into the house, being able to get the finishes. Great tactical play by them from Tempo Storm and Loops as well.
And that's something you mentioned quite a bit. You both mentioned quite a bit when we talk about like Dream Eaters in the last game up against Wildcard, how they were so important by spreading out, not sticking together. But speaking of the game, speaking of the matches, let's take a look at the schedule. Let's find out which group will be sitting out as we head over to Vikendi. Group C will not be participating in this one. And Glitter, who's all in Group C right now?
So it looks like we will not be seeing Yala Esports, Frag Machines, Nova Esports, and Pittsburgh Knights.
Okay, so some tough times for those teams. Maybe get a nice little break here. But going on to Vikendi, well, the last time we saw this, we had Loops Esports take the map, take home that chicken dinner 7. I almost want to get in predictions, not just yet. But do you think that's something they can do again? Because we still have yet to see a team take 2 chicken dinners so far.
Oh, they can definitely do it. They're one team that at one point, I believe when they were in PMPL Americas, they won almost 3 games in a row. So I'm sure that they're able to do it. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it here in Vikendi. Maybe in the next ones in Miramar and the other maps. I think yesterday in Vikendi, they just ended up getting blessed with the circle. So I want to see how they're going to go ahead and adjust. And the good thing about Loops is that when they do end up getting blessed with the circle, they take full advantage. And that's why they were able to just win this game here. I think another team that I'm going to be watching to see how they do is actually going to be the previous winners of Erangel, Konina Power. Konina Power yesterday started off really hot with high placing, and then after that they just kind of fell off. So I want to see if maybe they can just bring that momentum from Erangel, from them amazing match that we just saw. What do you think, Glitter? Do you think they're maybe going to be able to bring that back?
I mean, I'd like to think that they can keep that momentum going, but we did have a ton of teams that started off the day very aggressive. We saw those pushes coming out of Footballists, coming out of Alpha Legends. You know, Queso held a spot for a very long time, so it's possible that those teams also do well. And then we also have the entire new group that's coming in, starting off fresh. So maybe they're gonna cause things to be shaken up a little bit. You know, who knows?
Thing is, I love to see teams be dominant, but I also love to see so many other teams having a chance to win their own chicken dinners. I like to see it also not be so, you know, one-sided, heavily favored. But you know what? While you guys are watching this at home, not only do the players here have a chance to win money, or they do win money every time, you have a chance to win a permanent set. Once we have the YouTube channel hit 2 million subscribers, as long as you're subbed, you have a chance to win this lovely, what was it, 7, you coined it?
I called it the Jason Kaplan suit. Just so
I like it.
Nose.
I like it. I still wish we could see like some interactive skin where the nose just grows with the more kills you get. But maybe that would just, you know, give away your positions quite a bit. But anyways, let's get into prediction time. Glitter, I'm going to start with you. Ladies first, who do you think's taking home this chicken dinner?
I'm either leaning towards Team Unique. They didn't play last round, but they have been playing very, very strong. They're going to come in here fresh compared to some of these teams. They might be able to shake some things up. Or Footballist. Taking your pick from last time.
You gotta pick one.
All right, you know, I'm going to go with Unique then. We'll see how they do with the coming in first game.
All right. Jason, you go.
Oh, I have to go. Well, luckily for me, I'm the host, so you actually have to pick first. Oh, okay. Well, on that case,
man.
I'm gonna go Cloud9. I'm going to go with my boys here. 7 real quick. What's your prediction?
9.
Real fast.
Alpha.
All right, we'll see you two later on. We'll obviously go gloat about how I'm probably going to lose the prediction game yet again. We'll catch up with you guys after this next match. Let's bring in our commentators one more time. Well, actually, quite a few more times today. We got Mustache Dave. We got Hot Jukes. Dave, my man. What a crazy first game. So much action happening nonstop across the map, especially when we got towards the very end. How have you had a chance to breathe yet? Have you had a long enough break?
Yeah. And you know what? Konina Powers, oh my goodness, dominating. And if that's anything to look forward to today, I'm excited.
Well, as we do send you guys in towards game, I'm going to say this one last thing here for Hot Jukes. I want to hear a proper prediction. No more the viewers are going to win. I want to hear a proper prediction. Let's get into this.
Man, after that one, I got to go with Konina Power after their performance we just saw. I mean, that is absolutely insane. I wish I wonder how many nades were used total, but let's get into it. Let's get into game number 1. I'm excited. Let's go.
All right, take it away, boys.
Let's go. So, yes, we are going to be dropping in Vikendi over here. And pretty decent playing path will be on the southern part of the map. So it's going to be interesting to see how teams react, you know, if their drop spots are all the way up there to the north, like Cosmodrome, Port, or Coal Mine.
Oh yeah, and you can just definitely see all these squads taking off real early, like B4. Good old Unico. As you see, Footballist. I want to see where they are looking to go to. Are they looking to head towards Goroka? Look at the first circle. A good solid north, halfway in the water. Vikendi. You know, I mean, just leading up to expectations. This is what I'm talking about right here.
This is exactly what I want to see every single Vikendi. I personally love it when there's about 55% of Circle 1 in the water. I mean,
oh my goodness.
It gets me going, man. It gets me going. Let's be real. So, talking about teams getting going, I mean, you and I, we are on the Konina Power hype train over here, and they got wildcard near them right now.
Oh, yeah, they do. And, man, dude, this squad was just absolutely crushing it right here. And looks like they dropped at Volnova, which is a really insane drop location. There's just tons of just, you know, different angles that you can hold, roof play as well. So really interested to see how that works out. But, man, you know, this first circle, I guarantee you, it's awesome to watch as a viewer. But I guarantee you these players right now are screaming internally right here because this is not an easy circle for sure.
Yeah, talking about someone screaming, I mean, we see in the kill feed, it looks like Alpha Legends. They have a little 2-2 split going on right now with their drop locations. And Axel from Team Queso on the roof right now, currently hunted down the last 2 remaining members or 1 member of Alpha Legends. As I say, that old man's going to be in the bathroom right now. You got Team Queso right out your doorstep. And, oh, this is not looking good for them.
Love the teamwork right there. Axel was all stuck on his own, but he called up his buddies. He said, come over here. I got 2 members from Alpha Legends. So that's all up to Faker and Old Man to kind of hold it down for their squad. But, man, not going to be easy with a whole team of Team Queso running after him.
Saw that? I believe Team Queso, they sent that snowmobile bike into the doorway to kind of make it even more difficult to escape. So talking about making some plays. Now, I just saw Spider-Man. Was that Spider-Man over there just jumping onto that second story? Old Man trying to keep them down, trying to keep them at bay. Faker trying to provide that support is going to be connected on. Old Man just spraying out there where they thought Spider-Man, a.k.a. Axel, was, but Axel already gone just like that. And wow, Alpha Legends, I think they got 1 more player up over there. I mean, talk about having a difficult game too.
Tough. I mean, this is one of the most dominating squads that we've seen coming into this, at least from the Middle East right here. But, man, they got taken out really quick. Team Queso taking them out with style right there. I saw some jumping, some roof play, some parkour, some jumping 180s as well. Crazy play to start off match number 2.
Parkour. That's
parkour. Correct.
Oh, that's it, man. That's it. I mean, they got that solo. They're just going to be living that solo dolo dream. And talking about players living that solo dolo dream, Dame from KHK currently pinned down, but we do see the squad mates on the minimap in the top right-hand corner. They are starting to make that push, but will they get here in time? So it does look like a molly will be tossed onto the stairs. This should buy them some time. Hopefully, their squad mates can make it here very soon.
This looks like a repeat of the fight we just saw right here as Luke's called in for reinforcements. Trying to hold that down the best they can, but Dadden just a little bit too quick on the button, and the squad, oh, they did catch him right there.
Yep.
So it's just Federal, really low, 1 HP. This nade can do it. Oh, the third party.
One grenade can get tossed up into there, and that could be it for those 2 players. But here comes the other 2 from Loops.
Oh my goodness.
We are on fire. Oh, the
he
pressure. The pressure. Not able to get that perfectly cooked grenade on into that window. Gonna be taking themselves down. Oped gonna be going for a little spray over there. You gotta assume, like, this revive already happened up there on that second story. So what will you do? It is time to make up your mind, and Oped gonna have to be forced to defend their ground. And wow, Loops. I mean, I thought for a second they were at the disadvantage. Yep, Kowalski right there with the G36, like, nah, not today, KHK, not today.
Loops, man. Loops is so aggressive and having such great teamwork right there. Having those call-outs. You have one member, Kowalski, from a crazy off angle, just laying down the punishment right there. And just like that, KHK out in last place. Man, you got to give it up to this Loops squad. They're able to make some crazy plays no matter what the position.
Yeah, you love to see it. Beautiful. Beautiful. I mean, they're coming into these games just making art, you know? They're making art. Everybody else is gaming, but Loops, they're making art.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, you saw it. And speaking of art, though, I got to give it to Team Queso as well with those crazy jump plays. But yeah, look at this. KHK with the Bison, 6x, trying to make a play, trying to save his teammates. But Loops, man, just too strong, working as a unit. Just taking them down piece by piece. And just like that, KHDK down now.
I do appreciate it, though, because KHK, they could have definitely have just let that squad mate kind of die by themselves, you know, but instead they wanted to provide that support. And, you know, looking at last game, Footballers, they were extremely aggressive. They were doing really well. They were getting a bunch of kills, and we already see them up here on the high ground. And look who's near them once again, Slicky. I mean, Slicky loves finding themselves in the middle of the action. We'll be driving right on through this gunfight and taking down themselves. You gotta assume maybe that radio was just a little too loud right there, and you might not have heard all these gunshots being fired above your head.
Man, I'm telling you, Lutz from football is this guy just doesn't seem to miss. You saw earlier, he had an opportunity to get the knock, instant thirst. That just goes to show you when people are saying like, oh, why are these teams camping, blah, blah, blah. If you were out in the open in the wrong spot for just a quarter of a second, you are knocked and thirsted just like that. And now here comes Footballist on the entry.
Still okay with the Uzi. Will be connected on by Polka. Polka's gonna be jumping on out, vaulting on out, trying to regroup with their squad mates who are currently in the opposite compound, tossing some grenades. It is now or never, but they are being pinned down themselves, and it does look like the revive on the second story is coming on out. Loves in, providing the support, making sure Polkas cannot make the push.
Yeah, he is stuck all on his lonesome right now, and they allowed that reset. Not sure exactly what happened with that Molotov right there. But yeah, it was a 3v3 with that knock, but now that they've been able to get that pickup, Uter is at a big disadvantage right here. So, oh, wow, that was almost an insane nade right there from Soul K. And it does catch him! Goodness gracious.
You got Ulysses on the roof. I mean, yes, you're overlooking this fight, but you are so vulnerable to being third-party. So, Ulysses with the Uzi needs to connect these shots. Will be connecting onto one of them, trying to play that overwatch position on their squad mate who is currently bleeding on out. Standard looking to get the revive, but I don't think Footballists are going to be as kind and allow that one to reset. And yeah, this is what I was talking about, that third party. Vindex from downtown with the M4 able to spot them out, take them out, and now it looks like there's just one more player up for UDR Killers, and here comes the insta push from Footballists, and getting clapped just like that.
Yeah, you know, just a really unfortunate situation for Uter Killers right there. They were all nice and stuck out, and you called it. You know, being up on top of that roof, you are going to have some great angles onto this Footballist team, but it leaves you wide open for that third party. And Team Umbra from across the map right there, just getting that knock thirst, and yeah, not really much you can do right there in that kind of situation.
Wide open. you also have to take into consideration, like, remember Circle 1? It's 55% water. So you have to assume, like, there's going to be teams on top of teams on top of teams. Like, you don't have as much real estate to deal with that you normally would have to deal with on a Circle 1 here in Vikendi. So maybe just misreading the situation. And talking about teams, you know, trying to read the situation. Now you got a lot of squads kind of taking shots back and forth at one another.
Oh yeah, uses CC Spec with that SLR right there, just trying to get some pop shots, you know, put some take down some armor right there. This is always tough. When you said it earlier, when you have a first circle that's halfway in the water, it's basically turns it into like zone number 3, zone 4. Just due to the fact that there's so little real estate left. You know, nobody really wants to be out in the water hanging out. That just makes it that much more difficult if you're looking to play. But let's see where this next zone goes. Will it still have some in the water? yeah, it sure does, you know. But this is only zone number 2 right here, as all these teams are forced into have to play right next to each other. What a tough break for all these squads.
Sometimes I would just love to hear the team comps and, you know, when you see a circle like that pop. I mean, of course, if you are headquarters, if you are unique, you're good to go. You don't have anybody near you. But on the other side, on the west side, you got Cloud9, you got Dream Eaters, you got SWAT 69. I mean, all these teams are piled on top of one another right now. Not a lot of real estate to work with. So Umbra, we saw them earlier on. They were able to get 1 kill on the board over here. And looks like one of their squad mates might have peeked the window and got their head taken off.
Yeah, here comes Cloud9, though, on to Footballist. Man, Footballist have been having to fight their way right off the start here. They already got 5 kills for the day, but now they got to deal with Cloud9.
The thing is, Footballist, this is what they live for. This is what they love right now. So, okay, with that G36, Beowulf chunked down to about 1% HP. Gonna be popping up those stairs, trying to heal on up right now. Pyra right behind him, saying safe res, and yeah, you got one member for Cloud9 up there in the mountains, kind of playing Overwatch right there. Going to be popping their vehicles. They need to make the push. Adar crashing on in for that support. We'll be making this a 3v3. So okay with that G36, going to be just free firing right there, connecting onto Bale with the Uzi. Adar chunked down really low as well, but just going to be connecting those shots, and here comes that Molly.
Yeah, Team Umbra, though, also playing third party, gets a knock onto one of the members from Footballist. That's going to allow Cloud9 to be able to get this reset off right here. Unevens already down. Pyra trying to get some big nades right here, but this is a really tough fight between these two major squads.
Yeah, and like you said, they both really lucked out to be able to get that reset, but Ram on the outskirts, on the outside, looking on into that window, just firing the Uzi. Now it's up to Bale. What can Bale do? Going to be aiming inside, trying to connect on the Ram, and that's it. That is it. Footballist. Once again.
Are you kidding me? This squad has just been having to fight their way through thick and thin right there, taking out the major monster team that is Cloud9, holding it down right there, man. This just goes to show you that these are some of the best teams from all over the world. You can't just push up on any squad and think it's going to be an easy situation right there, man. Football is holding it down.
I'm telling you, Footballists, they probably have a flag, and they're just driving around the place, honking the horns, and just, you know, making sure everybody knows it's them. Hey, you want to come get a piece, you know, of the boss in the lobby. And I mean, they're a magnet. You know, it's crazy to see them in so many engagements. And you know, talking about teams trying to fight it on out right now. SWAT 69 gonna be tossing a couple mollies right there on top of Loops, and Kowalski going for that wraparound, using the terrain to their advantage, and not by themselves. They got a little 2-2. They got 2 down there on the bottom of the ridge. They got 2 up here in the actual compounds, in the fight, in the fray right now. And I believe, yep, just one more member up and alive for SWAT 69. And what? Through the window. Oh, Federal trying to go on into that door. The snake. You got to watch out for those.
That's right. Dream Eaters have come from another area to third party this fight right here, and they take out SWAT 69, and they're coming for Loops right now. This is a team that they definitely want to take out early.
They see Loops. They see Loops hurting. They see Loops' name in the kill feed. They are making the pull-up.
That's it.
It's so aggressive, and that right there, textbook how you should third party a fight. You love to see it.
Man, this is what I'm talking about right here. No matter how good you are in this situation, when you're fighting against 2 top teams, it is really, really difficult. So no matter if you're one of the best squads on the planet, if you got a squad that you're in a team fight of, you always have to be aware of that third party, because no matter what, man, there's not a lot you could do when you're facing against 8 players in that kind of situation. But moving over to an old Team Unique, Team Queso, getting into it again. This is an action-packed Vikendi right here.
Yeah, everybody's using the 9mm. Everybody's got it. Everybody's got those clips locked and loaded right now. Unique, this is about their 3rd molly, gonna be tossing on up into that 2nd story. Mystic from Team Queso, able to continue to heal on up and fight to tell the tale. And you got there on the outskirts, Unique kind of just surrounding the compounds right now as Mystic and Axel in that 1st story, in the smokes, trying to come up with some type of game plan.
Speaking of 9mm, you hear them Uzis, MP5Ks just going all over the place. Mollies, grenades, trying to go out to try to open up this fight. But you can just see the hip fire, crazy movement from both of these teams right now, trying to get a knock, trying to find something right now onto one of these squads.
Trying to find anything, and Axel with that molly attempting to find Unique here on the outskirts. But yeah, I mean, Unique, they definitely have Team Queso pinned down. My thing is, Team Queso, they got this 2-2 going on right now. You know, when's Marco and Ayala going to come and support the fight? You know, come help, guys, come help.
And I wonder when they are, and it looks like they're thinking about it, but you do have another member of Team Unique on top of the hill, kind of guarding it, as,
Zima from Spec. Oh, and you thought you got the win right there, but then you're going to be spotted in 3rd party yourself over there. So hopefully Spec can get revived by Tensa, you know, tossed out of smoke. Same thing for the Dream Eaters down here. But that's going to give some much needed information on who's up there on the high ground.
Man, it looks like the book that you're writing for Sanhok, it seems to be really similar with Vikendi right now. Chapter 1. Third parties, you know, because that's what we've been seeing right here, non-stop from this game, start to finish right now. Dino Tempo getting on to Dream Eaters, and then Headquarters just instantly shutting it down. We move back over to this fight between both Team Queso and Team Unique as they're just trying to draw this out. This is a tough one because they're still early. It's only 3rd circle right now. So,
oh my goodness.
You know, like why? Yeah, like why do they really want to press this action? It looks like they're both trying to chill, but they're getting antsy as they're throwing nades, and one big knock started off this fight.
I mean, you got Frozen on your roof. Like, how they even managed to get on the roof above Team Queso right there. But like you said, that off angle, that Unique, they were trying to utilize. Marco's trying to take out Frozen with a grenade on the roof. Frozen going to be trying to get the drop shot with the Uzi, the pre-fire onto Marco, but Marco spotting them out. I mean, the fancy footwork right now from Unique, just not able to be successful. Now there's just the solo. Unfortunate for Unique. That's crazy right there. That is crazy. Oh, there's one. Can you get 2?
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
So close right there. They didn't know where he was. They thought he was behind the wall, but hanging out behind that tree, still a little too close for comfort right there. But yeah, we saw some parkour action coming out from one of the members from Team Unique. Just, man, just got to put a little bit more practice into it.
That's the truth. Is that what you do in your games, man? You're all jumping
man,
around.
Dude, full send, dude. Full send backflips, you know, 180, you know, flick headshots all day long, baby. The clips are too strong.
So Frozen, you know, might have missed that backflip. I think if the backflip was there, they might have been able to dodge those initial bullets from Marco. So, hey, you live and you learn. You live and you learn.
Hey, we all got to start somewhere, right? All got to start somewhere, you know, and to start off in the PMWL West, you know, league is definitely a great place to start. I'm just kidding, guys. These are some of the best players on the planet right here. I mean, it's always tough when you're trying to make a play in those kind of situations. You're just trying to do anything you can. Man, these guys are all so great at running and gunning, but football, take it out. Team Umbra. Wow.
But to kind of go back to your point there, all right, these are the best teams in the West. There is no doubt about it. But I personally believe we're seeing this, you know, fancy footwork, you know, unorthodox kind of plays because, remember, it's opening weekend. Today and yesterday, it's all about seeding. You know, like, there's not a lot of, like, money. There is no money on the line. It's all about, you know, just getting that respect and getting seeded after today. So, I mean, you could definitely afford to do some crazy parkour plays and try to get those clips.
Yeah, you know, make some plays and just kind of build your confidence, I think, is in your overall gun skill and how you're able to play as a squad. Like we saw earlier, Konita Power with 21 kills. That's got to be a huge for their entire mental fortitude. And, you know, as well, we saw Footballists, you know, they were holding it down for quite a while. against so many major teams. It did end up dying out right there, but regardless, they're putting in work right now. But look.
Yep. Rip play zone right here. Play zone's going to be chunking down wild card just a little bit. And on that wild card, they're going to be getting gate kept. And can they make it in? Okay, they got 2 up still. They're going to be right there on the edge. But they have one heck of a journey to make it on across that bridge. And fortunate for them, headquarters, they're going to be focusing on this zone. And you mentioned Konina Powers. Here they are in Cosmodrome looking to square off against Team Umbra.
Oh yeah, they're trying to get into it really quick right here. Football is taken out in with 9 kills on their bodies right there. That's not bad by any means. Konina Powers only holding 2 so far, but man, after that last game, you know that they're definitely pumped up and looking to get some more kills here for the rest of this match.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much more pumping you could do. I mean, 21 kills. That's insane. That is insane.
Oh yeah,
so
that's true.
Looking on over here. 7 teams. We got 7 teams remaining. 22 alive altogether. Things are starting to look a little normal, at least when it comes to the circles. You know, water no longer in play. So we'll see what these teams can do with this. Right now, we got Konina Powers on the west side of the new zone.
Let's try to get some pop shots, hopefully trying to get that knock, but unfortunately there's that stairs there, just giving that little extra cover, unable to do it. But now we were talking about earlier, how you kind of mentioned how you wish to hear team comms.
Yeah.
You know, when it comes to these kind of circle shifts and things like that. And I'll tell you what, as somebody who's been a player in the past, if that is something that they do plan on doing, after seeing a zone number 1 that we saw here in Vikendi, you got to have that bleep button ready. You know, that's for sure. You know, they got to have that bleep button at the ready, because that was the tough zone right here, and all these squads are just struggling to get into this one as we see another hard shift as it goes north, and Team Queso right now they are screaming words of joy, but the rest of these squads, you know, Alpha Legends, B4, Umbra, Konina Power are gonna have a tough time getting into this circle.
I gotta say, I noticed yesterday and today, Team Queso, when it comes to late game circles, they're always in it. They are always in it. So they got the codes, man. They got the codes. So if I'm any of these teams, you know, doing some VOD review, I'm gonna check out, you know, what's the sauce? You know, what does Team Queso got besides that nice, you know, steamy cheese over here? But talking about cheese, you got one of the members from headquarters trying to toss some cheese on top of Team Umbra.
They're trying to get that cheddar. You know, they're trying to get that cheddar, so that's why they're focusing so hard on getting the zone. But yeah, going on to this fight, you can see headquarters in a really tough position. There's no cover here. Just nothing but smokes and vehicles is Gonzo with that SKS 8X, just trying to find that one little pixel to knock out good old E7.
And there's one. I mean, that little area in particular is just a pit of death. It's a pit of death. So yeah, you might be able to get a little bit of cover, but it's so easy from anybody that is above you to just look right down sightlines for days. So Team Queso, they got 6 kills so far. They're looking pretty good. They're in the zone. They're gonna be trying to third party this. And hey, talked about the pit of death. Looks like Konina Powers trying to get some action themselves. Huge grenade going to open on up against the headquarters over here, and headquarters just down to 1 more member. Going to get a nice initial shot, but the wrap around, there's 2. Actually 2v1. Connecting onto 2 right there. Can they get the third? Close, but no cigar, and you know, that's gonna be headquarters.
Headquarters down and out right there. Konina Power just, you know, with those 4-man up, hitting some big shots. They're going to try to get this pickup really quick as this zone is starting to close. Now, they're on the short side of it, so they'll have a little bit more time than some of the rest of these teams, and they're not too far away, so I think they're in a pretty decent spot going into this next circle. But Team Queso, man, they're dead center.
They're dead center. They're dead center. And not only that, there's 2 care packages on top of them. So, yeah, hey, have fun with that, Team Queso. Have fun with that level 3 gear. I'm interested to see Team Umbra. I don't believe we had the opportunity to kind of see them play in the late game yet. So I'm curious, how are they going to play this one out? They got Konina Powers right in front of them. So I want to see what they got. I want to see what they got.
And Konina Power is going to have a lot of momentum, especially coming after that last game. Oh, but this Team Umbra from Germany, they did happen to get this next circle right here, as it is hard shifted south. Huge break right here for Team Umbra and Konina Power.
Yeah, they're saying Guten Tag, they're saying Guten Nam, and they're having a good time. So they should be able to kind of share that southern edge of the circle. But, you know, with Konina Powers pretty much gatekeeping you, I don't know how you're going to make it on out here. Konina, I mean, they've been doing so well. They're going to be getting a little aggressive. Okay, there's one. You're going to take down one of them. And Konina Powers, they're gaming right now. They're just having a good time.
That's how you do it right there. If you're looking at how to worry about it, you just stay quiet and you hope that nobody sees you. And that's exactly what Team Umbra did. Konina Power thought it was clear, tried to make the rotation, and then boom, like a snake ready to strike. Team Umbra able to get a quick finish on one of the members of Konina Power.
B4's position, though. I mean, did you see that just a second ago? They're up there on the hill. They're pretty much overlooking both Umbra and Konina Powers. And, you know, fortunate for Umbra, they have this nice little corner of the wall that's actually going to be blocking the sightlines. But, yeah, look at this. They're overlooking the entirety right now of these two squads.
The high ground, they have it. It worked for Obi-Wan Kenobi. Will it work here for B4 Esports as they have a great position going into this next fight? It's Konina Power, they're pinned down. They cannot get onto that flat land because they're going to be in a whole world of hurt. But Team Queso, they're off to the side right here. Could play spoiler onto B4.
Because I got to tell you something.
Talk to me.
I'm your father, man.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, Pedro looking to make the push up. So, yeah, they're actually going to be giving up that high ground position that we made mention of. I do believe because Levi might have done some really good scouting and saying, hey, there's a team over here as well, so we might not want to expose ourselves too much because they don't have a lot of cover. Yes, they had the high ground, but not a lot of cover to deal with. So they're going to be repositioning. They're going to be tossing some grenades on over that chain link fence.
Oh, yeah, trying to catch an angle right here. You see some mollies going out as well. Team Umbra, they're stuck in this corner right here. So all it takes is one good low-toss molly, and they're caught out. But Konina Power just trying to snake their way in. They have no cover right here. They're completely stuck.
Yeah, they have a dossier. They have a dossier.
Oh, they do have a dossier. That's correct.
Yeah. So they had that, so they might play this one like really late. Like once when the blue zone starts to push, they might be able to kind of get on out of there, but everybody knows where they are. But
I guess what? They got the dossier, but they do not have the zone. The zone just shard shifted completely away to them onto Team Queso. So they are completely stuck. They're going to have to hit some major shots if they want to survive this.
Oh, they're hitting shots on Umbra, though. They're hitting shots on Umbra, chunking down both Pro Lord and Vindex right now. Umbra, they have such an interesting position. They're all kind of split off. They're all kind of holding these corners and, you know, just lean peeking when available to do so. And Rob's going to be the first one to run across the open terrain. They're going to be spotted, and here comes the revive onto Gonzo. Gonzo forced to peel off that revive, was taking some shots in the process.
My goodness.
Dacia smoking. Gonzo trying to get in the Dacia, but not able to turn the keys in the ignition quick enough. We got 3 squads remaining.
You have the best team in the planet in that position, and there ain't no way they're making out of there alive, man. That is a tough position for Konina Power, but still, regardless, able to get a 4th place position is a really, really good spot for them. But right now, it's all looks like to be B4 and Team Queso as they have a great position going into this next zone.
Oh, man, Team Umbra. I think what they did there, if I'm not mistaken, they passed off some meds to Pro Lord, and that's really good to kind of start practicing the med-off battles here with on Vikendi. I mean, we've seen teams be able to get so many good placement points just by being able to perfect the healing strategy.
This is basically the best base case scenario. That's really all you can do. You know, the second you try to run out in that open, you're going to get taken out instantly. So might as well use those heals. Just try and heal up the best you possibly can and maybe possibly secure 2nd place. We'll see right now if he has enough med kits, though, to get it done.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what I saw here? I saw Mystic, I think, with the Bob Barker. The Bob Barker, son.
The MK14, ladies and gentlemen, one of the strongest weapons up close. It is a sniper, an automatic sniper rifle. Only holds 20 rounds, but man, we call it the Bob Barker because that thing barks. It screams loud, and it gets it done right here. So really interested to see how that's going to turn out. Pro Lord still healing up right now. He's still got the med kits available. Just spamming that first aid. Oh, I think that's it, though. Yeah, he's just going to try to bandage, but he's going to get knocked out, and that's it. 3rd place, Team Umbra.
F's in the chat. Pro Lord doing everything they could do right there. So now we have a 4v3. Team Queso They got 3. They got Axel down there on the road. They got Mystic with the automatic MK14. Max
there it is!
Be the entry-level fragger. Mystic gonna be swapping on over to the G3, just spraying. Axel as well, spraying that Uzi. Remember, Team Queso, they only had 3. This was a 3v4. Now it's a 3v1. Mixera going for the spray themselves. The exchange and
B4!
Queso, second place.
Oh my goodness! B4 Mixera coming out from the blue zone right there, able to finish it out. I'm not sure if they both realized that was the last circle right there. So they didn't pass off any heals to do a heal off at all. They just full sent it in, waited for that last third person to die, and just, man, saw who was going to take it. And B4 Mixera able to get it done. What a play.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought Team Queso had it right there. They're getting their knocks before B4. Mixera, though, I mean, this is a strong player. We got to witness their abilities in the PMPL Americas and coming out on top right there, getting the chicken dinner. Oh man, that must feel so good.
Patience, right? It shows you that patience pays off right there. Mixera just held back, waited for this opportunity, came in, was able to get it done. But what a game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and take it to a quick, short commercial break, and you're going to go ahead and move on to the desk right after that.
Welcome back, everyone, to the expert desk and me. I think Seven wanted me to say that before we came back on air because I'm completely not the expert. Even towards the end, when I already messed up off the bat, I still messed up the final one. When it was 2 teams, 50-50 chance, Jason, B4 Queso. I say Queso, and yet somehow I still lose it out. Glitter, I'm not worthy. You were right. But let's take a look, though, at the overall standings from that last map. And you can still see Queso technically edging out in first. However, that chicken dinner going over to B4, Glitter.
Yeah, and see, that's just going to really illustrate just how important those kill points are. You see Queso coming through with 14 kills, and then they're able to edge out points-wise above B4 by just 3 points.
I'm gonna look down, and I'm seeing none of the teams that we picked are into the top 8, so I'm not the only one being terrible, but I do want to talk about Team Umbra. You see, getting number 5. They were 20th overall going into this game. A big victory for them, but 7, we're seeing it. Alpha Legends, that was your choice. Team Unique Glitter, that was yours. We're not going to talk about my Cloud9 because technically I'm not in last.
Listen, we're not going based on kills, we're going based on placement, all right? So to remind the viewers here, the picks where Jason picked Cloud9, that ended up in 14th place. Then we had Glitter picking, what was it, Team Unique, they ended up in 11th place. And my one player, Riemann from Alpha Legends, he stayed alive the whole time. He got that team some placing points and got him all the way to 6th place, ladies and gentlemen. I mean,
how much did you pay him, Seven? How much did you pay him to stake his way in? That's completely messed up. Let's take a look, though, at some team stats here with our victors of B4 taking the chicken dinner. Again, as you mentioned, Glitter, not many kills for them.
No, and we kind of watched them while we were watching on the back end with all 3 of us. We saw that they had some pretty favorable zones once it had pulled pretty hard and we realized it was going to be a Cosmodrome ending, and they just kind of kept rotating with each shift a little bit. They had the high ground above both Konina and Umbra at the end, and Queso was the only one up top of them that they really had to go up against. So they just were smart. They didn't play aggressive this time around, but they were just smart with their rotations and their decision making.
I'm actually curious, Seven, how do you feel like they played out that high ground position? Obviously, the zone kind of shifted away from them. And I remember you saying when we were talking, like, all right, they're out, like they're going to die here. But how do you feel like they actually, progressed from their position to stay alive and win?
I feel like they could have actually done a lot more there from that position. I'm surprised by seeing how much damage they ended up with, and I'm surprised by seeing how many kills they actually stole at the end. They only ended up getting just 2 kills, and that was from Team Queso, I believe, and they ended up stealing 3 out of their 5 kills. So interesting plays there by them. Hopefully in the future they're able to take more advantage of what the map gives them.
Well, you know what? We need to take a look at our the do moments from that last match, and there's going to be a hell of a lot of them. They're going to be insane, and there's even going to be some hardcore parkour, which I think Glitter's going to break down later on after this. But this was still like a phenomenal game, and again, I feel like we're seeing just ridiculous aggression out of everyone, honestly, Glitter.
And I feel like the way this game played out, I don't think any of us were really prepared for. A lot of the teams that we were looking at to be successful, like we're seeing Footballists here, we just were on board with Loops earlier. All of these teams that we thought were potentially going to do well kind of struggled a little bit, and this, I feel like it flipped all of their rankings up on their heads. This is actually, I think this is one of the fights we're going to see Udyr go down. Super unfortunate for them, but I mean, Seven, what did you think about all of the gameplay?
I think for me, I was actually pleasantly surprised not to give stuff, not to give some crap to Jason there because picking Cloud9, but I was surprised by Cloud9 just honestly getting knocked so early. I feel like they had the upper hand here on this push against Footballists, and for some reason, things just didn't go their way. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. I wasn't able to fully dissect that play, but I felt at one point that Cloud9 had the upper hand, and for some reason, they ended up choking that. So hopefully, keep in mind, this is all seeding, so if you are going to have kind of like a choking moment, this is the time to have it, because once league play starts, you don't want to have to deal with that. And right here, as we're seeing Dream Eaters, I don't remember who they ended up third-partying, but they ended up third-partying somebody, and on top of that, they went and seeked out Loops Esports, and they were able to go ahead and get the win between that engagement as well. So overall, great plays, and I do want to talk a little bit about Team Umbra. Team Umbra being able to go ahead and secure that third place, I think that is huge for them, especially with how they've been before we even start league play. If you're going to be one of those teams towards the bottom, you want to at least have somewhat of a good performance here in seeding, regardless whether it's seeding or not. You don't want to start towards the end, because guess what, teams might go ahead and pick up on that. They might see you as a weak link, and they might start picking on you during the matches as well. And as we're seeing there, B4, I was honestly so surprised by how much little damage they did, especially from the plays that they were at. But ultimately, guess what, they ended up getting the chicken dinner, and at the end of the day, that's what matters the most.
I think there was actually a super confusing chicken dinner at the end there too, because we were watching the back and forth between Queso and B4, and I think everybody kind of assumed that Queso was going to take that win out because they got a super early knock onto B4 and just pushed them as quickly as they could. And I think it's Mixera at the end that's actually able to pull out the win for B4. Queso didn't realize that he was right around that side, and that was a clutch ending if I've ever seen it.
The moment my heart broke walking back up here to get on stage after hearing Seven say, "Good job, Jace, on your prediction, that 50-50." And then I look at the screen and B4 took the victory. And I'm like, come on, someone give me a break. Let's take a look, though, at the overall damage, the total damage from that last match. And you can really see where things stacked out. And again, Team Queso really rising through the ranks.
And this is great for Team Queso right here. Team Queso usually has great performances in Vikendi. They didn't really have one yesterday, but I've seen them win a couple of Vikendis before. So it's great for them to go ahead and do this. 2,600 damage with 14 kills. That is huge. Now, some of the other teams that I actually want to look at right here is Temple Storm. Temple Storm, I feel like they've been kind of quiet. Wildcard, those teams that we were talking at the beginning of the day, they've been super quiet. And some of the other teams that we kind of talked about are starting to get higher placing with Alpha Legends. Even though Alpha Legends got 171 damage, they were just able to go ahead and Riemann was able to go ahead and just survive so long for them. So everybody watching on YouTube that was pulling for Alpha Legends, I saw you guys' comments. Congratulations on at least being able to go ahead and get some placing points there.
You know what, I'm still saying you can't feel good about that, snaking his way through. You can't be proud of that play. You got to see the kills, son. Let's take a look, though, at our team stats for our Team Queso. I want to make sure to check who that was going to be, and you can still see that damage being done. Thing is, we talked about Queso before. I mean, we talked about how we predicted them to win, what was it, Game 4, if I'm not mistaken. And we're going to see here that they were able to really put the damage numbers down. And what's really important to me here, Glitter, is the fact that they've stayed together for such a long time, being a team, that when it comes to crashing anyone or being aggressive or attacking a compound, they should ideally know how to play well together and know what everyone else is going to do on the team.
They definitely should. And we kind of saw them try to work some new strategies like that into this ending here against B4, because we did see one of the Team Queso players was actually a little bit farther off than the other two, and they were trying to get some better angles on the B4 squad. It just unfortunately didn't work out in their favor. I feel like they get themselves these really good positions for a top 2 position where they have a ton of good cover, and they just need to be able to close it out after that.
Yeah, exactly. On that note, they had like center circle for a good portion like we've seen just yesterday, but not being able to close it out is rough, though. Let's take a look at our overall standings and see currently who's the #1 team at the moment here in West. And we're going to have Wildcard Gaming still maintaining that #1 position. Konina Power as well. B4, though, getting a massive jump up here, 7. They're getting up to 7th place now with that victory.
Oh, definitely. Being able to, B4 is one of those teams that can get very consistent and they can actually go ahead and carry momentums. So them getting this win is going to be huge. I don't remember off the top of my head if they're going to be playing the next match, but I kind of hope they are, because I want to see what they're going to be able to do here in this tournament coming up. And I say this over and over again. I know this is just seeding. In a way, this is kind of scrims for teams to go ahead and get comfortable with each other, but it's good for them to go ahead and just have good performances, regardless whether it's seeding, is league play, or it's super weekend. You want to be having a confident boost here, and I've seen Yala Esports there towards the end. Huge jump there by Team Umbra, just being able to go ahead and push out of that 20th place that we're holding in headquarters as well. It's good to see teams that are also towards the bottom starting to do good and starting to put out some good performances.
Yeah, we're starting to see as well Cloud9, Pittsburgh Knights not really having maybe the performance we expected, at least for Cloud9 in particular, as we talked about with the PMPL. Such a great way to finish out like their last days of play. But as you're saying, it's just saying it's not a big deal. I don't think, Cloud9's really going to care what group they get put in at the end of the day. But I'm hearing we have another clip we're going to see. If I'm not mistaken, is it the hardcore parkour? Am I right?
Listen, it is, and I felt like we just had to look at it because, one, I'll own up to the fact that I lost, I guess, against 7. But this is the play here where we actually see Unique going up against Team Queso. You can actually see at the top of the screen there, you've got Frozen pretty high up on that building. He's actually going to full send it across from that building to the one that's right next to it, while you have Analysts trying to wrap around on the outside. It does not work out in their favor, and I believe that there was a third player for Unique. I think it was Lightning that also that came in a little bit later. But right there, Frozen just completely goes for it to try and drop down behind the Team Queso player. I think it's Marco over there, and unfortunately cannot land any shots through the window. Do you know how sad I was when this happened? Because when he went for it, I was positive that he knew something that I didn't know. This is where I thought that like there was some sort of communication on the back end. Oh my God, and the confetti. I was positive that Unique had this in the bag, and it just was an unfortunate push for them, and then this is where they end up getting taken out by Team Queso.
I think someone's having a little bit too much fun with the telestrator there. The thing is, I think
welcome, Twitch chat.
I think you saw Frozen, like he kind of gets aggressive at the same moment his teammates kind of back away. So maybe it's some miscommunication. Obviously, making that split-second decision is really tough to communicate when you want to make that big play happen. Let's take a look though at our schedule another time as we're making our way through into our third match, making our way downtown to Miramar. And again, we're seeing Group B being taken out. So Glitter, who is coming out and who will be unfortunately just watching from the sides at the moment?
So this time, it's going to be Group B sitting out, which will be Wildcard Gaming, KHK Esports, Dream Eaters, and Loops Esports.
Okay, so that means, I'm assuming now, we can start to see some other teams get a chicken dinner. Then again, we still haven't had two. But on to Miramar, we saw it last time. It was Unique that took home the chicken dinner. I don't know how I favor their chances now after just watching what we just had happen.
I'm just gonna toss it up to miscommunication, all right? Lightning was over there towards the mountain. Not sure what he was doing there, honestly. I think he was trying to get some off angle, which I'm totally up for off angles, but not to that extent. Definitely not to that extent. And here going into Miramar, some of the teams that I'm actually gonna be looking at, even though you did mention Unique winning yesterday, they could end up winning again. I mean, honestly, that was just miscommunication. And I also want to see what Team Queso is going to be able to do. If I'm not mistaken, I know you said Team Queso is going to be playing this next match as well. Keep in mind, Team Queso ended up getting second place yesterday because the circle did end up landing super close to them. I want to see how they're going to react here on Miramar if the circle's not in their favor and if maybe they don't have a compound.
Yeah, actually, can I follow up on that for you? I'm curious, do you feel like teams that struggle to rotate and teams that get a little bit of circle luck is a massive factor when it comes to such a big map like Miramar?
Oh, it definitely is, especially with Miramar. There's going to be just so much open area, and depending on what the final circle is going to go ahead and be, you have those teams that are they like to play the edge of the circle a little bit more, and depending on what rotation they end up with, maybe the circle ends up on them and they don't have to rotate. I've seen that actually backfire before because the teams are just not used to that. The teams are not used to getting into those fights on certain circles, and they rather just stand back and just wait to see what happens. But staying back as well it can be hurtful because if you try to push into a certain spot, that might be taken already.
So I've got a question for both of you, though. I think I know the answer. You guys got your game open, right? You're sitting there watching the Esports Center, looking for a chance to win some items in-game, and you guys can do that as well at home. There's a lucky draw going on. As long as you're sitting there watching in the client, in the Esports Center, you have a chance to win some lovely, lovely items. So if you're not doing that now, you still got time. We got 20 days left of PUBG Mobile World League action. But guys, now I want to talk about prediction time. I'm going to have you go first, Seven, because you were the one to cop out last time and go last.
Oh, okay. I'm actually going to go with wildcard. I'm going to stick with wildcard.
You're not playing.
No, shh, Glitter, don't tell him that.
Oh.
Come on, we had to
Sorry.
Wait, my bad. My bad.
you
I'm
got
going
wildcard,
to go ahead and say Kanina Power, my bad.
All right, Glitter.
Okay. I'm actually going to go with B4.
You're going for B4. Okay, well, I'll give my prediction to you as well. I think Tempo. Come on, Tempo.
Shout out to Monica.
All right, get you guys out of here. We're going to bring in our commentators. We'll check with you guys after the match. Please don't let me curse Tempo another time. Hot Jukes and Mr. Dave, Mr. Mustache Dave himself. You can follow him on Instagram. I'll let you do your own shout out later on. Guys, we've already had 2 games being played today. It seems like we're just pushing straight through everything. Miramar, what's your expectations, Hot Jukes?
Man, I'm ready to see some action. You know, every time I look at Miramar 2.0, it's always just been intense from start to finish. I want to see some shots across the field. I want to see some vehicles blow up. Let's get into it. Miramar 2.0.
And we're in it.
Let's go.
In it. So, I mean, 7 on the desk, you know, rooting for wild card. It's going to be a challenge for them, you know, to get the dub here. I don't know. Miracles do happen, Hot Jukes, but getting on in, and when I say miracle, because they're not in this game, to be clear. All right.
That's true.
So getting on into this game, the plane will be starting up there to the north, Campo Militar, and it does look like we're going to have Nova dropping out real early on, sending it right there.
Oh, yeah, they're taking that early flight path. Yeah, you're right, man. If Wildcard were to win this one, what a play. That would be an insane play. And speaking of that, we're going to do a remake, you know? We're gonna go ahead and do the, you know, hit that ba-ba-ba-ba remix, you know, once again. So we're going to go ahead and make sure that everything is fair, everybody's in, everybody can talk to each other. And we'll most likely be back with you guys in just, you know, just a few 4 short minutes while we get this game remade.
Yeah, so many people have predicted wildcard to get the chicken dinner. We might actually have to throw them in the lobby. I don't know, just maybe.
Right, that would be insane. No, but yeah, they're going to be sitting out of this match, but we still have a whole bunch of squads here that are going to be putting in a ton of work. You know, one thing I want to see is I want to see Cloud9 kind of make it happen here. At the same time, though, I don't know if this is just a trend that Cloud9 likes to do. They just seem to be like Secretariat and just want to win towards the end. You know, they did it in the America Scrims. They did it in the PMPL. They were bottom 10 almost the entire tournament. And then the last few days, clutch it to get top 3. Insane. So I think if anybody kind of gets a pass for just, you know, early game kind of, you know, not doing too well, I think it's got to be Cloud9.
Or, you know, I know this is like a Rubik's Cube right here, you know, and I might be thinking a little too far into this one.
Okay.
But remember, I said yesterday, you know, this is all about seedings, you know, so wherever you place at the end of today is the group that you get seeded in. So, for example, say you got Football List up there, first place, say you got Loops in second place, like, you know, you can kind of throw a game strategically to make sure that you're not in their group. If you're paying close attention to it, and you know, maybe some teams, they want to kind of set up, you know, their groups. Like if I'm Cloud9, maybe I want to be in Umbra's group. Maybe I want to be in SWAT 69's group because maybe they did a little more research on those 2 teams, on those 2 regions, and they're more comfortable with their drop spots and their drop locations. I mean, there's a lot of strategy that can actually go into this whole seeding process that is today, and it was yesterday. So just a reminder, that's the objective for today. These teams are coming in here at the end of the day. They're going to get seeded into their groups. And another question I saw in the chat, these are live. These are a little slight delay, but it's live. We're live.
Live, baby. We're live, baby. And yeah, speaking of live, you know, I know we were talking earlier, you know, about Seven's bold prediction of Wildcard, you know, winning this game, even though they're not playing. But, you know, speaking of Wildcard, we're going to go over really quick to a quick interview with this squad so you can see what some of the players have to say.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kyle Aris, one of the hosts here for the PMWL coming up, and I have Spring with me from Wildcard Gaming. First of all, why don't you introduce yourself to the audience as well as tell us about your role within the team, etc.
Okay. Hey guys, I'm Spring and I'm the in-game leader for Wildcard.
All right. So how did you first get introduced to PUBG Mobile? What's your story?
Yeah, so I actually had some friends from a different game who transferred over to PUBG Mobile, and I kind of waited a few months after they'd already gone over, but then I started seeing them compete in some pretty big tournaments, and they were recommending the game, and I finally just decided to, you know, come on over and haven't looked back since.
Fair. And what would you say is your favorite memory related to PUBG Mobile and your competitive experience?
Probably when we won the North American Regional Championships. Before that, I'd never gotten a first place in a gaming tournament. I'd only gotten as high as second. So to get first place in a major tournament was just a really big moment for me.
So which team would you consider being one of your biggest rivals going into the PMWL?
Probably Loops. And I think they're probably the biggest rival of everybody who played in PMPL because they beat us in PMPL. And we want to come back and beat them this time.
Right, and kind of related to that question, how would you rate your team compared to the other teams participating in the PMWL West?
So we just picked up a player, Sam. He was formerly on Tribe Gaming in PMPL, and he is just an incredible fragger. So right now we've been performing really well in everything we've played in, from North American scrims to even the World League scrims. So I think we have a really solid chance of winning this thing, and I think we're looking really strong coming into it.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, and best of luck in the PMWL that's coming up.
All right. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Wow, just look at that. Look at that. Look at Spring, you know, giving a good old-fashioned interview right there. It's also to be able to see these different players' perspectives as they kind of go into a tournament, especially at this grand scale. And, you know, Wildcard, a team, a lot of these players have played in multiple tournaments in the past. You know, so as Spring mentioned, he is the IGL as well as the off-angle specialist for Wildcard. And this is a squad that, man, we've seen really come up in the North American scene as of late.
Yeah, not only that, you know, Spring looking to make the comeback, right? Was on a squad last time around last season in Malaysia for the qualifiers, you know, has the experience, you know, handling the pressure. And that's someone that I would pick as my IGL. You know, they got the experience, they got the know-how, and they got the tools to help the team succeed. And, you know, Wildcard have been doing a really swell job here so far.
Oh yeah, I think they've been doing really well. I mean, they push as a squad together. We saw even Slicky by himself able to kind of hold it down and get placement for his squad just in the first match of this evening. But I just really want to tell everybody that's watching right now, if you've never played in a competitive tournament or anything like that, again, today's the last day for registration for the PMCO. Get some buddies together, register, and just give it a shot. Whether you qualify or not, it'll be a blast. And if you do happen to qualify and get to this stage, you can already see the prize pools that are being laid out just for participating. I'm telling you, it is a once in a lifetime opportunity. Get it done. Because just to kind of go back, give a little bit of history. I myself started off playing this game, just a little farmer for Texas, decided to download the game, got some buddies together, ended up playing in one of the first tournaments. Since then, I was able to qualify, go to the Dubai tournament that was over there that they had a couple of years ago now. And since then, man, I mean, it's just been insane. So get involved, try out some of this competitive mobile gaming because it's at a whole nother level. Trust me on that.
With that being said, you know, this is always a question that I have in my mind. So we're looking at the wild card right now and talking about winning. Like, I know the cash prizes are paid out in USD, but as a pro player, like, would you take it in UC Hot Jukes? Be real with me.
Oh man, you got to. I think you got to. Gotta take it. You know, speaking of take it, you know, we're looking at Wildcard. You know, he did mention how he was kind of scared of loops going into these next couple of matches. And you can see right now, look at this, the damage done so far in between these two squads. Loops, we saw them in the PMPL, just putting in work, dominating as a team. You know, they've done more damage, even have received less damage, but the kills, you know, really close together so far. So I think that, you know, Wildcard has definitely gone back, done some research, put in the work, and I think that we're going to see a really strong team coming here into the PMWL West.
Yeah, and they are in a really strong position, at least when it comes to Erangel, because a lot of these squads, they're forced to fight, you know, for drop spots and all the way up there, at least on Erangel. And that's going to be the map that is most played here in the World League. And they got Severny. Nobody messes with them up there. So they're looking really good. But it does look like, okay, our players getting loaded back on into the Miramar map. And, you know, Jason, he's always asking for predictions from Glitter, always asking from Seven. Never for us, Hot Juice. Never for us. It feels bad. So let me ask you, who's your squad that you think will be able to get a chicken dinner here on this Miramar game?
Wildcard's not playing it, right? We know that for sure, right? So, you know what? I think I got to go with Tempo Storm. I really want to see them put in some work here in this match. You know, I think it's a really solid squad that we've seen go far so far. And since they land, especially Central in Picado, I think that leaves them for a lot of room. So I'm just going to go with Tempo, see how they do this game.
Interesting. Yesterday, Picado, they fought somebody. I forgot who it was, but I remember we were looking at it, we were talking about it, and the opponents, it might have been Konina Power, I'm not sure, but they were smashing the vending machine, getting all those boosts over there. And there's so many new additions into Miramar 2.0. There's new buildings, you know, here and there. You got kind of sprinkled across the map. You got the Win 94. You got the boost machines. You got the Golden Marauder. So very exciting times right now to be.
Wait. Speaking of Win 94, what are your predictions that we're going to finally see a Winchester 94 kill here in this game?
You know, no memes aside, if there was a squad to get that, it would be Wildcard, just because we saw them pick it up multiple times during the PMPL Americas. So I don't think I'll be able to see the Win 94 kill this game around, because people, honestly, they're kind of afraid of it. And I don't know why. Personally, when I'm in Miramar, this might not be the competitive lobbies, but I pick up double Win 94s, and I just spam those.
Gotta do it. I think they're just afraid of having too much power in their hands. You know, that's why they avoid the Winchester 94. But here we go. We got the players on the plane, locked and loaded, ready to go here. And it looks to be a similar pain path from what we saw in the last game as well. So, hey, you know, you're gonna see some players most likely drop right off the bat to Impala, Picado, El Pozo. All of those areas are within flying range right here. So this is gonna be a really interesting one, I believe.
Gonna be good, man. It is going to be good, and I have to admit, I'm trying to start the double Win 94 meta. Maybe it'll catch on in 2021. Maybe if I'm lucky. So, getting a look around here, the Knights, they're gonna be one of the first teams to be dropping on out. They're gonna be sending it down there to the south. Bragg Machines going up there to the north. Football is still in the plains. I mean, what is standing out to you right now on this drop, Jukes?
So right off the bat, you see Hacienda throwing right dead center. We know that Team Queso loves to drop there. They dropped there the last time we saw them play this map, and they did get hot dropped by another squad, and Team Queso took them out really quick. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you've never played Miramar 2.0, Hacienda del Patron is the only place where you can get the Golden Marauder. That's right, that's a vehicle. It's only one in this entire map, and it looks like Team Queso are going to have it all to themselves right here. So really fortunate for them. Cloud9, we know they like to go to El Pozo, and it looks like that's exactly where they're headed to with Nova, it looks like. But oh, Team Umbra, they ended up dropping at Hacienda. I thought that they were by themselves, but no, sir. Team Umbra wants a piece of them, and it looks like they are getting it.
Yeah, Umbra, they actually dropped on them yesterday as well, and then Team Queso were able to come out on top of that one. But this is round number 2, and shots. Yeah, nice trade right there with the M16 from Ayala, able to connect on Hollis, and that's going to even the playing field right now. Looks like both revives will be able to come on out, but Ayala on top of this roof right now should be able to get some good sight lines over there.
And that just goes to show you the experience that these squads have. But Ayala felt that nade, and that we know when you get touched by a nade like that, that's an eviction notice. You know another one is most likely coming your way. So he's looking to find another position, try to get an angle, and get another initial knock right here for his team.
Just a little love tap, just a little love tap. And Ayala looking to return the favor with that SKS, that 7.62, especially early on. No one has helmets, no one has armor. Like that 7.62, that could be the deciding factor on who wins this engagement. I mean, that thing hurts when it connects onto you. And you got Vindex trying to play that off angle on the outskirts of this one. And Team Queso, this is interesting. Not something that we're used to seeing the team do. Usually they like to take the early fights. It looks like they're going to be pulling out just a little bit.
Man, having a 7.6 weapon right off the bat right here is monumental going into a fight like this, because Hacienda El Patron does not have enough loot for 2 entire squads right here. And so, like you said, you're seeing teams without helmets, without vests, and if you have a 7.6 weapon, 1 bullet, and you're instantly knocked, and you can just see it right here.
That's it.
They ended up catching Hollis, and that's a knock and thirst, as he was a little bit out of position from the rest of his team. And then now that Team Queso, they have that extra member up. It looks like they're going to try to get a little bit more aggressive and use their numbers to an advantage.
That's so crazy, too. I feel like they were pushing on out. They didn't want to take the fight. They were successful, but then, you know, kind of turning their heads, looking behind them, seeing that there's actually a squad or an enemy out there, you know, that's going to change this battle completely. And yeah, now they're looking to come back into their home territory. Vendex on the off angle will be connecting onto Mystic. Now going to be making the push, trying to get the thirst, trying to make this a 3v3 once again. Ayala with the SKS. Axel on the roof will be shutting that one down. And oh no. Okay, Killfeed, that's another fight. B4 Max and falling over there. I don't know what's happening over there. So Mystic able to get the revive. Axel's position right now, overlooking all this.
Big trades, but if you look at right now, Vindex, he is completely away from the rest of his squad, so he is not going to get picked up in this situation, as Team Queso is able to get Mystic revived. But man, these guys do not have a lot of health. They do not have a lot of kit, as Ayala pushing on his own and gets caught.
Yeah, you gotta.
But Mystic with the support.
Ooh, that's perfect. That's perfect, because they were trying to get angles. The thirst. Yeah, they were trying to get the thirst right there, but Axel, I mean, Axel knows this like the back of their hand. You saw that, the drop down, the vault on into that window, the pre-fire right there, able to take a lot of good shots on a Prolord. We'll be forcing Prolord to kind of dip back into this corner, and there's a grenade onto Prolord, and oh my goodness, there's only one more member alive, and they're gonna be getting shot in the process, and Axel looking to get the confirm, looking to get the finish here. And I gotta say, this is 0 for 2 when it comes to Team Umbra dropping Hacienda, but
oh my goodness,
football is, where are they coming from?
They want a piece of the action right now, as they are headed straight into Hacienda. Lutz, one of their top players, throwing some nades right now. But man, Team Queso, these guys know Hacienda so well. Every single little nook and cranny, but Lutz catches Marco with a huge grenade to open up this fight, and they're well looted.
Yeah, exactly. They know it so well, but they have no loot. They have no loot. They use all their utility, all their ammo in the early engagement with Team Umbra. Now it comes down to driving skills. Can they hop in that Golden Marauder, steal it, and get on out of harm's way?
Oh my goodness!
On Soul Cake going for the spray. Look at it, Mystic, Ayala, everybody so low. They are so low with their health, and oh, they had lucked out big time right there, but I love the aggression from Football List. I love that.
Man, that was almost like a movie right there from Team Queso, just driving out, hitting the gas. I guarantee you, if you saw that player's thumb, it was a white knuckle right there on the gas button, trying to get his squad out of there alive. And that just shows you how powerful that Golden Marauder is. It's just so quick. No, if he had any other vehicle, there's no way that team made it out there. But man, Team Queso, unfortunately, losing a member. They did get 4 kills, though, so that's an extra 4 points on the board for them. But man, yeah, Football is really surprising for them to kind of come in for that third party like that.
I mean, think about it. You know, they did their research. They saw the kill feed popping off. They know where it's happening. Everybody knows Team Queso. They love Hacienda, so they got that gear. I mean, I even saw a member from Footballist with a level 3 helmet on when they were making that push. So they are looking to get some kills. And talking about teams looking to get some kills or avoid getting killed. Frag Machines, they already lost 1.
Yeah, they sure did. And you can see this is the good old Marauder right here. And this is the convertible version right here, as they're driving to drive, find another spot, get some more loot, and get ready for the rest of the zone. This is only zone number 1. And man, to see Football is so aggressive off the bat, that just goes to show you the way this team is looking to play today.
Yeah, y'all out here, y'all at Esports are going to be a little separated, looking to get some points underneath their belt. And once again, you know, SWAT 69, they're all kind of spread out for the time being. You got King behind this rock, kind of toss out a grenade right there. But let's check out this replay.
Yeah, you know, you can definitely see some big work coming from Team Queso and Footballist, man. But that just goes to show you how strong this Footballist teams. They know Hacienda as well. We're able to get a big knock onto Marco. And after that, Team Queso was like, nah, we can't risk this fight with the loot we have. Let's just get out of here. And we're able to make it by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, and you know, Team Queso, they saw who it was, you know, because one of their squad mates got knocked. And almost immediately, they hopped in the car and they got on out of there. They did not want to take it. So I'm curious, you know, maybe if it was another team that's kind of down there on the bottom of the leaderboard, like, would they have stayed and fought it? I don't know. It's up for debate. But talking about teams, you know, taking shots, we see that mini-map. We see Headquarters trying to third-party this right now. Third-party Unique.
Yeah, you can definitely see Team Unique got that mini right there, and that thing is just a laser beam of a DMR. But Loca with that scar, putting in some work, gonna get the finish right there onto Lightning. Tough break for Team Unique.
It might have the laser, but you gotta know how to use it. You gotta know how to use it, and looks like Unique, they're kind of getting crunched down right now, You got Headquarters taking shots onto them. I mean, you got the third party coming on out from SWAT 69. So looks like they're in full retreat mode. They are kind of separated for the time being. Next zone does go on up, so, you know, good for them. They will be in it.
And yeah, you can definitely see some big work coming from these squads. Moving on over to Konina Power. Lost Gonzo early here. And you can see that they're trying to see if they can spot out Frag Machine on the rotation. Hopefully get a car blow up right here. Axer, he's got that M4 locked and loaded, ready to go.
Yeah, if they do take the fight, you know, it's a 3v3, you know, because Frag Machines also lost one really early on. But I don't even think Frag Machines are aware that they're being tracked down right now. They're kind of just, you know, going on in through the terrain, looking for some more loot, really.
Oh, yeah, you know, Frag Machine just trying to move around, get a little bit set up. It's still early in the circle here. We're in zone number 2, and usually in zone 2, honestly, zone 1 and zone 2, most players, most teams, they just want to avoid fights completely, you know? They don't really want to go and get into it and lose an entire squad early on as Headquarters catches another member from Team Unique. That's 2 members down right now. They are getting just picked apart.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting picked apart, and they're desperate for loot. You see them out here still kind of, you know, jumping window to window, trying to get some meds, trying to get some additional ammunition. But Headquarters, you know, already with the scent, already going to be following Team Unique out there. You see one of their members up here on the high ground, able to take a couple shots on into those windows and just keep them guessing. You know, keep them guessing, keep them pinned down, keep them on their toes.
Oh, yeah, you know, Headquarters just saying, you don't want to come towards us right now because we can definitely hit some major shots. And they have. I mean, they took out 2 members of Team Unique pretty quickly right there. So if you're Team Unique and you're the last 2 members, you're just trying to stay alive and get as much placement points as you can. But you also got to worry about getting full scent on right now as SWAT 69 are on the hill, about to spot them out.
Yeah, and that's another, like, a really important skill, especially, you know, when you're playing with the best of the best, you know. Yeah, you want your squad mates to be able to hit those shots, you know, able to get those flicks, but in situations like this when you have all the odds stacked against you, like, how do you get survival points? Like, how do you get placement points? It's another skill set, a completely different skill set that not many teams can handle under the pressure, and we'll see what Unique can do right here as they got SWAT 69, they got Headquarters, both of those teams currently overlooking their compound.
And that's really what this is all about. You know, the whole game in general is just about survival. That's the essence of Battle Royale in general right here. But it's a lot easier said than done, especially when you're going to get some of the best teams all over the world right here, as every single one of these teams can frag out Pedro Dog with the M24 catching Adder with the headshot right there. Love to see some bolt action sniper rifles here on Miramar.
You got Cartage out here trying to get the thirst, seeing that pop off in the kill feed. So getting a nice little view of this map. Where will the next circle go? Okay, Los Leones.
Nice little hard shift south right here. If you're Team Nova, Team Queso, all these guys, you can just see the quickness coming from these squads instantly, just on the rotation, trying to find a spot. Konita Power, Frag Machine, and Team Y'all are going to have the edge right here. But Tempo, man, they're going to have to gatekeep a bunch of squads coming into this next zone.
Yeah, they got the Knights, they got B4, Alpha Legends, UDR Killers, Footballists. So they definitely have the opportunity and the possibility of getting some nice kills, but being right there on the edge, it might funnel in a lot of squads in their general direction. So they also need to be able to defend that position because they might get crashed on very shortly.
Oh, yes, they will right now. You can see Uter putting in some work, taking out the vehicle from Ron from Footballists, so he's going to have a hard time rotating in. Look at that shot from Nano with that mini 14. Taking out Footballists, one of the best players, Lutz.
Now they're going for the toes. So in the kill feed, I mean, we're seeing a lot of sniper shots being had right now. The Mini, the Car 98, and here comes the return fire. I'm looking real quick. So this is not in the next circle, actually. So it does look like Love's trying to get the revive, trying to get the pickup, and even, get their squad mate in the vehicle and, reposition on this one, get on into new zone. The question is, UDR Killers, how much time are they going to spend up here? Because they're also not in the zone.
Well, I think knowing it's Footballists, I think they want to kind of make a point right now to be able to take him out, and I could totally see why they went to the lengths they did to pick up Lutz, especially seeing after his just pure gun skill ability, man. That guy has hit some major shots right here, so they're going to go ahead, risk it, and it is going to pay off. They're going to pick him back up and try to rotate into this next circle.
Yeah, talk about teams trying to rotate. Alpha Legends, we saw them earlier on getting some nice knocks onto Cloud9, but Cloud9 able to get the revives, and now they're focusing on repositioning. Pyra is going to be connected on Beowulf, popping on out of that buggy, going to be going for some shots on the Kato, but Kato able to send it on right over that hill and get on out of harm's way. The question is, Bale,
1v1.
is he aware? Yeah, is he aware of Faker right here on the opposite end of the hill? We see some shots on the minimap. Faker is receiving some assistance from their squad mates, but Bale looking to pop on over that corner. Oh, and Kato in their sight lines, going for that spray down.
Look at that play right there from Alpha Legends. I absolutely love it. Kato right there was just putting down suppressive fire onto Cloud9 to allow his other teammate Faker to drive out in the open right there. If those shots didn't go, Faker was done 100%. Love to see that kind of team play right there. Those are the kind of plays that make a huge difference into possibly winning a match.
Exactly, and that forced Cloud9, to peel on off that one and, rethink if they want to take that engagement. Next circle. Oh, Hot Chicks, next circle. This is nuts.
Oh, yeah, nice and down south, dead center right here. Not a lot of cover in this area, so Yala is going to have to leave Los Leones and try to get into this one. Headquarters, dead center in this one, but every single team is going to try and crash onto this location. We're just going to see absolute carnage from here on out, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm getting a little scared for Cloud9. They might get sandwiched here soon. I see Footballists, yeah. They look like they might be heading in that general direction. Tempo are also in that area as well. So we might see some conflicts erupting here very shortly. And we were looking at the Knights earlier on. They're in the compounds. They're trying to get some headshots. They're trying to get some snipes off on Cloud9. They're not going to be in the circle. And now it looks like they're the ones being sniped at.
Oh yeah, Sixless getting taken out from B4 and Thirsted right here. And now B4, Maxon taking out Carnage. We're just starting to see the kill feed get insane right now. Konita Power against Tempo going crazy. There's fights all over the place.
Yeah, and that's because of the circle. I mean, this circle, the shrinks, we have 15 squads still alive out here. So we saw Raven just a moment ago able to toss a much needed smoke on their squad mates. It doesn't matter though. Levi from B4 is going to be giving Raven that one tap dirt nap over here. Now it looks like the Knights are just getting pinned down. Nowhere to go.
And they're just trying to take off. There goes Carnage in the buggy right there. Ooh, gets clipped really hard as he's trying to get this rotation. He's just trying to find a spot. He's going to have to eject. Yeah, nothing.
Trying to live.
Yeah, just trying to survive. And there goes one of his tires. And here comes
no.
tough break right here for Carnage.
Tough break. So all the Knights kind of just scattering right there, all going their separate directions, just trying to continue on to survive. And we were looking at football list earlier on. They were looking to get aggressive onto Team Queso, and it looks like it's rematch time as Lutz is sending it right on past them into the smokes, missing the mark right there. Lutz is going to be connected on, and not only that, but flushed on out. And Soke, it's up to Soke. Soke versus Mystic. Mystic going to be pre-firing on into the smoke. Soke with the HP advantage and the cover. With the vehicles, getting this grenade ready, cooking it, the lead peek, tossing it, and there you go. So, okay, able to clutch that one out, and the rematch. The two teams, they ended up finding each other at the end of the day.
Man, it's so crazy to see like how these teams really think on the same wavelength. But Footballist, man, just had that thought just come into his head a quarter second earlier. They both seemed to pick up nades and decide to throw them there. But yeah, you know, you just saw that member from Footballist pulled it just a good second earlier, gets the knock and finish onto Team Queso.
Carnage dead. Now it's up to J7 for the Knights to survive out there. The lone wolf in the desert. Hopefully they have some meds. Pyre from Cloud9. A little grenade fishing action over onto Frag Machine's going to be tossing, chunking a couple of them on into the smokes onto Outplay, but Freak trying to get the wraparound, but quickly going to be spotted by Footballist, and not only that, Pyra taken down as well.
Footballist said, no, sir, man. These guys are so great at hitting shots from long range. Not a team you want to get caught in the fire up right here by any means. And they got a pretty deep, well, actually, they're out of zone right now and have to cross. Look at this. It's all open field right now. So they are just trying to pick out their angles and get some entry knocks to hopefully be able to push into this one.
Exactly. So it does look like the other squad mates of Cloud9 are in the circle we saw there just a moment ago. So Pyra kind of got pinched out there on the outskirts. But Footballist, 5 kills, 3 members up for the squad. 12 teams alive all together here in this Miramar game. And they're trying to get these shots onto headquarters. So they blew up the vehicle. They see the smokes there, trying to shoot those feats right now.
Yep, trying to catch the toes right now, get an angle. Wow, look at these guys from Footballist. They're so good at being able to hit just the tiniest pixel. And these kind of shots are going to be huge for allowing them to get into this next zone.
Yep. You see I'm making the pull up right here. Solke has his hill to work with. Behind them are their squad mates. So they are going to be pretty solid when it comes to that. They do need to avoid the splash damage from these grenades, but they're trying to connect over here. My fear is for Footballist, if they try to get aggressive onto headquarters, I see SWAT 69 up there on the high ground as well. They might get whiff of this and they might pop on over there and decide to third party this.
It's totally possible, but I think right now Footballist in their mind, the only thing they're thinking is just trying to get into this circle right here. They're trying to find a position, not sure if they're able to kind of edge their way in behind this hill or if they have to push into these houses right here. But right now, I mean, if anybody can make plays, it's them. These guys are not afraid to get in a fight, that's for sure.
And they might just be right there on the edge. And look at Solke recognizing recognizing that there's a squad up there on the high ground. We'll be tossing a bunch of smokes and now popping in the bus, trying to reposition right now to their squad mate. Nice. Okay, so they made it in. They made it in after all.
Real smart, real smart. Those smokes were basically decoys right there, saying, okay, a threat to push up on you. And as soon as they threw those smokes out, rotated away right there. Real smart play, but we're getting into it right now. Zone number 5, about to be zone 6, about to pop right now. And we're starting to see all kinds of teams get taken out right now.
Yeah, we saw J7, the Snake, get taken out all the way down there in the south. Nova going to be making their push on in with 3 up, but SWAT 69 right now on the east side of this circle. Going to be spawning out headquarters in the compounds right there, taking some shots, and it does look like SWAT 69 just spreading a little too far away from one another. One of their squad mates are going to be, connected on, but a revive should be successful.
Next zone just popped dead center right now, and SWAT 69 is in a really good position. This is the kind of zones that you really hope for right here, I think, in this situation. So if you're SWAT 69, you want to go for the chicken dinner right now and get a bunch of kills to kind of help offset those games where you get those tough circles and get taken out early. So this is their opportunity, and they need to take it right now.
Look at this outplay from Frag Machine right behind this little tiny rock, and both Frag Machines and Footballists need to reposition. And when it comes to the side of Footballists, this might be their opportunity if they want to make the push on into and backstab Headquarters. Because Headquarters, they also need to move, but in their sight lines up there on the high ground, it's going to be SWAT 69. But looking back on over here, the duo from Konina Power trying to connect these grenades on the Cloud9. Cloud9 in this dip. They're being burnt to a crisp, and here comes the pull-up, here comes the push, and Konina Power, 5 kills, eliminating Cloud9 right there.
Taking them out, you know, Cloud9 uneven, just trying to kind of hold it down, and while he was stuck in a decision, do I pick up Bayo, do I go for this fight? Goes for the fight, and Konina Power with the 2v1 right there, taking them out.
Taking them out, and taking their position as well, taking their position. So we got Yala, we got Nova on top of one another. They are just scrapping it on the kill feed. Same thing with Konina Power. They're not done. They took out Cloud9. They're going to take out Tempo Storm as well. Frag Machine going to be hearing those shots all the way out there in the distance, trying to chuck some long grenades, get a nice little balance over there. But remember, information is everything. I mean, they're going to be giving away some information off those nades.
Yeah, but they are doing some jump nades, so they are jumping while they throw that grenade. That's going to give it a little bit of extra range right here. But look at this, Yala and Nova Esports getting into it.
The vehicle explosion onto AZ will be taking them down and out. HZL extremely low in the health department, just going for the spray down with the Uzi, but Yala Esports able to win the engagement, but SWAT 69 catching whiff of that fight will be trying to third party that one. And oh, that shot onto Outplay with the M4.
That's it. Frag Machines and Nova Esports out just like that. 5 teams remaining here in this zone. And we talked about it earlier, SWAT 69, they're on the highest point of the hill, but they got to play it aggressive right now. I think that they really need to make their presence known. Footballists, they've been doing that all game, but they only have 2 members remaining. But man, did they have a tough rotation getting into this one. And oh, that's it. 1 member. Jamas with the angle, able to take out both members of Footballists, and that's Footballists out in 5th.
Rip the dream right there. I think I saw they had like 6 kills though, so they definitely have a lot of kill points to kind of keep them afloat for, you know, that 5th place position. So Yala Esports, they got 3. SWAT 69, they got 3. Headquarters, they got 1. Konina Powers, they're still alive. Of course they are. They got 2 all the way out there on the edge in the west, and you know who might have seen him? This last solo member from Headquarters.
Well, he's going to have to put in work because this Konina Power team, they got 2 members up, but they also got 8 kills on the leaderboard so far. So these guys have been putting in work. 8 kills, 7 knockdowns, 1,519 damage dealt so far. Only this duo up, but man, this is a deadly duo right here.
Deadly duo, and talking about being deadly, it looks like Yala Esports going to be tossing out some smokes, trying to reposition. They're going to be fighting for the same terrain that Konina Powers are currently snaking on out, but SWAT 69 will be spotting that rotation, taking a lot of shots on top of them, inflicting some nice damage.
Yeah, it's Yala Esports right now trying to go ahead and get a big win that they definitely need here, but Konina Power finding problems, getting more kills onto their board, spotting them out. Oh, only 1 member left, and it is Tixie. If you're going to have anyone up for them, it's going to be Tixie right there.
Not only that, Yala, they might have focused on taking out that solo from Konina Powers, but they are forced to get into this engagement at the same exact time in the back end of this onto SWAT 69. So SWAT 69, they got 2 up. They got the smokes. They got the cover, but Yala sees this as a red flag, will be just spraying on into that smokes. Going to be finding another one from SWAT 69 right there. So SWAT 69, only a solo. Headquarters, only a solo. SWAT 69, no more. And Konina Power is able to get the revives.
Oh my goodness.
Going to be making the push. We'll be connecting onto that 1 member from Yala. Now it's just up to 0-0. Tossing a grenade. This could be it. And Konina Power's taking them down. And what happened to Headquarters? They did it at the same time. Konina Powers, another chicken. Another chicken.
Another chicken and 11 kills on the leaderboard right here. Wow, this Konina Power team, these guys are able to get it done, whether they have 1 member, 2, 3, 4 up. What a play coming from this squad.
Oh, and not only that, they're able to take multiple fights at the same time under pressure. You know, I mean, just think about the pressure there. But that revive, really, the turnaround right there was when SWAT 69 started taking shots on Diala. That allowed that much needed revive on the side of Konina Powers.
Yeah, and you know, you look at Yala Esports, this is a team that is probably one of the most qualified and experienced teams in this entire lobby. We've seen them play all the way from some tournaments way back in the day right here, but they're seeming to kind of struggle with certain rotations. You can definitely see them be able to make some big plays. Hopefully looking for them to kind of get it together and finish it out here for the rest of the West tournament.
What a game. What a game, and wow. Well, we got 2 more games to go. Before we get to that, let's send it to a quick break.
I love how I didn't even have to see you before we came on camera to know exactly what you were going to be doing. That's why I have my look straight at you, Seven.
I got a lot of slack for picking the wrong team, picking wildcard. I was just channeling my PMPL America's inner hot jukes, picking wrong teams when they're not even playing. But I did back it up. I went ahead and picked Konina Power, and boy, did they show it up. They ended up getting first place, and only with 2 players towards the end. They played that so wonderful. I was actually pleasantly surprised of how long they survived, because they went up against teams like C9. I believe they also going up against teams like Temple Storm, and just the end. I don't remember his name, Tixie. Such an amazing player. He was actually the last one alive there for a second. He was able to go back, pick up his teammate, and what a gameplay there by Konina Power. A lot of people that were watching on YouTube were saying this is the Konina Power that they expected, and guess what? They're finally waking up, and they're showing it here.
Well, we can also see B4 Esports. That's the player that Glitter had, or the team that Glitter had chosen. They technically did come out in 11th, but they finished better than the team I chose, a Temple Storm. Now I have to ask you, it's Glitter. This is democracy, right? We can vote you and I against him because he chose wildcard first. We can take this victory away.
Yeah, I guess we can do that. We can. Yeah. And chat will back us.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it this time.
Well, we can see, though, Team Umbra, after having a better performance in the last match, unfortunately falling to 15th place. Team Queso as well towards 9th. We've seen a lot of teams, kind of sit towards the bottom of the table, but I want to give a big shout out. Obviously we have SWAT 69, we had Yala, we had Headquarters, all getting in the top 5. And I bring them up in particular because this is some of the teams that have been struggling to ever have like a top 5 placing, let alone maybe even a top 10 placing here, guys.
Yala being able to back it up with 6 kills, I think that was huge for them. I was surprised that they allowed Konina Power to get so close to them and actually start knocking them. I think once we saw that, it was something interesting to see, and as we're seeing there the stats from Konina Power, the team that I chose to win the game, and they went ahead and did just that. 12 kills right there, 9 knocks. Look at the damage too, almost 2,000 damage and only about 700 heal. That's actually, it goes to show that they weren't only taking fights that they could go ahead and just finish right away. They didn't actually want to get in a back and forth because they didn't have the manpower to do that, especially towards the end.
Seven, if your head gets any bigger, I don't think it's going to fit on your webcam. Let's take a look, though, at our do the 2 moments from that last match. I love you. I'm just kidding. For other people out there, we're just messing with each other. And we're going to be starting off things looking at, Urda Killers. Like, this is a team that has had some rough times. I remember watching Absolute Legends Faker on our match yesterday take down 3 of them from just 1 car explosion. They've not been able to have that breakthrough performance that I really want to see out of them. Even Team Queso, you can see. I mean, Axel trying to push up. I mean, Queso, the thing is, they like to rotate early, right? They like to get aggressive and get those positions. But the problem was, I don't think they were even in really good positions all across the board there. Glitter, talking about B4, you think they kind of fluffed it as well later on in the game?
So that, and I wanted to talk about that a little bit too. We were watching B4 early on, and they actually had set themselves up in a really, really good position, and they were super safe. Then there was, I think it was just after the 4th zone, they end up having to make a rotation a little bit north into the zone, and they end up getting taken out by Nova, and I think that was an opportunity that they kind of missed. They had a very strong showing up until that point. They already had 5 kills, and at the time, they were the damage leader for the game. So must have been a missed opportunity. I believe we saw one of the B4 players that was kind of out there early and scouting, and he did get knocked. And I think it was Mixera, and then Pedro went up to help after, and it just all kind of fell apart from there. But that was super disappointing because I think that at that point they were actually set up very, very strongly to win this game. And had that turned out differently, I think that they could have pulled down the win. I think also following up though, just generally when we're talking about the end game of this match, we did see a ton of names that we've been waiting to step up to plate. You know, you mentioned Yala, you mentioned Frag Machines, Headquarters, but one important thing to note is that at the end of this match, a lot of teams, I think any of the teams actually had a full roster. There were solos, there were duos, and I think the max amount was 3 people. Everyone had somebody knocked, and so at the end, it was just about who was picking the right fights and making those right calls.
And we definitely got to see y'all there too.
One of the
Yeah, go ahead.
I think for me, one of the teams that I know that we're currently not going to be able to see them here, but one of the teams that has been very consistent for me has been Footballers. They've been able to just go ahead and frag out. I think the last match they were able to get 6 kills, and before that, they've been putting up performances like 8 kills, 9 kills, and being on the top 5 list. I think that is huge for that team. That it's a team that kind of needs to stay consistent to be at the top. And I love seeing, even though this might be in a way scrims for teams, even though it is seeding, it's good to at least see teams coming in and being consistent in placing, and not only just placing, being consistent also with how many kills they're outputting in the match.
I think also we see for Konina Power in our last match before the one we just had, and now Yala, it was like a confidence game for them, right? They were able to actually get some confidence going, realizing that they can make it to late game, realizing they can pick up kills, and hopefully for Yala's sake, I believe they're actually in 20th place, or at least were before we went into this match. Maybe they can use that to rise up. Maybe they can get some confidence out of their wings and then start to soar throughout the rest of the games, because again, it's just about seeding, but maybe looking ahead into league play is really where this team is going to be focusing on. But were there any other teams that kind of stood out to you within that match as we take a look at the total damage? I guess that's going to be a really good indicator of any teams that might have surprised us. And well, as you said before, Glitter, 1,500 damage for B4. They were rocking it.
Yeah, that's why I was saying they had all of like the tools at their disposal. I think it was just one, it was either a bad scout or a bad rotation after they had the first player knocked. They just pushed in, kind of gave too many opportunities for Nova to pick them off. But if you look across the board, this was a very strong game for a lot of teams. You see Headquarters was almost 1,300 damage, Yala with over 1,500 damage. Like, everyone stepped up to the board. It's what's like almost 1K damage for the majority of the teams that we saw in the top 8, you know? That's what I was looking for coming out of these teams, especially the ones that we were hoping would step up today that were at the bottom of the overall leaderboard.
One thing that might worry me though a little bit is the fact that was it Group B. Yeah, Group B wasn't participating in this match. You got the likes of what? You got Loops in there, you got Wildcard in there, who else is in there? I mean, we have some big names. 3 of the teams have already taken a chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken, within that group.
Dream Eaters.
Yeah, and you
got Dream Eaters,
yeah,
Wildcard, Loops. There's a heavy group there.
So with them out, you're seeing these new teams start to rise in, and I wonder if that's maybe like the indicator was when those teams are not there, they're not challenged as much, and maybe we can see like new teams kind of rise. But that's only one game they're sitting out for the day. I believe we do have an interview with someone from Yala. We have Kevin going to be joining us here. We asked him a couple of questions. Let's get him up on the screen, get him in the virtual reality studio we got going on, and let's start things off. Kevin, can you hear me first of all?
Hello. Oh, yeah, I can hear it pretty clear.
Awesome. Well, I want to first off ask you, how was that last match for you guys? You had a really good placing, much better than anything before. How did that game kind of feel to you guys?
Actually, the game felt really good from our side, holding that position, getting those information needed, crushing the middle and the right time, and then holding our position, defending it well, especially against Nova Esports when they tried to pull on us. So that was pretty much good spot to hold and get those frags. But still, then the zone, switched and we lost our position, and apparently we lost to our players actually. Yeah.
All right, well, Seven, I want to give you a chance to ask him a question, because I bet we could honestly sit here for half an hour asking him question after question, especially in the grand scheme of this whole tournament.
Yeah, and I think the question for you, Kevin, is going to go ahead and be that last match was actually the match that you guys ended up getting the most kills so far in one match, and also the higher placing. What are you guys going to be looking to do different in the upcoming matches to kind of maybe mirror the performance you guys just had in Miramar?
Actually, we're just trying to make sure that we can keep it more consistent in terms of frags and points, and find that right balance. Especially when you're competing against the best teams in the world, like you should show respect for every team, regardless if it's like team 20, team position 18, or even team number 1, because pretty much everyone can do something there in the battlefield.
I like that answer. Glitter, you have to have a question for him as well here. I mean, again, we could ask him so many things.
I mean, this is just real quick, but you guys struggled a little bit yesterday and then just had a phenomenal showing here on Miramar. Coming into today, what did you guys discuss yesterday to potentially change, or what did you change overall to have the performance that you just had?
Actually, like in terms of the whole team in Yellow Esports, we're trying to discover everything needed from the teams, like their play style, everything, and I guess that's what the weekend, the opening weekend, is all about. Like having those games and start to getting like, okay, all the competitors are playing on the battlefield now, so yeah, start finding out like who's gonna loot where, and being contested pretty much each map, and so we're trying to everyone find his borders, if you want to call it, and yeah, so even today for us, like, we're trying to know more about our opponents. Of course, we have the full analysis on each team, but everyone changes in such a tournament. They make sure that they change something about it, and that's what we're trying to experience with them before we hit the league play on Tuesday.
Okay, well, Kevin, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. I want to give you some chance to get a quick break and obviously get ready for your next game. Thank you again for coming in to do this quick interview.
Thank you a lot, guys. Thank you.
See you later. Guys, I actually really loved some of the things he said there, especially towards the end, talking about how they have a generic or general idea of how the teams are going to play, but they're also very keen to learn how are they going to adapt over the course of the opening weekend and, of course, into league play. I think that's a really smart mindset to have, Glitter.
And that's something that we've all kind of touched on a little bit throughout the past 2 days in their entirety. We've said that this opening weekend is really the team's opportunity to feel all of the other teams out, to figure out their gameplay, to figure out their drops and those rotations. And like he said, there is the possibility that teams are playing one way this weekend to kind of like throw people off a little bit and then change things up come league play, which is super interesting. And I'm looking forward to seeing if that does happen.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the overall standings now and see, or overall standings, sorry, as we see if they've changed anything up from our latest results. Canada Power still going to be locking in that first place position and locking it in by quite a large margin. I'm not even going to try to do the math in my head. I think it's around, yeah, I'm not even going to try. I was going to do it and I realized I'm going to make myself look like an absolute fool. B4, they kind of stayed generally the same, but Football Loose, they've been able to rise up a bit in the ranks. I think, though, the thing that stands out to me the most, Seven, is those kill points for Canada Power. 50. How many did they get today? They had 21 in the first game. I would love to see how many points they've accumulated just from that alone.
They have been so, like, in an absolute tear. I think on the first day, they ended up with 10 kills, and right now, all of the kills after that, they're just being destroyed. Remember, they got a chicken dinner on the first match of today with 21 kills. Going back to even PMPL Americas, when I was doing that show, we didn't even get to see a team get close to breaking 20 kills. So that is just impressive for that team. And something that even the player there from Yala Esports was saying is that they are looking to be a little bit more consistent. Well, guess what? Now getting somewhat of a push here on seeding, and they are still testing out stuff. He mentioned it himself. He said this is pretty much to kind of feel out what some of the teams are going to be doing. You can only do so much analytics in the back until you actually get into the battle zone. You test it out, see how teams are going to react, see what's going to happen if maybe they have a player down and you actually push. Are they going to be ready for that? How will they react to that? So overall, I love that we actually got a chance to sit down and talk there to Kevin and kind of get some more of an insight of what's going on in his mind.
I also really like how we've seen a change up in styles a bit for some teams. One in particular was Cloud9 that really stood out to me. 17 placement points, but 21 kills. If I remember correctly, back last year during the Global Finals, they were a team who would be really high on placement points, but didn't really have that firepower. Then obviously bringing in a player from Team Unique over from Russia, I feel it's really kind of taken them to another level. But as you're talking about before, Glitter, there needs to be that nice marriage between placement points and kills.
Yeah, and I think we've seen specifically, you know, coming out of the CIS region, lots of aggression for those teams. So I think that this is like a good change for Cloud9 to start, you know, having a lot of those kill points. They're more than capable of doing that. You look here across the board, look how much damage is coming out of the entire team. And not only that, but on the Beowulf and Uneven side, if you look, they actually are super participatory in the kills as well, with that high number of assists. So you can see that there's a lot of good team shots coming out. They're probably good focus fire communication. They have the potential there. They just have to like ramp it up one more step and they'll be good to go.
And I love seeing, you know, something, the stats prove by point, right? Adder, most kills on the team coming in from Team Unique. We've seen him have an impact within the team, but for some reason, something's missing when it comes to these West finals, even though it is just opening weekend. But, you know, 7, there's time for obviously teams to adapt. I wonder though, because obviously some teams have more of a backing than others. Cloud9, you have an org behind you. Tempo Storm, you have an org behind you. For other teams, will they have that manpower to have that coach to help them search the VODs and figure things out, come up with some new ideas? And I feel like that's maybe a slight, or not even necessarily a slight advantage for the teams that have the backing.
Oh, it's definitely an advantage, and I think it's an advantage that we have seen throughout the whole PUBG Mobile Esports community since we even started this. That's why the East is, in a way, from my perspective, a little bit more advanced, because they always had a coach right from the get-go. They also had a team house, meaning that the players could be with each other, spend more time together, build up that chemistry, and on top of that, we have Bigatron pretty much having 2 brothers right there, 2 twin brothers, so they knew exactly what they're doing at all times. So I think for these teams, having an org behind them, being able to go ahead and maybe have a team house if possible, building up that chemistry is huge. And on top of that, having a coach that allows you to kind of break down plays or just correct you on what you're doing wrong, that is huge too, because you only learn so much from playing. You have to go back, watch your gameplay, and see where you messed up and fix those errors that you made.
100%. Even with, like, you know, analysis work or commentary work, sometimes you just can't see the problems yourself. You need someone to help you with that. And obviously, we've been talking about they're all playing for a big portion of money. We've been talking about all day long. You guys can get involved as well and win some extra prizes for yourself. And just by watching within the client in the Esports Center, you accumulate points over time. And if you're within the top 100, when we all finish this thing up, you get exclusive rewards. Again, I'm still a big fan of the helmet, because when I'm driving, I seem to crash around a lot. Are you guys kind of with that? I don't know. I've been driven a long time. It's been like 8 years for me, and I guess I'm pretty bad at it now.
Euro tickets on this side, so don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, I'm a pro.
Oh, okay. Well,
so this is just a Jason.
She's a pro, but she didn't give me the 0 tickets, so I'm gonna ask her about that later on. Okay, all right. All right, she's got her back. Let's take a look at the schedule though, so you can see what 2 matches we have coming up later on today. We'll be going straight into Sanhok as our next game, and we're gonna have Group A sitting out. So if I remember correctly, we got Cloud9 in there, but who else is in there?
Yep. We got Footballist, SWAT 69, and Temple Storm. And I'm going to try to remember that next time so I don't actually end up picking the wrong person. You know, what happened earlier was that somebody told me, hey, we're going to be interviewing Wildcard. And it stuck on my head, and I ended up picking the wrong person. It happens. But I think this is going to be huge for a lot of teams, not being able to deal with Footballist. Footballist has been a consistent team so far, especially with kills as well. They're not going to have to worry about that fragging power. Cloud9, in a way, kind of starting to step it up a little bit more. And then Temple Storm, the team that coming into this day had the most kills thus far, not playing this match, I think it's going to be huge, because Sanhok is just such a hot mess. Anything can happen here on Sanhok, and that's why I want to go back to you, Jason. I want you to predict the first team that's going to go ahead and win it here.
I'm glad you're doing that, actually. Can you just once again remind me in Group A? Cloud9, Temple Storm, Footballist, and the 4th?
And the 4th is going to be SWAT 69.
Okay, Konina Power's winning then. I'm just staying away from you, man.
Wait, a 3rd win.
I'm calling a 3rd win. Look at this team.
On my boat?
They have over 50 frags. They are going off the chain. And when you get them into a close quarter combat map like this, I feel like they're going to excel. Come on.
Okay.
I can't curse them that badly, could I?
Listen,
it's possible.
Well, you never know. It's definitely possible. I think I am going to go...
Tempo Storm.
I want to go back to Queso.
Queso, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I think my pick, they didn't get a chance to play it yesterday, is going to be Loops Esports. I want to see what Loops is going to be able to do, and if anybody's going to go ahead and challenge them on lobster building in bootcamp.
I'll make sure to also follow us on Esports PUBG M, and you can check out all the action going on within West, within East, even that documentary series we were talking about before. Thank you guys very much for your inputs into this game. I'm sorry that you're going to lose to me with Koina Power taking the chicken dinner yet again. We'll check with you guys after this match. I'm a little bit sad Seven's not walking away anymore off the screen. It was fantastic, and the moonwalk as well. I think that was all in rehearsal. You guys missed it. We're going to bring in two other gentlemen who could probably moonwalk around us like crazy. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. We're now 3 matches deep into our second day, our final day of the opening weekend. Mustache Dave, how are things going to go down on Sanhok? I feel like this is going to go off the chain.
It's going down. It is going down. And I think you're talking about my shirt because I got chains on my shirt, so I see what you're doing over here. But the key to success is the mustache skin in the game. You strap that bad boy on, your aim goes up at least 25%.
At least 25%. If anything, it's going to make our commentary more than 50% better. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, take us away.
Yes, sir. You got it. Let's go. Sanhok, baby. One of my favorite maps to watch because I think it's anybody's game. You know, without a doubt, the blue zone, it's going to be doing the most damage. It's going to be the MVP of this map, hands down. You know, we've already written the book. We've already got some pre-orders as well. You know, the good old-fashioned book, you know, of Sanhok, written by OP Blue Zone. And as you can see, we can already see this playing path going right over Paradise. That's where Cloud9 likes to drop, and Cloud9's not in this match. So I wonder if any of these teams realize that and are opting to take that loot that's most likely going to be wide open.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be open, but we kind of saw the same thing yesterday in Game 5. Wasn't it Tempo sitting out? Like, that's the thing. Like, you want to get used to where you're comfortable playing, right? So all because Paradise might be open, if you're a team that doesn't necessarily drop there, is there a point? You know, is there a point in going there? I guess there is when it comes to practicing and being able to adapt, you know, per game, per group, per flight plan. And we're actually going to see Team Queso going there.
Yeah, and I think that you're going to start seeing some teams. I mean, you have to. You really have to. These squads, they're checking that. While they're on the plane, it shows how many players are on there. So they're looking, and then once they see those numbers drop, they have a pretty good idea of where these teams are going to go. And if they notice that, hey, 4 players didn't leave right over Paradise, it's got to be wide open. So, yeah, it looks like Team Unique seemed to kind of head in that direction and try to get some good loot from Paradise. But, yeah, I think that if you really want to have success in a tournament like this, you gotta be flexible, right? You gotta be willing to adapt and drop in different locations, especially if you have a place like Paradise with that kind of loot wide open for the taking.
Flexible, pumping it, you know, what was it? Konina Powers, they're just pumping too much iron, you know, flexing on everybody. A lot of keywords, you know. You learn the keywords that we're spitting out all day long. That's how you become the best. You know, that's how you're able to get here with the best in the West. So
that's correct. You gotta have that thesaurus at the ready at all times.
Exactly. I mean, oh man, welcome on in, everybody. By the way, all the viewers out there, this is game number 4. We have 5 all together here today. This is Sanhok, kind of like that switcherino for me at least. You know, you have the slower, you know, Miramar, the slower Vikendi, and then you throw them in Sanhok. You know, you just mix it in a blender and shake it up and throw in some spice, and that's what you got right now as Dream Eater's going to be pushing uphill onto Team Queso.
Oh, yeah, and Team Queso has an idea that there is a player there as Ayala is going to throw that grenade and say, don't come up this hill. We are up here and waiting for you. So, yeah, Versit, I think, is going to kind of hit that lay down and hopefully get some extra intel from the rest of his squad.
Okay, so this is good. Versit not alone here. You know, the other Dream Eater snakes, you know, trying to hinge on the dreams of Team Queso. They're going to be slowly making their way uphill, looking to maybe catch them off guard. Because Team Queso, they definitely know there's 1. The question is, do they know there's 3?
Well, the only problem is that the rest of Dream Eaters are going to have to make a play here coming up soon as that grenade opens up the fight. And Mystic, he senses that there is another player. He hears Advocate as he is coming up to the rock right now. And Dream Eaters need to make a move right now if they're going to try to pick up their player.
Yeah, they're making the play. And Matic down there behind the tree, still prone, kind of biding their time right now. Advocate going to be the main center of attention right now. Going to be making the pull up. Looks like we should be able to get a revive over here. A risky one, though. No helmet on Advocate. Able to get behind this tree and use it for cover. We see Matic on the tail end of this one trying to get the flush themselves, and Axel on the back line. They might find themselves in an engagement. We see the kill feed, but look at this. Loops also playing King of the Hill right now as frag machines are pushing their way on up, trying to connect their shots. Dadden going to be chunked down to about 50% HP. Freak popping on into that vehicle, but look at Kowalski's position. Could play spoiler.
Loops versus Frag Machine right now. Big nade on top. We saw the kill feed. Looks like Matic was able to get 2 members from Team Queso. That's going to be an intense fight over there. They have 2 knocked right now as Advocate gets on to Mystic. But we're looking at this fight between Loops and Frag Machine. Frag Machine, they're at a big disadvantage at the bottom of this hill right here. They have to make a big play if they want to take out. Oh my goodness. Looks like lost. Team Queso taken out by Dream Eaters. That must have been an insane fight. But look at all these nades coming from Loops right now.
I mean, we talk about it on the desk, Dream Eaters getting the ultimate inception on the Team Queso in their dreams right there. But yeah, these grenades just coming back and forth. Here comes Kowalski. Kowalski from PMWL Americas, the top fragger, had about 130 kills to themselves, more than some teams actually played.
Oh my goodness.
And going to be squaring on off, and there goes one. Nothing less to expect from Kowalski. And now it's just outplay, snaking it in the shadows, in the grass. But Loops, they are not about the disrespect, and they're going to hunt down outplay. Chop off the head of the snake right there. Frag Machine out.
Carrillo looking for that Viura, looking for that snake, catching him out real quick right there, man. Loops so aggressive. This squad, when they have that, it's like they almost run with blood in their mouth. You know, as soon as they get that taste, they're coming after you with full force. And just like that, Loops getting it done.
Easy does it. Easy does. You know, 2 teams that I would love to see fight a little more, Loops and Footballists, man.
Oh my goodness.
Because they're both teams so aggressive, especially when they get the initial entry knock. You know, insta push right there. But I really like that last play from Loops. They left Kowalski in the back line, you know, just waiting for the collapse. I mean, very smart, methodical play from them.
Yep, without a doubt. You know, I mean, that would be, I think, the dream scenario right there to see those 2 squads go out. And Pedro Dog in the good old buggy trying to get out of there. As Maxid, he's in the Ronnie as well. B4 with the vehicle plays here in Sanhok. You don't see that too often.
I would say Pedro Dog in the dog house. And, you know, these 2 teams, B4 and Nova, these are 2 teams extremely familiar with fighting one another. We got Maxon on the high ground, trying to chase down that vehicle, but Sheefan, yeah, connecting those. And Pedro trying to heal on up easy with the lean peek onto Maxon, taking them down and out. We see some grenades getting cooked. We see some smokes getting tossed on out there. B4. 3 up right now. Replay.
Yeah, look at this replay right now. This is the Frag Machine fight from earlier. That was a really big nade on the Konita Power, and then Dream Eaters being able to take out Team Queso. You can see Matic with the Vector getting that 2-piece right there. What a great play.
The 2-for-1 special right there. The 2-for-1 special. And then to finish things off with the Loops engagement. So here's Unique. Overlooking right now. Overlooking Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters already got a couple kills to their names in the bank. And B4, Mix 0. We saw them win a game earlier on. Oh, go for the crouch shot onto AZ, but AZ able to get that one. Levi tossing a grenade. It's actually going to bounce, but connect onto AZ after all. Sheepman, 1v2 up there on the rock, trying to go for the spray down. Levi trying to get the wraparound. Sheepman, done. So many teams getting taken out early here. We're only 8 minutes into this game.
That's Sanhok right there. Sanhok just pushes the aggression in all of these squads. You know, Nova, Esports seem to, they look to have B4 on the ropes for a good second, but that just goes to show you when you're playing here in the PUBG Mobile World League West, you're facing against the best of the best. I can't say it enough. You just cannot just get lazy against any one of these squads, because one little misplay, a 1/10 of a second mistake, and it will completely turn around on you.
Preach, man. Keep going.
Truth. It's the truth, man. You got to be on point every single play. You cannot let up. You cannot play loose. You could be like, all right, you know, we already got 3 members down. We got a 3v1 going. Let's all push in 1v1. Boom. Just like that, your squad's wiped. You know?
Axe, man.
You gotta have it. Gotta have it. Gotta be on them
clutch factor.
Gotta read the book of Sanhok, baby.
The book of Sanhok, easy. I mean, pre-sales, it's flying out the window right now. Get it while it's hot, because we talk about the code, the keys to success. Well, that book's got it all.
That's right. That's right. You know, first, you know, it's chapter 1, third parties, you know, written by the Blue Zone. And then, of course, chapter 2, don't be lazy. When in doubt, work harder, you know?
Don't be lazy. Chapter 3, follow Hot Jukes Mustache Dave.
That's true, on Twitter and Instagram. That's actually in the intro, you know?
Intro, yeah.
It's a must. Before you can read the rest of the book, gotta do those 2 things.
Oh, it's a good book. It's a good book. I mean, 2020, it's expected to be #1 seller. I'm just gonna put it out there. So looking around real quick, Loops, 5 kills so far. 5 kills. Let that one sit in. B4, 4 kills. Dream Eaters, 4 kills. I mean, these teams coming into Sanhok, getting the knocks, getting the kills, getting the points. I mean, oh, you love to see it. Dream Eaters actually in boot camp. They're in the most centralized position as well. Talking about loving to see something. Garoza, baby.
Oh, man, and he's got the AK, so you know that swap's coming out real quick. D7 picked up that Groza instantly right there, and he already got the suppressor for it, and look at that. About to take off in style with the getting on the moped right there. The rest of the squad.
Yeah, imagine, you can't shoot the grills on moped, right? No, you got to jump off. So, talk about getting shot at. You know, Knights having a rough one, having a rough day. Rough day right now. They got a little 2-2 split going on right now. Carnage and 6. This looks like Carnage going to be swimming on up. Looks like, you know, the revive should be successful, but Wildcard, knowing who they're up against, they look like they're getting a little more aggressive, maybe even second-guessing themselves. Ace, they're kind of spread out. They got a little 3-1 going on right now.
Yeah, it's a tough position right here, I think, for Wildcard, because if you look at where they're at, I mean, just to try and push this squad, they have to run out wide in the open. And no matter who you're going against, you just can't do that, because the second you run out in the open, you're going to get laser beamed really quickly right here. But yeah, Wildcard, man, these guys can hit some big shots. We saw Spring in an interview early on. If you're just tuning in, make sure you kind of watch back, because there was some really good interviews, a lot of good stuff going on during the breaks as well. So definitely some intel you kind of want to catch for sure.
Yeah, and watch back the desk. I mean, you got Glitter, you got Seven, you got Jason. I mean, replay it time and time again, because they are just dropping the knowledge. Dropping the knowledge. So
that's
just
correct.
rewatch everything, really.
That's right. Yeah, and I want to see a power rankings of which one of these people on the desk predicted the most teams correctly.
Oh, hey. Okay.
I think that's what we need. We need to get one. So someone in the chat needs to be keeping track of this, you know, and see who so far has been the most correct when it comes to predicting these teams winning.
I mean, I got my prediction.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
it's Glitter. It's Glitter. Making the comeback. You know, it might have been a little off when it comes to PMPL Americas, you know, with the Ace 1 prediction, game in and game out. But hey, we're at the West League now. We got it. We got it down locked. I mean, you got Seven guessing wild card every game when they're not even playing. So you got to kind of scratch your head sometimes, you know, like who's really. You know what? Hey, I'm just joking. I'm just Seven.
No. It's true. It's true though, because you know, wild card. I think he sensed that the wild card interview was coming up.
True.
Right.
True.
So because of that, they did the remake. The wild card interview came through. So I think it was just a little bit of a miss of a sensation coming from 7WG. But you know what? If there's anything that you know that Seven's got, he's gonna have them flower shirts all day long.
Hey,
you know?
A quote from Seven. You know that I live my life by. If you make it a mind game, then it's a mind game.
That's true. That's true. Truer words have never been spoken. Any mind game, if you're gonna play a mind game, it will be a mind game if you let it be a mind game.
Exactly.
WG 2020.
Yeah, 28. It got my vote. Talking about getting votes, this circle definitely not getting the vote when it comes to the Knights and wild card. This could be a fight that we see. We did see a couple aqua rails, the jet skis over there on the side of the Knights. They could opt to kind of, you know, hop in those bad boys, get their sunglasses on and their sun lotion, get those crates and, you know, pull up to those cliffs near boot camp. But will they do it? That's up for debate.
Yep, let's see right here. This is where it's starting to get into the action. I know that we're kind of joking and fooling around because Sanhok, it's one of those maps that you can't really move on. And if anybody that's watching this is like, hey, why are these teams camping? Well, I'll tell you what, if you just move out in the wrong position for 1 second, just like that, you are knocked and thirsted. That's how good these squads are. So right now, they're all trying to play really, really careful because we're in Snake Island. Snake Island. You never know if there's a team over the hill, hiding behind a rock, using that 3 peak, just waiting for you. So right now, they're all just trying to slowly creep into zone. And this next one is pretty much going to decide who's going to have the biggest advantage when it comes to winning.
Yeah, and if I had to like make an analogy for Sanhok, this is a perfect one. Imagine being in a city, rush hour, traffic. It's, you know, the light turns green, everybody speeds up, but then the light turns red right before you get to the intersection. Like, that's Sanhok, you know, green, red, green, red, green, red. And it's every single circle pretty much. So we see Loops right now attempting to gatekeep headquarters. Don't forget, headquarters, they got a Garoza, they got a crate, but look at this. I mean, they're going for some interesting plays, trying to wrap all the way around boot camp in the water, on the shoreline, trying to avoid the conflicts right now.
Yeah, you can just definitely see it right there. D7 got that Groza locked and loaded. Loops heard that. So that's going to, I think, be a solid deterrent. Yeah, he is by his own lonesome right now. He's added. Look at these guys, man. If they'll catch you on a quick rotation, just one wrong movement, and you're down and out just like that.
Yeah, and I give it to headquarters. You know, they tried to go for, like, the sneaky rotation, just going over here. But unfortunate, Konina Power is also in that general direction as well. So it's really up to D7. Can they hit the shots on the Groza? Can they get a knock and maybe allow their other squad mates to make it onto the shore and get the revive?
Yeah, this is going to be a real tough one right now, especially when you got Loops up on top of you. This squad is just so aggressive. They hit shots so well right now. Look at Carrillo with his movement, just really quick, trying to spot anything out for his squad. D7, he's got that off angle right now, and I think he's just basically just trying to keep the pressure up so the rest of his squad can get picked back up.
Yeah, and take notes, by the way. I mean, take notes. You see how they're moving back and forth? They are not standing still, because the moment you stand still in Sanhok, that's your helmet, that's your head, that's a snipe to the dome.
That's correct. Yeah, you know, Carrillo always just trying to keep players guessing. And you notice, the second these guys get one shot on them, boom, they're instantly moving out the way. Oh, this could be a big molly right here. It's got the Hildo's advantage.
That should be good. That should be good. D7 is going to be forced to kind of push on out from their cover right there.
Oh,
shit. Even burn up. Look at the zone.
Look at that. Good old solid shift to the north right here. Team Unique is inside, but look at Wildcard, Pittsburgh Knights, all in the blue zone right here. This is going to be a huge clash of the Titans between all these squads trying to get in this blue zone. And look at that, 35 seconds left on the clock. They got to start moving right now.
The blue zone, man. The blue zone. Going to start taking a little bit of damage. It's going to start taking away. You see Carnage in the front lines, you know, really low. About 75% of his HP is going to be missing. My concern, though, Wildcard, they still haven't had the opportunity to kind of group up from their 3-1 split going on. Acer, I mean, yesterday alone, the top fragger from the squad is going to be somewhat separated for the time being.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to start utilizing a heal strat this early on right now. This is zone 4. I guarantee you, though, man, once this zone hits zone 5, that blue zone, it hurts. It's not a place that you want to be in by any means, but this is a difficult, really difficult rotation for a wild card right now. So I think that, you know, utilizing a heal strat may not be a bad play going into this one.
Or just a snake strat. You see right there, they got locked down. They got locked down. This is Yala Esports, yeah, trying to regroup. I mean, look at them, all by themselves. Fortunate for them, the next zone does going up. The blue zone going to start pushing on in. So you have KHK Esports. They're going to opt to also reposition on this one.
Yeah, you know, Yala Esports, formerly TRD, they competed in both the 2019 PMSPO spring and fall splits. They won the 2019 Pringles Cup. We look at Anas
taking the shots. This
on the KHK.
This is risky. This is risky, but I do believe Yala Esports, they will have the support from their squad mates. So one of them is going to be knocked. Anas could play spoiler, but taking those initial shots and not getting the knocks, I mean, they're going to be giving away their position right now. And here comes the blue zone. It's coming. Grenades as well.
It's risky, but they got no choice because of that blue zone. It's coming, and they are being ganked.
Oh!
Huge nade from Anas right there to help open up the fight for his squad, but he's got 2 more members gatekeeping him right now from KHK.
There you go. Yala making the push. I mean, they're in the blue zone, taking shots at everything, trying to connect onto Konina. Power's in the buggy, in the front lines. They're taking every single fight they can get, trying to get as many points as possible. Oped returning the favor, going to be spraying back there in the blue. Anas still behind the tree, moving tree to tree, getting ever so closer. And there you go. Another grenade coming on out, another shot coming on out. KHK Esports, they were caught off guard big time.
And not to mention, the next zone has already come up. We're into zone 5 right now, and this zone hurts really bad. It's not a circle that you want to stay in the blue by any means right now. So Anas needs to get into this blue zone as soon as he possibly can. But look at that, 20 seconds left on the clock. Oh, and Alpha Legends, that's going to be it right there.
What, on a positive note, though, Alpha Legends, they don't get that kill point because the blue zone was the person or the thing that got the knock right there. So Alpha Legends, they might be a little mauled. They're molding right now. They're a little angry about that one. So they're trying to take the shots out there in the blue, in the smokes, trying to get some points. They got 3 so far.
Well, here we go. We're going to see a whole bunch of teams go out right now because somebody else that's angry is Pittsburgh Knights and Team Unique as the zone hard shifted again down to the southwest right here. So huge break for B4 Esports at headquarters, but the rest of these squads are going to have to run into it right now as this zone closes.
The snake got, crouching, the snake got right behind one of the enemies from Unique. Hot on the case, Detective Sixless. The thing is, there's other squad mates from Unique. Sixless gonna open up the engagement blue zone on their tail end. J7 will be spotted. Raven also tagged and bagged. Now the snake, the aggressor, Sixless gonna be popping on over there, trying to get the thirst. There goes one. Memphis over there in the safety of the zone will be taking some shots on a Sixless. Sixless behind the rock, behind the cover, healing on up right now, but Prolord in the sight lines right there. Sixless right there. Oh, another one! Another one!
He's just trying to get all the points he can right now. He's out of zone. He's got no heals left. Trying to get every point he can for his squad, but that's it. Pittsburgh Knights eliminated as team number 6.
Got 2 points, though. Got 2 points. Got 2 points. So, you got Unique Frozen cooking some grenades, talking about teams trying to get points. Oh, cooking that one a little too much, ricocheting off the rock, and yeah, now you got the full attention of Loops. 4 members from Loops, to be exact.
8 kills already on the board right here for this Loop squad. They just end up having 1 knocked, but it looks like they're going to get this pickup right now. Zone's closing, though. This is zone 6. They do not want to be in this blue zone for any longer than they have to be.
Yeah, and then not only that, you got Team Umbra still alive. They got 3 alive. They're going to be making their approach, making their move here. They're going to be collapsing right on top of Loops. And Loops, yep, trying to deal with Frozen still. I mean, there's grenades getting tossed right near them, so they know that there's enemies near. Federal, AKM, no scope, iron sights will be trying to take the shots, but Vindex with the drop down. Vector able to get one. Can they get another one? Frozen in the blue, trying to run on up. Good play. Spoiler right now. Onto the side of Loops. Uzi lock and loaded. Here comes the spray. Able to connect onto Kowalski. Leo, super low. Blue zone, like you said, taking out another one from Loops. Now Dadden, the lone survivor out of that whole fight from Loops.
Oh, and that tree is just not thick enough. He does not have enough room to hold down. He's trying, though, to survive as long as he can. Alpha Legends getting third-party from all over the place, and they're out of there.
Pedro Dog saying, who let the dogs out right now? We'll be getting some kills on the side of B4. Alpha Legends getting pinched with the blue zone to their side, and B4, they got the engines revving right now. Team Umbra, they're in it. They are in it. They have a couple rocks. I really like the rocks that Team Umbra are playing right now. Dadden seems to be at the disadvantage out of all these players right here.
Oh, yeah, he is right now. He's trying to get up, but he's already secured at least 3rd place for his team, and especially with how many kills Loops have, it's still a good performance regardless right now, as PRZ from Team Umbra trying to catch the toes from B4 Esports underneath that building. They recognize that, though, so B4 is going to hold this building really hard right now.
They're going to hold it. They're going to hold it, but this next circle will be the deciding factor. And I gotta say, they're probably gonna have to push on out, and there's not a lot of cover on the side of B4. So they're gonna need to have the information. They're gonna need to be ready to just spray and connect those shots onto the 3 enemies out there in the distance. One grenade could be the deciding factor. But remember, Addin from Loops, what can they do over there from their off angle?
Oh, it looks like a member from PRC with the huge nade on the B4. Oh my goodness, knocks 2 of them. ProLord going in to try and knock out Levi. The last member here, huge play for Team Umbra.
ProLord just steaming the building, kicking in the door. Here's the FBI taking them down. Dadden just watching it the whole time. Knows for a fact where ProLord is. Knows for a fact where PRZ is. So it's a 1v2. Looks like Dadden's position will be compromised. ProLord gonna be taking some shots onto that tree. The 2v1. Can Dadden clutch it on out from Loops? Well, we're gonna find out right now. Blue Zone's gonna start push on in. Addin, peek in the corner. Yep, eliminated. Team Umbra, first place, winner, chicken dinner.
Huge win for Team Umbra, one that they really needed right there. PRZ with 7 kills in the books right there. That was a crazy grenade right there to open it up onto B4. And then, man, we just saw ProLord just running in full straight, got that Uzi out, able to finish it out right there. Great plays from Team Umbra.
You get the double knock with the grenades. You need to make sure to get the thirst. And ProLord is like, I am not going to allow this solo to get my finishes, and just sending it like whoop, right on into that building. B4, they didn't even see what was coming.
And it was just a great play overall right there. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to Sanhok. It is anybody's game. It's so hard to predict who the winner's going to be because those zones are so chaotic. So many different teams just clashing onto everybody. But what a match so far. I can't wait to see what the desk and Jason, of course, have to think about this one. We'll find out exactly what they have to say right after this short commercial break.
What we thought about that game, Dadden, what a play out of him. Just sitting back, I'ma chill, you guys duke it out, you guys fight it out. And 7, well, you did have Loops, and you got the better of Glitter Knight yet again.
I know. I think we need to have my boy Mustache Dave listen to our predictions a little bit closer there, as Loops did end up in second place. And to be honest, something that I do have to agree with what Jukes was saying is those zone shifts hurting teams a lot, and that's why Loops ended up with just 1 player there at the end with that, and that didn't play that perfectly, just waiting until everybody got into some action over there. I think at that point, Umbra being able to go ahead and come out with that win from B4, I think the final zone was huge, having to pretty much push B4 out of that circle. That was impressive to see. And just to give a little bit more credit to Umbra was in 20th place at one point. I think before this match they were actually in 19th place. This is just great performances to see from them. And not only that, them being able to go ahead and pick it up on kills. I think the most kills they have ever gotten in a match so far in this in this pretty much seeding matches that we have had was 6 kills, and to almost go ahead and double it here, it is a great performance from Team Umbra.
Even Headquarters in there too. We wanted to talk about Glitter. Headquarters, Umbra, KHK, all making top 6, and they haven't had a decent standing overall today.
No, which is why this is so good to see, because we knew it was going to take some of the teams a little bit longer to maybe find their footing. But after showing like that, it's going to shake up the standings a lot. You can see Konina Power there all the way.
Whoa, hey, calm down.
Unfortunate.
All right, they didn't come out first. That was Team Queso. Come on. I remember hearing, Dave and Hotchicks talking about how, you've been really getting back in there. You've been closer on the predictions. You're slowly working your way up. And then look at the screen again, and guess what? Team Queso knocked out 16th place. So they might need to rethink what they were talking about. They're going to take a look at our results from our top team there. And it's going to be Umbra. And like you said, 7, a massive win for them.
Wow.
Maybe it just took some time for them to figure out how things are going to play out. And it seems like they're starting to rise up into the occasion.
Definitely, and not only that, what I'm actually impressed about here is their total heal, only 305 in a map like Sanhok, where more than likely you're gonna get third party at one point or another. Seeing that from Umbra is actually super impressive, because this map, man, I seen teams actually get over 1,000 heal easily and winning the game. So perfect game plan for them. It seemed like ended up working out for them, and luckily for them, they ended up winning that 2v1 at the end against Dadin, which worked perfectly.
I was going to be very sad if you were correct in your prediction again with Loops. Let's take a look, though, at our the highlights and moments from that game as we're going to walk through this one. Glitter, why don't you start us off? Well, maybe we should just go straight to 7 as Dadin's exactly the first one. But you had Queso, Glitter, so we see Mystic here going off the bat.
Here you go.
Yeah, see, and this was really unfortunate. They did start off, and I think they were able to get at least a couple kills because they had, more points than
they did get one.
Did, Jason?
Thanks for rubbing it in.
But it was you know what? Every team's going to have one of those games where sometimes it's a rough start. They did not have a good fight after they were able to pull down one of those kills. They were taken out by Dream Eaters, and we were talking about that. I was happy for Dream Eaters. They wiped out their whole squad. They got 4 kills off of that, which was good for Dream Eaters standings overall as well. I mean, so it was a bummer that my prediction didn't work, but I was also super happy for Dream Eaters and how they played that fight out.
Definitely true. I remember exactly you saying, hey, I'm actually glad it was Dream Eaters the ones that went ahead and knocked my pick there, because they are a team that kind of, we seen them get a win before yesterday on day 1, and they are a team that can get in a groove, and it's something that we're kind of starting to see now out of Kanina Power. I think that was their worst performance so far today after Jason picked them. Besides that, they had already 2 wins.
Coming at me.
Not sure what's happening here.
It's the cast.
Jason, what are your thoughts, Jason, on this Kanina Power finish on this match?
I feel like they had a good effort. I feel like they were more, being generous to everyone else. I think, they were tired of winning 2 games and they wanted to let other people have a chance. So they took the hit.
I was going to say that, to be fair.
Yeah. So I think they're just being nice. I can respect that.
I'm with you on that one. I think that's exactly what it was. They didn't want to go ahead and finish off the seeding here way too high on the leaderboard, because they want to go ahead and give the people a chance to see what's going to happen once we actually get to league play. So I'll give you that one. Yeah, Kanina Power was just letting this one slide.
I'm going to take that, honestly. The silver lining from the game there. I'll be definitely happy with that. But V4, I mean, maybe we should talk about kind of the end of the game and how it worked out, because they had that little compound. They were the only one left in there. And then the zone kind of shifted away from them, and they had to come out, and then obviously getting knocked inside. Actually, before we get to that, let's take a look at the total damage. And your boys, Loops, 7. 1,900 damage done out of them.
1,900 damage, 10 kills, and that just goes to show nobody challenged them in boot camp. That's one thing that I mentioned before even the match started with Loops, is that they were going to go ahead and drop boot camp, they were going to go ahead and drop Luster Building, and nobody challenged them. The only one that I kind of saw maybe close to them was Team Queso, but Team Queso usually tends to stay a little bit north of actually boot camp. Overall, great plays by them, by Loops Esports. And going back to B4, as you were mentioning, they did have that building there on those final circles. For some reason, just at the end, it seems like they took a little bit too long to go ahead and push out of that building. I know we were talking when we were watching the match, we were saying, well, at least some part of the building is going to stay inside, but I felt like as soon as they would have seen that circle, throw some smokes, try to get out of that area, maybe find a rock, maybe find a tree to find some cover behind. That way you're set for what Umbra is going to be doing, and also from what Loops Esports was going to be doing.
And I wanted to point out, was it Headquarters and KHK? It was 500 damage and 300 damage respectively on the 2. I feel like they were definitely playing for placements the whole time. I mean, we didn't really see much aggression, not a lot of kills coming out of them. But let's see how it's affected things. For Team Umbra in particular, I'm curious to see where do they go on the leaderboards. And we should, oh no, we're not seeing them just yet on the top 10. I was almost hoping to see them just bust through, but that kind of shows how far behind everyone else they were. But at least Konina still gonna be sitting in first place, but Loops have been able to steal away a second, Glitter.
I think what's incredibly impressive, if you just look at the overall ranking right now for the entire first page, a lot of these teams are at the 7 match mark, and they're still second place, third place, fourth. Like, this is crazy that these teams are performing this well points-wise compared to people that may have had an extra match over them. I mean, I love seeing Konina still holding on to first, Loops doing really well for themselves, but that overall is just an impressive first page.
And also important to see that was their last game, right? So now it means we have teams like Loops that can potentially overtake them. Wildcard could potentially overtake them. But then again, obviously it's just gonna be seeding. But we'll see Team Umbra. I mean, they started on 27 and now they're up to 11th place. That's not a bad shoot up for them, but they're still gonna have that one more chance.
Definitely, that is a huge jump, and I'm glad actually Glitter got to mention in regards to the matches. For somebody that might be new watching PUBG Mobile Esports, keep in mind to those matches, especially once we go into league play and we go into Super Weekend, because you want to keep a close eye on how far away they are on points, and also if certain teams have more matches placed, because at some point they're gonna have to sit out, which is gonna give other teams a chance to go ahead and pass them. But Team Umbra, I think being able to go ahead and jump their 9 places, that is super impressive. I think earlier they ended up with the 3rd place, and now here being able to come back and get that 1st place with kills, that is huge for them.
It's the Cloud9 treatment at the end of PMPL there. But speaking of Cloud9, they are still struggling here. I do wonder though if this is more of like a feeling out phase. We heard from Kevin from Yala earlier on, and it was kind of like, let's just get a feel of how everyone's playing, and then going into the league play when things are gonna matter, they'll definitely step it up. But we do have yet again the John Madden effect coming through, or the 7 Madden effect coming through. What do you got for us?
Don't worry, I got you. Let me know when they're hiding my camera. There you go. There it is. All right, now the one we're going to be breaking down here is going to go ahead and be B4 against Nova. I want you to keep an eye out on Nova. They're currently going to be reviving a player. And guess what? B4 has 3 players that are just gonna be on absolute fire, and get ready to see what my boy Levi is gonna be able to do. Something that I love. Keep an eye on Levi right here. He's gonna go ahead and start bunny hopping, and he's gonna bunny hop all the way down from there to here, and it's gonna be just beautiful to see, because he's gonna try, he's pretty much what he's giving his team is a different angle, as some of the other players are gonna be right here. So now that we're gonna go ahead and press play here, the Nova player is gonna be able to go ahead and heal up right in time before the action starts. And right here, just the different angles that Nova's able to kind of keep track of. They do end up knocking one player there with Mixera, and it changes the whole, pretty much the whole fight here. It becomes a 2v2. Keep in mind though, some of the players do have less health. And right here, we're just gonna go ahead and let it finish a little bit more. Grenades are thrown. Levi, with that great grenade, able to go ahead and just finish off that player, and CFAM being able to go ahead and just hold that angle. And right here with the movement, something that I quite enjoy is that as soon as Pedro realizes that Levi's right there, Pedro's like, you know what, you got this, man. Let me go ahead and pick up Mixera, because we cannot afford to go ahead and lose him. And Levi, sure enough, is able to go ahead and hit those shots, get that engagement, being able to be Nova, and at the end of the day, guess what? My man ends up with some fire and some confetti, baby. Levi, being able to clutch it right there for B4 was just a great play.
You know, Seven, I think this is why we can't have nice things, man. I'm wondering if you're sitting there during the game just seeing, okay, what extra things can I add into it? I'm expecting some more coming into the next few days. But yeah, I mean, we talked about B4. Glitter, you mentioned them quite a few times. Even a team that you're looking at as having a really good performance throughout the entire day. And I think they've shown that they're really aware of how to push into positions. Also, their nades have been pretty on point.
I was actually going to say the same thing about nades as well. Today, specifically, I feel like we've seen more, but very successful ones specifically. And it's a really good use of utility that you love to see in PUBG Mobile, and it's also super important just in general for all these pros. But B4 is actually, while they haven't pulled down a win outside the Vikendi today, they have been so consistent that their average points per match is right up against everyone that's in that top 3 position. And so B4's put themselves in a nice spot for the rest of today, and just for seeding in general, to really move forward strongly into league play.
Well, speaking of the rest of the day, we do have one more match to come up today. It's going to be back on Erangel, and we're going to have Group E taken out of the mix here. But who's going to be in Group E? We need to remind the people at home.
Group E is going to go ahead and be Alpha Legends, Team Queso, Uter Killers, and Konina Power. So another strong team. Teams that were kind of starting to pick it up there. Alpha Legends, I feel like Alpha Legends was finally starting to wake up. And just going back a little bit to the viewers currently watching this, keep in mind, this is all for seeding. You might see teams like Cloud9 towards the bottom right now, Pittsburgh 9's towards the bottom. And that's not something, if you're a fan of that team, don't be alarmed by that. They could be using this couple matches here in a way as scrims to try to feel like and test out what teams are going to be doing. Teams from other regions are going to be doing that they might not be used to, which hopefully we don't see starts like that from those teams when we actually start league play, because that can definitely backfire.
Well, we will be going into our last one of the day. Remember, you can still sign up for the PMCO Fall Split. It's going to be ending today. We have over 60,000 teams signed up. And obviously, this map, it should be a map if you play PUBG Mobile at all. You're going to know inside and out. I would love to see, though, Glitter, some more bridge camping, some gatekeeping here. I think we saw, through PMPL and PMCO last year, how insane teams can be to really lock players out of different parts of the map.
So what you're saying is you want a military island ending?
Why not? Why not? Make it exciting.
You're just like, we've seen some of those in the past, and they can be very, very messy. Like you said, not only will there be gatekeeping on the bridges, but trying to cross that water just gets so dangerous if you're not one of the first teams to do so, and if you don't have a boat, like, it can be really, really messy. So you are just potentially throwing some stuff at the players right now.
Well, we'll see if we're going to have any of that happen yet again. Remember, there's still giveaways going on, and there's a special one indeed if you're watching over on YouTube, or even if you're not watching over on YouTube, head over there and make sure you subscribe. Once they hit 2 million subscribers, they will be giving away randomly to the subscribers some permanent sets. And of course, the Jason set 7 is going to be calling in a few seconds. I think this is amazing. And honestly, I need to make sure to remind myself to do this right after, because I think we're getting extremely close to pulling that off. But one thing looking forward to Erangel here, and in general when we get into league play, because this is the last day of the opening weekend for Me7, is the fact that will teams stick to drop spots and stick to the way they've been playing here, not necessarily in terms of aggression, but in terms of their rotations, in terms of where they want to start things off? Or do you think we're going to see over this little bit of a break we have, teams drastically change things?
I wouldn't say drastically change things, but you might see teams actually starting to adjust on other things. And going into predictions here, as I've just heard that we're going to be starting the match here. Jason, you know what? Tell us your first prediction. You told us Konina Power earlier. They ended up in 16th place. What you got, Jason?
I'm going to go footballist. I got to.
All right. Glitter?
I'm going to go with wildcard.
Oh, I was actually gonna. You know what? I'm actually picking wildcard because they are playing this next match.
You can't pick wildcard though, because you let everyone go before you.
I can't.
You have to pick a different team because you went last.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'll go ahead and pick Loops Esports.
Okay, we're sticking with Loops. They performed well last time. We're going to kick you out of here. We're going to bring in our commentators, and we're actually going to get their opinions, their predictions for once, because they have been sitting there, I think, just begging for it. They want to do a little competition between all of us, and we'll bring them in right now. We'll see you guys later on. Mustache Dave, Hot Jukes. Let's start off with you, Mr. Hot Pants. Who is taking this game?
I'm gonna go with Cloud9. Why not? You know, it's the last game. They usually perform good at the end, so let's see. Hopefully they make it done.
Mr. Dave.
Hey, what's up, man?
Who are you going for?
I'm going for me. I'm at the end.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm the winner. All right.
This is why we can't have nice
won
things
today,
as well.
and that's the truth, Jason.
All right, why don't you guys take it away here, and we'll hop into our final game of the opening weekend.
All right. If you're not first, you're last. All right. Mustache Dave in first place. Jukes, you know what I mean? I mean, we got the band back together. This is the 10th game of the opening weekend. It feels good.
Hey, I got the shake, you got the bake, baby. Let's go right here. Erangel, one of my favorite maps. These are like we've said it multiple times. These players, they know this map so well. This is probably, in my opinion, the most competitive map that we're gonna see inside of professional PUBG Mobile play. But here we go. Good, solid playing path, right down dead center, coming from north to south. So these players are gonna pretty much have all their drop locations available.
Yeah, and this is the final map after this. The groups will be seeded for the remainder of the West League. So, very important game for all these teams. I mean, Konina Power, they had, 2 chicken dinners out of the last 9 games. They had 50 total kills. And,
insane.
Yeah, and to put that into perspective, second place is Wildcard with 1 chicken dinner with 29 kills. So, Konina Power fragging out here the last 2 days.
And yeah, the last match where they had 21 kills, it was right here, right on Erangel here, just a few matches ago right here. So I'm really looking forward to see how this one is going to end up turning out right here. Wildcard going to Severity. They're all by their lonesome right now. So this is a really good drop location. First zone ends up popping onto the east side right here. So all these players, they're going to know this side of the zone really, really well. It's going to be a simple rotation for Wildcard and all these teams, I believe.
Yeah, something that really stands out to me, Footballist bullied B4 out of their drop spot Novo. They got bullied hard right here. I mean, B4, all of PMPL Americas, Novo. That was their spot. And Talk about teams getting bullied. Sixless on the bike, passing by one of the members from Tempo Storm. You got headquarters in the area as well. And wow, we still got 2 players from the Knights in their parachutes.
Yeah, so they're trying to do that good old-fashioned late drop right now. But one thing I want to say, though, is I got to give it to B4. You know, they're looking to avoid a fight early on, especially with as strong a team as football is. But they recognize that military base is going to be wide open. And in my opinion, to be honest, lately, crate loot, it ain't it. It ain't what it used to be. You know, it ain't like the good old days, at least in my opinion. So I think that military island is going to be a good choice for them.
And if I'm not mistaken, I haven't noticed a team that drops there, or at least makes it their tried and true drop spot within the last 2 days. So, you know, I agree with you 100%. Better loot. I feel like it's easier running up and down the rooms compared to jumping on top of the crates as well. I mean, me and crates, we just don't get along because the whole squad will drop crates. I'll get on one crate, get a gun, and I'll fall off trying to drop to the next one. So,
the worst feeling ever. It's the worst feeling.
I need practice though, but yeah.
Man, you see that level, you know, well, back in the day, you'd see level 3 gear, but now you'd probably see, you know, that one M4 that you probably wanted so bad, and you just try to go and jump, and you misclick the jump button, and you just fall down, and I got to re-jump again. The crate curse is what I like to call it, but yeah.
And when you play in pubs with randoms, they end up stealing it too. What's up with people running on top of each other in public games, you know, getting the same loot? Like, go to your own building. Get out of here.
Bad etiquette. It's bad etiquette. You know, I think that's something that just as they play longer, and hopefully, if anybody's watching here, go follow some of these different players. You know, good old-fashioned Twitch streams, everything like that. You're going to learn about this good etiquette, you know, because you want to make sure that you guys spread the loot out and share. Sharing is caring.
Spread the loot, spread the love. Not only that, you get to get a better understanding on who the player is, how the team talks to each other, their synergy, their communication. I mean, there's just so much action out there when it comes to PUBG Mobile, and I just love it. I mean, it's so open. All these players very accessible. You can tweet at them, and you're most likely going to get a response. So you love to see it. And Dream Eaters out here on the horizon, just having a good final game here of the evening. Oh, Jukes, I wanted to get your take. I was talking to chat. I got to clarify this. Okay, and you probably know the answer here. So, blue zone knocks you down, but somebody kills you. That point goes to that person that kills you, right?
100%. If they get the thirst, you get the kill, you get the point.
And that's that. Is it possible for you to get the knock and the blue zone gets the thirst?
If you get the knock and the blue zone thirst, you get the kill. You should get the kill.
So it's win-win. Win-win.
Yes.
Win-win. All right. So talk about being the win-win right here. Kowalski popping on up
the drop shot.
Broken wall. Will be connecting onto one, but the jump shot's going on.
What is going on?
The Dream Eaters are done. That was a quick one. Kowalski, the only member from Loops to get knocked in the process. It's like Dream Eaters are like, hello, Loops. Would you like 4 points? Loops are like, yeah, sure. Why not?
Oh my God! Oh, I'll tell you what. If there was a gambling spot available, I would put all my money down that is going to be one of the highlighted plays on the desk right here. What an insane play right there. Loops able to clutch that out. It looked like it wasn't going to be in their favor, but they got it done right there. And it looks like y'all look at that. Just look at the sharing of the loot. Stop by, parked at each other, just quick little exchange, and on to the next thing. But man, I can't get over that past Loops fight. That was insane.
I feel like Dream Eaters, and feel free to let me know. I feel like they all pushed the same angle right there, and that was like their downfall. They all pushed the same exact spot.
They had more cover than Loops, and Loops was stuck against that wall. All they had to do was kind of hit that lean and shots, but I guess another member from Loops, I wasn't sure if maybe it was somebody that was in the passenger seat driving, but somebody threw a nade, and that just turned the whole fight around for Dream Eaters right there, man. But wow, what an insane play.
One grenade to rule them all.
All it takes.
Loops. That's all it takes. B4 up here. Looks like they got Solke kind of pinned down. Solke might not even be aware with the freedom of them just running around, looting up right now. They might not even be aware that there is an eagle in the sky hunting them down right here. And Solke just enjoying life, you know, not even expecting what's to come.
Oh, and there it is, right there. You called it out. Oh my goodness. It's like an eagle, you know, stalking its prey. Solke thought that he was okay.
Mouse.
He's not okay. Yeah.
Listen, Jason asked, who's the winner? I mean, it's clear. Dave.
True.
I mean, Dave.
You nailed it. Perfect. You know,
you're a winner
perfectly
too,
done.
You're a winner too. I just want to let you know you're a winner.
Oh, hey, you know what? Winner by association. That's what I'm talking about.
If I'm shining, you're shining. We all shine.
Hey, we win this. Hey, we win the Super Bowl. We all get rings. That's what I'm talking about.
Even if you're on the bench, you get a ring. So it's a win. I'd rather be on the bench, honestly, at that point. But hey, to each his own.
Hey, I'll tell you what. If I was in the Super Bowl and if I got a ring and if I was on the bench, 10 years down the lines, I'm telling my kids I was the quarterback. You know.
Exactly. I mean, I remember that one pass. That one.
Oh
pass
man,
10 years ago.
clutched it. 5 seconds left on the clock.
I got the clutch factor. You know, I got the clutch factor. Oh man. Oh, so yeah, teams looking to get some rings here. Headquarters, one of them, without a doubt, without a doubt. Tempo Storm as well, you know, without a doubt, looking to get the rings because you know what? Respect comes in diamonds, and in order to get those diamonds here in PUBG Mobile, you gotta get the chicken.
Gotta get the chicken. That's the only way to get it done. You know, it's either time to put up or shut up. Gotta hit some big shots, and when you're going against all these teams like this, you gotta just be on point. You cannot be. You think that all right, we can just play separate. You know, try and just hit some decent shots. Not gonna happen. As you can see, Shifan hitting the gas really hard on this buggy, and I think that with that blown out tire, he's gonna opt to pick up that US that's right ahead of him.
I might need to take that bad boy to the shop, you know, get that oil changed, get the tires rotated. But yeah, a lot of teams coming into this final game, definitely trying to walk it like they talk it. And I'm really happy that y'all at Esports have been able to kind of pick up the speed, pick up the tempo, and pick up that momentum here today. Because honestly, yesterday, they were lackluster. And I was getting worried for them. Next zone does going up. Oh, not looking too bad.
Yep, good old. This is a good zone that every single one of these players knows well. Potato Hill, right dead center. Tempo Storm seems to be kind of holding down that area. B4 have already rotated for military up through that bridge right there. So there's going to be a great solid rotation for them. Footballists, I think, recognizing now that they're a little too late, are going to opt to maybe go for a boat or possibly swim across this one right here because that bridge, that's a risky bridge if you're trying to cross it this late in the game.
And I respect it. I mean, I respect it from Footballists. They have to know that bridge might be camped. There might be some teams in that area and just going for that. So, I mean, of course they know because they lost Solke over there. So you have to assume that the camp is strong with that one. And oh, look at this one. This is a nice pink skin. I mean, it's pretty bright, you know, if other people were to see you driving up here, especially the dead woods. But hey, style, you know, the drip, the drip is strong.
Yeah, you know, and that just goes to show you the confidence, right? Because some players and teams, they're like, you know what? I'm going to switch my outfits. I'm going to switch my vehicles according to each map. He's like, nah, bright pink. I'm going to let you know this is where I am. As Tensa finds Pyro with the headshot out the vehicle.
A headshot. Speaking of that, I need to, after this, I need to go and unlock those Yamaha bikes, man. I need to get those Yamaha bikes, man. The three-wheeler, super sick. Talking about being super sick, though. Beowulf with the VSS taking some shots onto two members on the roof of that yellow. And yeah, after losing Pyro right there, Beowulf making the call. Let's just pull back just a little bit here on top of Potato Hill.
I can't lie, though. Those shots from Bayo, they had pain behind them, you know? After losing Pyro like that, like those were just revenge VSS shots. Just trying to see, like, you killed my buddy, you know?
Killed him.
Trying to get some revenge back onto Tempo, but yeah, Tempo not having any of it, saying, "Yep, we got Pyro. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing you can do."
So sad. The tears, you know, the tears. I saw them. Bayo's tears, though, a hot commodity. You know, doesn't cry much.
Very rare.
Very rare. Very rare. Catch that later. So looking on over here, the Knights, Carnage. Pretty low, but should be able to heal on up. Looks like they're going to be hunting down SWAT 69. Checking out the live season standings. Okay, cool.
Look at that.
Dream Eaters are already going to be out because, you know, not every team is playing this game. Rotating lobby, of course, but pretty interesting stuff.
You got to remember, Konita Power right now, they're in first place. Loops can overtake them. And speaking of Loops, Becker just got knocked right now and thirsted. So that's going to leave only 3 members up for Loops to try and cover these. I believe they need about 14 points if they're looking to take over and hold down this first place spot. So it's going to be up to the last 3 members, but it's Carrillo, Kowski, and Dad, and 3 monsters still on this Erangel map.
Still going strong. Oh, no, you do not want to hard peek that, dude. HH saw the initial peek too, and was like, yeah, I'm just going to wait till they peek their whole body real quick. They should be able to get the revive, but yeah, HH up here. I mean, hey, that's a vest. That might even be a helmet right there. You do not want to be peeking on HH.
That just goes to show you, that anybody in the chat to say, oh, this team's camping, blah, blah, blah. Look at that. I mean, you can't even peek the slightest little pixel. Otherwise, you're going to get knocked. And look at this zone as it has had a good, solid hard shift to the east side right now. Big break for Pittsburgh Knights. I know that they're really happy about this one. Cloud9 as well as SWAT 69. The rest of these squad going to have to get into this zone quickly.
Yeah, looks like Wildcard sent Acer to prison. Looks like they're all going to be getting some loot. Wildcard playing that position, almost every angle match, of course, when the circle favors it. But yeah, the hard shift going to be tossing a wrench in that plane. SWAT 69 on the edge, just south of Pachinki. They're looking pretty good, looking pretty fine. Team Umbra, though, looks like they're going to be in pursuit of one of the members from Frag Machine.
Oh, we got a runner.
To get right on over that hill. Yeah, are they going to continue chasing them down? Probably, right? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, well, they're just headed into zone right now, and they're trying to get if they're able to get that knock and thirst, that is a lot of loot. Oh, there they go.
The remainder of Frag Machines. Yeah, Bindex trying to make a U-turn. Going to be pumping the brakes. Going to be popping on out. And there goes one from Frag Machines. Outplay. Going back and forth, trying to dodge these bullets going uphill. And there goes Outplay as well. Oh, we were talking about traffic jams, flat tires, getting oil changes. Well, Frag Machine, they lost 2 in the process of that rotation.
Tough break for Frag Machine right there, losing 2 members on the rotate. And I mean, this is why, I think that driving is a really underrated skill, especially in PUBG. Oh, what happened? Outplay got ran over by Vindex. What just happened right there? Really interesting to see. It looked like they were okay, but I guess not. As Kowski, we going over to him. He's got that 6X Mini just tapping away right now, annoying this squad across the field.
All you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. Kowalski, such a good player. All these players are good, but Kowalski, I just love the fact that every time we look at them, they are not standing still at all. It's remarkable. And, looking over here, look like Yala Esports 0. Yep, might have got that knock onto Octavian down there on the first story of the Harry Potter. Is going to be straight up sending it. Yala Esports only with 2 up, but not going to let that stop them over here. There goes actually 2 down from KHK Esports. Now it's up to Oped trying to get the wraparound 0 going on for that spray. We'll be finding one of them doing the quick switcherino to that Scar. Oh no, needs to reload. 0 reloading as well on the outskirts of this one. The third party is coming out. 0 aiming down sights right there. Bam, shot to the chest. There goes KHK Esports.
Well played, 0 right there, using that third party from football is to his advantage, but he ended up losing his teammate in the process. Now he's stuck all by himself while the rest of footballers know exactly where he's at.
Really, I don't think either of those teams won. If you got footballers right near you taking shots at you, yeah, you're in a losing situation. I'm just going to say it just like that. So, actually, next zone does go on up.
Oh, my gosh.
Could favor. Yeah, that could favor 0 from Yala.
I'll tell you who won after that zone shift. Pittsburgh Knights, man. That zone hard shifted right on top of them, and that is a lot of open field right now. So this is a huge opportunity for PK to get a whole lot of kills on the leaderboard, but they're really spread out, and all the teams are starting to crash on them right now.
Yeah, I want to see them group up like yesterday. We see Raven, we see Sixless. They're spread apart right now, trying to catch these angles. But every single other squad that was not favored, and that's 13 other teams, they are in their vehicles. They are making the pull-up, making the push right now as Carnage is finding out first-hand tempo. They're able to get in that low little dip over there, uneven from C9 with the Scar, trying to get some vehicle explosions of their own.
Yes, they are right now. Loops all set up, getting shot in the back from Cloud9. Wildcard in the mix as well, crashing onto Sixless. This is what happens when you're so spread out. You know, you just, there's nothing you can really do when a team crashes on top of you. They're gonna have to make that sacrifice of Sixless, and Carnage is gonna have to retreat to the rest of his team.
Yep. Carnage
Grenade by Spring.
There, Spring gonna be trying to toss these grenades on into those little tiny shelter windows.
And they thread it.
Gonna be cooking another one. Smokes are coming on out from Loops. Oh, the grenade on the roof, able to inflict all the damage that's needed. Carleo trying to push some out themselves. Spring able to make their way on in. They are right on top of one another. One wall to separate them right now. Spring's gonna be going on for that heal up. Carleo. Oh, switching back. Okay. I mean, Wildcard's still all alive. The whole team. Yep. Okay, coming in. Oh, the third party, though. The third party from C9. Bayo over here with the VSS, taking some shots. Gonna be shooting multiple shots out there, actually, inflicting so much damage. Able to connect not on one, but two of Wildcard.
And Loop, such a strong team, but pitched from both sides, from Wildcard and Cloud9, two monster squads here in North America. And yeah, Loop's getting taken out right there in 13th place. Tough break for that squad, and for Seven, who predicted they're gonna win. Man, tough.
That Shack though, I have never seen a team play that Shack and like actually live to tell the tale. I mean, it's like, yes, it's cover, but look around it. There's nothing. You know, it's just wide open. And look at this, the major counter to that Shack right now. I mean, C9, what a nice dip. They got the cover for some of their vehicles at least.
Yeah, they are in a pretty good spot right now. It all depends on where this next zone decides to rotate to. Regardless, this is the importance of having so many vehicles up in the late game. And for anybody that's just kind of tuning in to professional gameplay, this is huge. When you don't have cover, having that vehicle, you could blow it up. And when it's blown up, it's basically a wall. And that's what these teams do. They set up basically nice little car walls. So as we go over to the replay right now with Wildcard against Luke and Spring, what a grenade right there. I mean, they calculated that perfect, threaded the needle through the window, able to get 2 knocks onto Loops, and then from there, pressed up, and we're able to finish off the rest of that Loop squad.
Yeah, and one thing to note, Wildcard, yep, they got both the revives, so they're all up. They're looking good. They're looking healthy. Umbra over here making a little mini red zone themselves onto 2 of the members from Nova, and that's going to be flushing them on out, while the other duo from the squad is on top of the roof trying to retaliate right now on the Team Umbra.
He's got that 6X M4, probably one of the best setups you could possibly have in PUBG Mobile right here at HCL, hitting some big shots to kind of stop the pressure, you know, to give his team a little bit more room to rotate, as this zone has shifted further down south onto Tempo and Wildcard. So all these teams are going to have to rotate from the north down south.
Wow, I mean, talk about this shift. I already know Sixless is in the comms like you guys should have rotated on top of me, because Sixless was in the prime position for this zone.
Oh my goodness!
Support. What the heck just happened here? The double knocks on both Footballless and B4. Here comes Pedro OG trying to come up with Mix Zero to get the revives, to get the support. But you got Wildcard up there on the high ground, just peeking on over, going for that spray, but don't count out Cloud9 just yet. They got sight lines for days right now, and Footballless, they sent their last remaining member out for a nice little swim to try to get some placement points. Lut's gonna be bleeding on out right now.
Pedro, dog, he's got that M249 though, as that drop landed right on top of them, but Nova, easy, putting some work onto this B4 team. They are stuck right now, just trying to smoke out and survive, doing everything they can to live right here, and it's not going to be easy.
Nova, the backstab. But you know what? The backstabbers might get backstabbed. We got Yala Zero making the pull-up.
Oh, he's pushing.
Pedro, M249 going for that spray. Can they connect? Sam will be spotted and taken down, but Sam, Levi, Slicky, I mean, it is all out mayhem. The kill feed is just popping off right now, and that's B4.
Oh man, that would have been the craziest shot if Slicky was able to get that one right here. But moving over, we're looking at SWAT 69 inside the building right now, trying to get any kind of sight lines they can on this other squads. Got the vehicle already locked and loaded, ready. Pressing on the Umbra.
What? Crashing the vehicle, trying to close the gap, going to be making the breach Umbra trying to fight off both SWAT 69 and Headquarters. They have quite the challenge ahead of them. Big respect to King using that mutant burst fire as well, that 7.62. That sucker hurts. And now you got up here 2 more members alive for Team Umbra on that second story. Can they survive these grenades though?
And they do it. We saw Slicky in the kill feed on the Cloud9, a sniper legend getting that headshot. Really huge play right here as SWAT 69 is trying to take out Umbra. It's not going to be an easy situation though.
SWAT 69, they have 4. Umbra with 2. We see the grenades, we see the splash damage. PRZ cooking this one. The smoke's gonna be underhanding that one. Damage is coming out on both sides. And to make matters worse, the next zone saying yoink, hard shift out there to the east, and it does not look like Headquarters are moving anytime soon. They're gonna try to third party this one for sure.
Yeah, Team Umbra doing all they can right now to slow this push, smoking the stairway, throwing nades, pre-nades, but now they have to fight this. They have to go. 5 seconds left on the clock. This is zone 6. They can't afford the blue zone. I wonder if SWAT 69 at this point just start doing a heal strat. That's probably their best option right now.
I mean, SWAT 69, they do have a buggy in US to work with if they send it, but they're going to risk getting backstabbed. PRZ, the last remaining member right now for Umbra, chunked down pretty low, has 3 first aids, has 9 bandages, and here comes the push right now. All right, SWAT 69 able to eliminate, but is it all for nothing? Headquarters going to be pushing out as well. Mad's going to be hitting the grass, hitting the dirt, getting the shots. Can they connect onto problems? The 1v1, they're both just spraying, and there we go. Headquarters coming out on top.
Man, so close right there. I would have liked to see SWAT 69 just go for the heal strat at that moment, especially considering where that zone was. I think they would have gotten a lot more positions if they did so, but opted to just fight their way out of it. But man, Headquarters just able to hit those shots on the laydown.
Dude, talk about hitting those shots. 7 called it. He said wild card. They're going to win the chicken dinner in the final game with at least 13 kills or more. I mean, looking at this right now, wild card, have 13 kills. So talk about having that crystal ball. Footballist, solo, finally making it on the shorelines. And here comes the crash. Slicky going to be able to defend against the pull-up from Tensa from Tempo Storm. And you got Carnage in the tail end of this with the Scar taking some shots as well. It's a bloodbath, Hot Jukes. It's a bloodbath.
Oh, yes, it is. And now here comes HH24 into the mid. Not sure what happened right there. He jumped out and seemed to got stuck. And yeah, dude, just like that, Spring taking him out right here. Looks like it'd be Wildcard versus Cloud9.
Spring, and yeah, Cloud9, they've been chilling. They've been chilling out here. You made mention of their vehicles earlier on and how important it is to keep those bad boys up and at them. And now they're using them for cover over here. Acer is going to be pushed down the hill just a little bit. Looks like Sam going to be doing the same thing, but don't count out Headquarters as they still got skin in the game.
Oh yeah, they still got, anytime you got one member up, anything can happen, especially considering all these teams and the high level that they play at right here. It's anybody's game, you know, with Wildcard. They're gonna, oh, the zone though. The zone has shifted on to Cloud9. Zone 9 doing it, what they do best right now, holding their position. Acer, catches a crate drop though. That's gonna be huge cover for him.
Yeah, that's like right on the edge of this circle. So yes, it's cover. The question is how many players can like huddle behind that without risking too much. Bayo gonna be attempting to toss some grenades, and Jamaz from Headquarters looking right on into Wildcard's direction. Could play spoiler. Cloud9, they are so grouped up right now. One grenade could be disaster. And these grenades from Acer are bouncing right on over their head. Adar is going to be chunked down just a little bit. There goes another one. Uneven, about 2% HP. Beowulf trying to retaliate.
Oh, here comes Jamaz.
But Jamaz coming on out, popping their heads up from the grass. Bale with the VSS right there. 2 teams remaining.
Can they do it?
14 kills. The revive coming on out. They're trying to get Adar up, and see you later. Beowulf will be able to pick up those first aids, heal on up. It's going to be a 2v3. It's going to be a challenge, but Bale spotting out Sam the Snake in the grass, but Sam with the fire on the Bale first, making this a 3v1. 15 kills on the side of Wildcard. Can anything stop him? Uneven. Not able to do so.
Wildcard.
6 kills.
6 kills. Look at the amount of work that this squad put in right there. 17 kills coming from Wildcard. Wow. I mean, they just put in work. They did that hardcore crash all the way from across the map, getting into zone, and they just killed their way through all the teams. What a play coming from Wildcard.
Not only that, I mean, they baited out that shack so well. I mean, Tempo went there. There was like 3 teams that went to crash on that shack, and oh man, what a game. What a final, game. 10 games were done. The groups are going to be seated, Jukes. Amazing time, amazing experience at Jukes. And hey, you will catch us for sure moving forward. But until then, we got one more desk. Let's go to a quick break.
This is the face of a defeated man. I don't know what you're doing. I know you're so happy, Seven. You were technically out first. Glitter. Again, Wildcard is coming through big for you. What is it?
Yeah, that was
odd.
That
It's
was
the opening
good.
weekend.
That was
right?
good.
These predictions don't matter. None of this is set in stone. There's no points being accumulated. It's just for seeding. Even though I think I got seeded last. But Wildcard, they've done it again.
Definitely
How happy
last.
are you now, Glitter?
Not only am I happy because I was right, but that was just good gameplay at the end there. They held that small shack against so many squads and so many potential third parties. It was just skill.
Well, there you see. First place for Wildcard. 17 kills. Not quite the 21 we had at Konina earlier on, but still 17 is amazing. Taking themselves 37 points. But Cloud9, the one time I don't back them, they end up showing it big here, Seven.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not even going to say it because it was a great pick there by Glitter. Make sure you follow her on Instagram. She's not receiving enough marriage proposals right now. Glitter Explosion on Instagram. There you go. You got your And then another one actually that we have been pretty consistent to be focusing on the results there is Headquarters. Headquarters, I feel like today they finally stepped it up a bit. Same with Team Umbra. They brought a completely different gear here into the second match of seeding. So hopefully they can go ahead and continue that momentum going into the later matches. Teams that were a bit quiet, Nova Esports, and going back to the first page that we got a chance to see was Cloud9. I feel like Cloud9 had an amazing match as well. They did end up getting, in a way, kind of gatekeep by Wildcard and what Wildcard was doing. And Wildcard was just using so many grenades. We're going to be able to break some of this stuff down here in a little bit. But Wildcard was just on a completely different level here on this Erangel.
B4 even having a very rough game there as well. We've seen them really shine throughout most of the day. Let's take a look though at the stats from Wildcard from that last game. 3.3 thousand damage done,
Yes.
17 kills, 16 knockouts. Glitter, just glow, come on.
I mean, they're only the second team so far that we've had that have broken that 3K total damage barrier. You see that they managed to stay under 1K total healing, and they didn't even have to third party that much to do it. They literally converted all of their knockouts and only ended up with one additional kill on top of it, which means they were putting in work. They were, like I said, they were getting third party. They got rushed. They held so many people and so many teams at bay that is a well-deserved win.
Wasn't there a moment where a Tempo actually kind of rushed them down towards that shack on the cliff side, and they had a player off the side just waiting for them to come in and was able to finish them off? I think that's, we talk about baiting, that's a smart bait.
Oh, it definitely wasn't. It was actually Spring that just kind of waited it out. He knew that it was going to be happening at some point. Tempo Storm rushing. I believe it was HH24. He tried to get off that buggy, and Spring, the IGL of that team, the man with the neck, he was able to just go ahead and completely destroy everybody.
So the man with the neck?
It's an inside community joke.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to ask you about that one later on. Let's take a look at our top players, though, from that last game, and it's pretty much just going to be all wild card. Yeah, I knew it. Come on, just rub it in even more than I'm just terrible at predicting.
Oh, my God.
Look at that. I mean, look, damage. Look how evenly spread it is across the board, though, Glitter.
And I think that's something that's super impressive too, because it says a lot to just the skill level of all of the players on the team and the communication, because this is clearly going to be due to really good focus fire, really intelligent engagements. We saw them a couple times at the top of that hill when they were no longer forced to stay inside that shack. They had a really good spread. They were getting good angles on anyone that was near them. Just oh, God, I don't think I have enough good things to say about them after that game.
And something that I want to go ahead and note that did impress me a lot was from Sam. Sam, at one point, he was having in a 1v1 face-off with Beowulf. Beowulf had cover, and Sam was just pretty much being prone. And as soon as Beowulf picked, he got some shots on Sam. Sam was able to realize that, and he absolutely laser, and I mean laser Beowulf. So just the skill level that this team is bringing, and just the consistency too. This team has been one of the most consistent going into Erangel matches, and I think with their IGL spring, it is great to have that, and it's also great to have your team backing you up with not just kills, damage, knocks, everything just working perfectly here for Wildcard.
Well, even your experts backing them up as well. Let's take a look at the do moments from our last and final game of our opening weekend. You can kind of just drop us straight into this one at 7. I mean, Loops off the bat, this was an insane battle that we did not expect to happen within the first 5 minutes.
It definitely was. I was biting my nails here. I thought, oh no, is this the first time that I'm actually gonna be able to choose a team and be 16 plays? Like Jason, I don't want to know what that feels like. And luckily for them, they were actually able to go ahead and clutch it up. And Tempo, another team that we seen them frag out over and over again. And I feel like today was one of the quieter days for them. And I've seen this before from Tempo Storm. So hopefully in the future they can go ahead and be a little bit more consistent, especially with league play coming up. And right here, I don't remember exactly who that was, but just overall great engagements, a lot of aggressiveness. Something that we've been talking about throughout the whole opening weekend here is just how aggressive teams are going to be being here. And this grenades, don't worry, we're going to be covering that in a special breakdown in a little bit with maybe some special effects coming your way, so stay tuned for that. But I know, Glitter, I know you wanted to go ahead and mention something about this because it was your team beating my team.
Yeah, and I didn't want to have to rub salt in the wound, but it was a really, really good engagement on Wildcard's part, regardless of who picked whatever team. Like I said, this was that entire area with the shack, and they had the edge here of the cliffside where they were able to shoot down at so many other teams. They were getting third party at a bunch of different times from Cloud9, and they were able to keep Cloud9 off their backs after they pushed in on Loops and were able to clear Loops out of that shack. That is not an area that should be easy to hold, and Wildcard did make it look like it was easy.
Yeah, and something that I enjoy out of Wildcard, even though you just mentioned it, was they were getting third party a lot, meaning that a lot of their players were going down. But something that we've seen from other great teams is how you were able to go ahead and recover from that, right? If you do have players down, how are you going to be able to recover for that, especially right here, Spring? Waiting that out perfectly and being able to go ahead and beat HH24, and then they switch their whole focus. They know, hey, you know what? Nobody's going to be coming from this side on the top of the hill. Let's just go ahead and focus on Cloud9. Let's go ahead and start spreading out. And they did that perfectly. They used those pretty much whatever cover they had, they used it perfect. And right there, that was the play I was talking about between Sam and Beowulf. Sam, just an absolute laser. Overall, great plays. Once again, Wildcard. I'm pretty sure my boy Wiki Gaming is going to be happy to see that chicken dinner from that team.
I'm not gonna lie, not only was it a great play in general, but the amount of nades we saw being used constantly throughout that game. I swear we had like a standoff from both teams, just throwing nade after nade after nade. Let's take a look at the total damage, and honestly, I'm wondering to myself here, guys, how much of this was from nades alone? Wildcard 3.3K.
This is one of those games where we actually not seeing a lot of damage from all the other teams. I think earlier in the day we had a game where we had almost 1,000 damage per team, but here right now with Wildcard just 3,300 damage. That's by far the second most damage so far that we've seen here, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen coming into league play. Some of the other teams, though, to go ahead and mention, Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights, I think, is one of those teams from North America that I expected a lot more, especially here on the opening weekend. Maybe, hopefully, they were just using it as scrims, as we were saying for other teams. They were just using to test out stuff, since they do have 6-list in their squad now, and hopefully going into league play, they switched, they changed that gear, they turn it on, and they're able to go ahead and be in the top 5.
And just one small note off of that as well, too, from that damage chart. One thing I did want to point out is that we saw Footballist on there with only 300 and something damage, I believe, but still 4 kills to their names. So talk about making really, really good use of your damage output, because those kill points are going to be incredibly important for the entire league play portion.
Well, we do have a head-to-head here that I think you're going to possibly hate, 7. Wildcard up against Loops. Maybe not so much as we're doing an accumulated total.
Thank you,
However,
production.
Yeah, last match didn't work out too well for them. You can see, I mean, it's still pretty equal, but again, I feel like 7, Wildcard really came through big today.
Oh, definitely. I think Wildcard over and over again, they have showed that they are a team that came here to play. Even going back from the first game, I can't remember exactly how many kills they had. I think they had 13 kills on the first match that we played on opening weekend. So they're a team that wants to go ahead and just continue a consistency. A lot of these teams, especially Wildcard going back to PMPL Americas, they were a team that got very hot, but they were not able to go ahead and follow through that. Unlike other teams like Loop Esports, once they get hot, they're able to go ahead and stay consistent, not just with placing, but also with kills. So hopefully going into league play here, I want to go ahead and see Loops Esports go ahead and continue to be consistent, get those skills, and Wildcard, go ahead and show us again what you were able to do here on opening weekend, because it was amazing.
And even looking at like damage received, Glitter, there was a massive difference. I think it was like over 1,000 damage difference between Wildcard and Loops. And what does that kind of say to you, I guess, about how the teams have been playing so far?
We've actually seen that a couple times now, where the players are able to do a really good job of that management of taking the damage and creating those angles, so they don't have to necessarily put themselves in those situations. And that's just going to really lend itself to some strong gameplay later on in the league.
And now we're going here into what we love to see, and that is going to be my boy Spring in Wildcard, just going to be raining grenades. And I mean, grenades after grenades. That man's going to go ahead and throw one here, and then guess what? The team is going to go ahead and back him up, and there's just going to be so many soccer balls in that little shack right there. But overall, what actually... something that I want to go ahead and showcase here is Kowalski. Kowalski had a smart play. He wanted to go ahead and stay outside of this shack, because he knew that they were going to be throwing a lot of grenades inside that shack. But for some reason, as soon as he decides to go back, guess what happened? That's right, you're gonna get blown up. So I wish, hopefully Kowalski, if you're watching this, I wish you would have just stayed outside of that. That way you would have been able to get a different angle, because guess what? You would have been able to get an angle right here, maybe on Slicky or maybe on Spring. But Wildcard was just way too much. I think this whole match, there were just way too much with the grenades, the placement of the grenades, how they were throwing it. And I know when we were watching this, Glitter, we were just amazed at how aggressive they were with those grenades.
I think that's another thing that's super important just in general in PUBG Mobile as well, is noting how important your inventory management, your resource management is in these situations, because the amount of grenades that Wildcard had on them, whether they were frags or smokes, is what really allowed them to have as strong of a showing here against Loops. If they didn't have that, Loops would have technically had, you know, some pretty hard cover over them, and I don't think that it would have been as easy of a fight for them to take. But they were able to dish out so much damage to Loops from the get-go that they instantly knew they had the opportunity to push up and take that cover away from Loops.
And something that I wanted to go ahead and notate there towards the end was Sam and Spring that were rushing Carrillo. Carrillo being the PMPL Americas MVP, is that he was doing an amazing play there by himself, being able to go ahead and just kind of hold him up. But overall, I think what Wildcard, just being too powerful, man. Too powerful. Just glitter. You know what? Confetti all over the place there for Wildcard, because they ended up getting that chicken dinner. So congratulations.
And one thing you mentioned, actually, when we were watching that, and you were very aggressive about it. I remember hearing you say, Cloud9, why are they third-partying Wildcard again? Doing it time and time again, as you saw there at the very end. And one thing I wanted to say, by the way, about the grenade usage was that we saw them using so many grenades to get kills. The only way they're able to possibly continue to do that is they're picking up more grenades off the people they're killing. So to have that kind of steamroll thing happen where they can constantly pick it up more and more utility use was phenomenal. We're gonna take now a look at the overall settings, I believe, to see where the teams have settled out across the board. And this is the final game. That was it. We're done with the opening weekend. Wildcard Gaming taking the #1 seed. Konina Power coming in with second. Loops with third. And to start off with you, Seven, this is something you talked about, Konina Power, Loops. Like two of these teams you were looking at to really butt heads when it comes into the league play.
Oh, definitely. Konina Power was one of the first teams that caught my attention, especially because they were first coming out of Europe from that tournament that we had there. Even though they started very slow, usually with teams that are first, you know they are first for a reason. You know they are able to bounce back, and guess what? They came back and showed that. Another team that I also want to go ahead and mention is Futbolis. Futbolis have been consistent as well. Same with Alpha Legends. These teams, even though they're currently not sitting within the top 3, they had just been very consistent and are at least able to go ahead and secure some spots. If they're able able to go ahead and bring this consistency into league play, guess what? As long as they get into the top 16, they're going to be able to go towards where they want to be, which is the Super Weekend. So teams that are currently outside of the top 16, like Swag69, Jala Esports, UDR Killers, and KHK, hopefully they can go ahead and take the experience that they got here from the opening weekend into the upcoming league play, and ultimately, if they can qualify there to the Super Weekend, that'll be even perfect.
And also, I want to give a shout out to Team Umbra. This team was, what, 20th when we started off the day, Glitter? Now they're in 11th place. They've definitely stepped up when it mattered. My question is to you, is this the initial signs of them? Is this a team that's going to continue to grow as we get through into this tournament?
You know, I hope so. That was one of the teams that I wanted to point out on those overall standings as well, because that's a significant jump from not only in the standings, but literally from their gameplay in day one to today. They have clearly figured something out that's working for them, so I'm hoping that they can continue that momentum going into league play this week.
Well, I do want to say one last thing before we head off for our opening weekend to be done and get into league play starting in 2 days, is that obviously you haven't seen the groups just yet, but what you can do, head over to Esports PUBG Mobile over on that Twitter account, and you'll be able to see when the groups will be released, and you'll be able to see where your favorites are going to be lying. I'm really curious to see how these top teams are going to be matched up against each other, because that's going to be really important as we progress throughout these next days. Also, if you guys have some friends and you want to participate here and maybe get your chance to play in the fall split, maybe have Glitter to predict you to take yourself a chicken dinner, you can still sign up. Today is the final day. We have over 60,000 teams signed up at the moment, but that doesn't mean you don't have a chance to get in there and get into the money. Make sure you guys do just that. And lastly, big shout out to Seven, big shout out to Glitter as well for joining me here on our virtual reality desk, as well as Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, because they were a big part of today. We'll be bringing in 2 more casters coming into next week. I'm sure you already know who it's going to be, and we're going to see them in a few days' time. Thank you again all for tuning in. We'll see you guys on Tuesday at 11 a.m. PDT for some PUBG Mobile World League action.
We'll be right back.